Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. 20XX year, in the vicinity of the Gold Coast of Australia. The man looked at the ruins in the distance. The guy held the girl on his lap. He frowned when he heard her call him the leader. With a determined look, the guy asked him to hold on a little longer, help would come soon. The girl closed her eyes and said that it was useless now. Before it was too late, she asked to take away her teleportation skill. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He asked what she was talking about. The exhausted girl smiled, saying that she knew everything, he really did. She opened her mouth, saying something. The brunette lowered his head and asked not to continue. The girl's hand dropped. She asked to live with her teleportation skill. Her palm fell limply to the ground. The guy clenched his teeth. He said that he was sorry. He screamed when the glow engulfed his body. He opened his mouth from the bright lightning appearing around. They rose higher and higher. The light emanated from the girl's eyes and open mouth. The hero was surrounded by the same thing, his mouth open. Whirlwinds were flying around. The guy exhaled, opening his mouth. The girl's eyes were closed. Looking at her sullenly, the guy remembered how she said that she knew everything. He began to rise, thinking that it was true. And then he walked away, remembering her words that he was a user of carnivorous abilities who could absorb the skills of metahumans. The leader of Manhwa touched his chest and mentally remembered her request to live. The hero stood in the middle of the desert. And then he disappeared. A black beam remained in his place. Blue portals appeared in the sky. The hero remembered how a hole appeared in the sky. Many monsters walked the streets. Many creatures fell into the world from it. The monsters opened their fang mouths. As a result, millions of people around the world either suffered or died. People cried next to the lying bodies. The survivors lost their families or became refugees. Missiles rose into the air. Powerful countries tried to deal with the situation with their military might. A cannon on the ship fired. Fighters flew in the air. Several tanks fired. Military fighters flew towards the city. A huge column of smoke rose above the buildings. Even they were powerless against the monsters that appeared in their world. Silhouettes of various monsters, people appeared, forcing the latter to avoid them and hide. Frightened people hid in a crevice. Hunger and fear reigned everywhere. People felt the end of the world. Among the silhouettes, some were surrounded by a glow. When 3 years passed from the above-described catastrophe, those who were later called metahumans appeared. People fought the monsters with bright flashes. They were able to kill special monsters that they had not been able to cope with before. Moreover, their number was steadily growing, and this was the beginning of humanity's counterattack. The man screamed, clenching his fists. Metahumans united to create a safe zone and christened it a city. People smiled happily. Those who lived in that city could enjoy life again, as before coming to the world of monsters. The city stood in the desert among the ruins. However, there were still unsafe zones called deserts. People in black clothes sat there. People lived there among cruelty and anarchy. Continuing to fear imminent death, the world was divided into safe and unsafe zones. People walked through the desert to Seoul. One of them turned around and asked the guide, "Why haven't they arrived yet?" A guy in a hood stood behind, hearing the words that he said that an ordinary person, and not what is his name. Removing the mask from his face, the guy answered, "Manhwa." The hero in the hood stood among the desert dust and repeated his name. Gray ruins of the city. The man turned around and asked the guide, "How far are they?" Pulling off the mask, he told him to look up. There were people covered in webs. The hero explained that they had already entered the territory of the copper spiders. Presenting the hunting scheme, the hero explained that the rank 19 copper spiders were relatively easy targets to hunt. First they needed to cut off all their limbs, then their head and collect only the body. Making a motion with his fingers, the guy said to start with the front 2 legs if possible, since that is what they attack with. Pointing his finger at the other hand, Manhwa was said to be especially careful of the white web coming out of their mouths when they attack. He made a motion with his finger at his forehead, saying that one hit could take their heads off in one fell swoop if they were not careful. The man exclaimed that they understood. There was no need to act like that in front of metahumans. Looking at him, the hooded guy confirmed, saying that he mentioned that his team defeated the rank 18 bearded salamander. He apologized for the disrespect. The monster's eyes glowed red. A swift movement forward. Manhwa turned around in shock. He dodged the web and shouted back. With a quick movement, he pushed the man away. The web crashed into the ground. Manhwa asked what he was doing. "Let him get out of there." The man looked up with a frown. In front of them was a huge spider. He shouted to take up positions. Out of fear, the man asked, "Is this a rank 19? The eyes of the huge spider were glowing red. Manhwa was shocked. He waved his hand, shouting for the others to retreat. A white web flew forward. With a powerful blow, it cut off the man's head. His eyes were wide in horror. The man screamed, sitting on the ground. Manhwa frowned, angrily shouting that they will continue to stand like this, and thought that something was wrong. The squad's skill level was too low. He remembered the girl raising her finger, saying that this squad had defeated a rank 18 salamander. He would accompany them, maybe get some money. Gritting his teeth, The hooded guy thought it was a lie. She said they were a trained assault squad. The spider swung its claw. The guy shouted that he was attacking again. The man clenched his weapon. The swing of the sword left a bright mark. The claws blocked the blow. The clenched fist glowed red. The man struck again. Lightning appeared around the fist. They spread further with a bright glow. Covering his eyes with his fingers, Sianwa thought that this was the ability to use electricity. At least he was not lied to about them being metahumans. The spider closed his eyes. The man pulled out his blade and shouted for everyone to attack. His comrades resolutely clenched their teeth. The others shouted warlike. The spears pierced the spider's body. The man surrounded the monster from all sides. Sianwa scowled and shouted at them to cut off the legs first, rather than the body. The monster's red eyes widened. It quickly turned around. The thrown men flew back. Dust rose. The man crashed into the wall. Their leader angrily clenched his teeth and cursed. Then he charged. He swung his sword, screaming for death. However, the spider struck him with its paw. A sharp claw moved. It pierced the surprised man's body. He twisted and dropped the sword. The monster opened its mouth. The man frowned at it. His fingers were clutching the claw. Bright lightning bolts illuminated the monster. The metahuman opened his mouth and screamed. The spider threw him aside. The hunter fell to the ground not far from the hero. Sianwa turned to him with displeasure. He stood in front of the huge spider and asked what now. In the monster's eyes, he was red. Looking ahead determinedly, the hero said that this squad was made up of newbies, all dead, and only he was left, and how did he end up in this situation? The spider standing in front of him opened his mouth while the guy was saying that he was only supposed to escort them. The rounded roof of a building in the desert, Area 17. There were people sitting near the buildings. A question was heard from the building with a sign, "Did Beatrice get another one?" The man was holding the phone and said that he would send someone there. At the desk sat the branch manager of Area 17, Bizik. The face of Jamie, the secretary of the exchange office, was reflected in the mirror. She flinched when she was called out sharply. The man entered the office and asked to tell the team of hunters to come to the exchange office. Bizik turned away when he heard the question. This was again about restoring the barrier. This question often comes up, and said that yes, what is interesting is that Beatrice is only thinking about. The girl from behind the laptop glanced suspiciously and heard that these were thoughts out loud. The manager turned around and asked what was wrong with Sianwa, to which he replied that he was accompanying a team of copper spider hunters. The man opened his mouth and remarked that they should have been back a long time ago. Bizik headed for the exit, saying that this guy was special, so there was no need to worry about him. Tell him to get ready as soon as he returned, and stop looking in the mirror. He stopped in the passage and asked what the team Sianwa was accompanying had provided to confirm their rank. The guy was standing in front of a huge spider in the desert, near the lair of copper spiders. He looked ahead with a frown, saying that this team consisted of newbies. Everyone was dead. Only he remained. How did he end up in this situation? The monster's eyes glowed red. The guy reached into his inside pocket. Sianwa took out his gun, saying that he was only supposed to accompany them. A white web flew forward. The hero jumped back, dodging. His fingers were on the trigger. The hero fired. A lot of bullets flew towards the monster. The wounded man said that these bullets would not do anything to him. Holding the gun, the hero ordered to shut up and watch. The bullets pierced the body and glowed red. The circular fire flickered. It grew brighter. And then there was an explosion. The spider's body was covered in green slime. The man looked at it in surprise, asking, "Bullets with cannonballs, if he had something like that from the beginning, why didn't he use it when they first started dying?" Sianwa looked at him with displeasure, asking if he had a conscience. If they hadn't lied about their rank, this wouldn't have happened at all. The man lying on the ground looked away. The hooded guy said that they had to waste precious cannonballs for trash like him. He stood in front of the huge spider, and told the fake metahuman to look more closely. He held a knife in his hand, continuing that even an ordinary person with the right equipment and experience can defeat a rank 19. Sianwa crossed his arms and charged. He jumped up, raised his knife and shouted that he had been a single-handed guide on 100 expeditions. The knife plunged into the body. The spider opened its mouth. Sianwa looked at it. He clutched the knife with both hands, and finally cut off the limb. The monster's blood spurted out. The hero looked forward resolutely. He threw the knife to the other side, and made a sharp blow. The monster's body fell to the ground. Sianwa turned around and reminded him that he had explained, the legs first. The spider's body was shaking. The hero raised his hands with the knife behind his head, saying that the head came next. Green blood spurted out from the blow. The guy made a cut with the knife. The shocked man made a frightened sound. Sianwa sat next to the body of the defeated monster, and then wearily raised his head, saying that he was trembling in front of a beast that he could hardly call big. Wiping the blood off his face, he said that he was still a typical rookie for the very end, whose rank he had listed at the exchange office. Not real, was it? He presented the shed skin and said that a rank 18 salamander sheds its skin once a year, so he pretended to defeat it, bringing that very shed skin as evidence. The man looked up silently. He remembered his comrades screaming, hearing that his team was quite brave for cheaters. The men were shouting resolutely, no one ran away when the others died. He remembered how the leader parried and continued that even when he was pierced in the stomach. He was truly amazed that he grabbed the front paw as ordered and struck back. The fingers were clenched into a claw. Xianhua looked at him, saying that instead of forging rank papers, it was worth spending time training skills. Looking down, the hero continued that he was sure he had his reasons for doing so, but it was none of his business. Did he know what price he had to pay for deceiving Node? He brought the blade to the man's face, who replied that he knew it was a felony. Pointing the weapon forward, the boy said that it was a pity, he had no right to kill him, but he wanted to take his head right here. A shadow fell on Xianhua's face, who heard a voice calling for him to kill him and take this. The boy turned his intense gaze to the side. The wounded man said that he was dying anyway. It would be difficult to get a massacre at the hands of Node. He closed his eyes. Xianhua looked at him intensely, wondering what kind of voice it was, as if it wanted him to kill him. Continuing to stand on the wounded man, he thought that he had just heard something wrong. The guy closed his eyes, exhaled, and remembered the words that this squad had defeated a rank 18 salamander. He would escort them and be able to get a lot of money. His expression became dissatisfied. He said that he remembered Jamie. Xianhua abruptly opened the door, calling out to the girl. Jamie looked scared, hearing the question of how she dared to send him with that scum, and asked him to calm down. No need to get so worked up. She put her palms forward, hearing the dissatisfied hero who was saying what he was angry about. After all, she did not know how dangerous a sortie she was sending him on. Throwing up her hand, she heard the question that the manager could not even distinguish between abandoned skin and cut skin, and said that she was also deceived. They deceived them all. Xianhua put his hand out in dissatisfaction, shouting that she should not even wait for payment this time. From now on she was to tell him all the information about the clients he was supposed to escort. He squeezed the girl's cheeks with his fingers, who tried to object, asking how they could break the rules of Node, according to them, clients. People walked along the corridor, heard a scream for her to find a way to bypass these restrictions, and a plea, forgive her, if she promises that this will not happen again. Xianhua turned away, saying that he was exhausted. If not for the branch manager, he would have severed all ties with Zone 17 long ago. Spreading her arms out to the sides, Jamie said that even if he did not want it, metahumans are very sensitive to the fact that guides walk through their territory. Xianhua turned around displeased, saying that he was tired of hearing them. If he was destined to die, then what difference does it make from the hands of a monster or a hunter? He remembered the man lying with a sword. Looking away, the hero thought that if only he had at least some abilities like those liars, he would find a more effective use for them. Suddenly, a shining fist flew nearby. A bright blow threw the hero back. Someone squeezed his neck with force. The guy surrounded by a glow lifted the brunette in the air. With a confident look, he declared that this man had come to him for his soul. Should he kill him as he wanted? Xianhua gritted his teeth. The guy holding him said how insolent his gaze was. He looked away after hearing that everyone associated with Node was a representative of the guild, and could use its name if necessary. The girl crossed her arms, saying that any actions aimed at harming a member of Node would be interpreted as an attack on Node itself. Confidently looking forward, Unjong clarified, doesn't he know the rules? The guy presented the logo of Node. After the end of the world, it was the only guild that continued to fight to maintain peace in the lands called deserts. They created a safe place for humanity to survive and gain knowledge such as hunting demonic beasts. The girl stood behind him, saying that he was sure that he wouldn't get punished for attacking a normal person as a metahuman. Xianhua turned to her with displeasure. His fingers let go of his neck. Xianhua fell down. Touching his neck, he tried to cough. Unjong looked at him with concern and asked if he was okay, to which she heard that he was. Looking at the hunter with displeasure, she asked what was the point of acting like this and making a scene? The heroes looked at the man who asked if they had talked. The leader of the hunter team of Zone 17, Team Marlin, Chan Su, pulled back the curtain and told Xianhua and Unjong that the territory manager was waiting for them. Xianhua was also coming with them. Touching his neck, the guy asked the leader and thought that all the members of Team Marlin were gathered here. Did something happen? The heroes were sitting in the office. The man said that they received a request from Guangmiang to protect the barrier. Sliding it on, Xianhua noted that it seemed like she had fainted again, and heard a confirmation. The leader looked at him, saying that while they were recovering, they were asked to act as bait. Xianhua sat, leaning on his knees, and asked, although he himself did not participate in such a request, he had heard many stories about such requests lately. The man sitting in the chair said that it seemed like she was exhausting herself. According to rumors, she was not even able to sleep lately. The man with a mustache remained silent. The hunter sitting opposite him grumpily ordered to tell them to protect their lands themselves. Do they look like they're slaves? He turned to Bizik, who said that they were desperate. This can be judged at least by the current conditions. Turning around, the man explained that they promised citizenship in the city as a reward for completing the mission. Xianghu asked worriedly. Chan Su turned around saying that they must be in a bind to offer such a difficult-to-obtain citizenship as a reward. Xianwu raised his hand saying that he would go too then, and the man agreed saying that they would try hard this time. Eunjong raised her hand saying that she would have the opportunity to visit a famous city. She was going. Xianghu also raised his hand saying that since citizenship was at stake then that was different. He would honor them and joined. The leader stood up saying that the Marlin team was preparing for the mission. They would meet at the southwest gate tomorrow at 6. Xianwu turned around and agreed. The full moon was shining in the sky. The hero was sitting on the bed in the room. He was writing in a notebook thinking that this was one of the largest reconstructed cities after the end of the world, Gwangyang. Looking down, he thought that a huge energy barrier was created at the borders, stopping all the demonic beasts from invading the city. He imagined a huge pink dome, thinking that the previously mentioned energy barrier was maintained by a high-ranking hunter named Beatrice for the past few decades. The girl was surrounded by glow, but her health problems were affecting the barrier. The problem was to do her job until she was fully recovered and then return. He imagined many monsters, and thinking that if a high-ranking beast were to attack at this time, meaning that most of the townspeople were humans, it would mean an instant defeat. The town decided to change its strategy after experiencing such tragedies. The people leaned on their weapons with smiles. They shamelessly decided to ask for help from the desert people they despised in order to save the lives of their own people. The heroes stood in the desert. The man asked Xianhua that they would take the same path as last time. He replied that the environment had changed slightly since then. Chan Su scratched his temple, hearing the hero say that a rank 5 beast, a bearded gargoyle, had appeared in this area, and said that it would be difficult even for him. The guy's face was hidden by his collar. He said that he understood, since he was a person with enhanced physical abilities of the rank 10, he would choose a path that would avoid all demonic beasts above the rank 11. He made a mark on the map, saying that they would go around here, even though there were rank 15 demonic stag beetles in this area. The man standing in front of him said that it was fine, he could handle them himself, to which the hero said that in that case, they would go this way. The people walked through the dusty desert. Xianhua noticed something ahead. He waved his hand and told them to stop. Xianhu, wearing a hood, asked what it was. Xianhua raised his finger and told them to be quiet. He knelt down on one knee. In front of him was a footprint in the sand. Eunjong looked and asked if these were the footprints of a demonic beast. Returning to her, Xianhua said that he needed to check something. Could she look around using her enhanced vision? The girl's eyes and body were glowing pink. She asked where to look. The hero pointed his finger and said that there, in the direction of the strongest sand clouds. The girl's eyes were shining. This is the use of the skill. Surrounded by the glow, Eunjong said that she looked even behind them, but did not see anything worthwhile. The comrade standing behind asked what was there. Stop messing around. Looking at him, Xianhua replied that it was a horde of goblins. The team members were surprised. Turning his head, the hero explained that they passed here about 15 minutes ago. He stood in front of the team, saying that they have a well-developed sense of smell. Despite the fact that their horde was moving in a different direction, they were sure that they had already smelled them and changed him. The glowing pink eyes widened in surprise. The girl exclaimed that he was not lying. They were coming towards them. Xianhua standing behind said displeasedly, which means it is true. Chan Su noted that he knew he could trust him as their guide. Standing in front, Xianhua said that they should limit their path, since half of them are not adapted to close combat. The leader standing behind asked if there was anything nearby that they could use, and was told that there was a bridge to the north. The hero turned his head and spoke to Hunter Xianhu. The hooded and masked boy asked Hunter Eunjong to carry him. He took off and said that they would be running all the way to the bridge. The heroes ran through clouds of dust. Xianhu asked with a displeased expression when the boy learned to command. Holding onto him from behind, Eunjong smiled and said that he was cool enough to give orders, and she wanted to ask him to run faster. The boy answered that he understood, running away from the dust. Huge clouds of sand rose up. Among them, the figures of monsters were visible. Goblins bared their mouths. The heroes in cloaks quickly ran forward. Xianhua turned around. Silhouettes were visible in the rising dust. Monsters with clubs were running forward, a horde of rank 18 hobgoblins. He imagined a huge spider, thinking that one was weaker than a rank 19 copper spider, but they had a strong sense of belonging, thanks to which they would unite in case of danger, so the hobgoblin horde was considered rank 18. The heroes ran through the desert. Even metahumans would have a hard time fighting them in the open. The brunette glanced sideways at the girl that his comrade was carrying, and thought that judging by the current composition of the team, for 2 rank 17 hunters, there was only one with close combat skills. On the other side, Chan Su was running. The guy thought that he was also a leader with rank 10, risky, but not so bad. The team was running to the bridge. The width of the bridge was 4 meters, and the length was about 6 to 7 meters, if the team leader and the hunter Xianhu successfully repelled the attack in the middle of the bridge. Xianhua looked ahead carefully, thinking that in theory this would bring them an easy victory. He frowned slightly, thinking that the problem was in the two variables. People ran up to the bridge, then stopped in the middle. Xianwu pointed his finger and told the team leader and Hunter Xianghe that they would repel the monsters in the center of this bridge. The guy standing next to him said that he would provide support from the rear. Eunjong standing next to him asked what she should do. Xianwu looked ahead, thinking that she, the first variable, only became a burden during the battle that needed to be protected. The girl pulled off her mask. The hero thought that so in order for her to stop being a hindrance, it would be best for her not to interfere in the battle at all. She ran behind the guy when she heard the request to stand behind him. The hunters clutched their weapons. Xianwu held a knife, thinking that the second variable was that rank was just a number. Shance's body was surrounded by a blue glow. The brunette thought that the team leader was known even outside of Zone 17. But even though he had worked with him many times, he would see him in action for the first time. He had not seen his abilities with his own eyes. Xianghe gritted his teeth. The guy thought that he was with those who had recently joined the team. Their support skills were also unknown to him. Monsters were approaching in the distance. The hero thought that he could not relax while these variables were hanging on him. The goblins ran with their mouths open. Chansu held an axe in his hands. Then he swung it, driving away the monsters. A bright beam cut through the bodies. The man's eyes were glowing. He jumped, swinging the axe. The severed heads of the monsters flew. Xianghe screamed, the monster from top to bottom. He exhaled when it fell apart. Then he screamed warlike. The sword pierced two more. The guy attacked a whole crowd of goblins, shouting death wishes. Xianwu looked at them in surprise, thinking that maybe he was just worrying about the second variable for nothing. The men were fighting off the monsters' attacks. The hero thought it was an incredible sight. A goblin with an axe appeared behind Eunjong. She screamed when he grabbed her hair. Xianghe turned around, asking what happened, but Xianwu told him to look ahead. His comrade attacked furiously, saying that he was still in charge. The goblin in the helmet swung the axe. Eunjong closed her eyes and screamed. A hand grabbed her waist. The goblin's attack only cut off the ends of her hair. The axe fell to the ground. Xianwu rolled away with the girl. Jumping to his feet, he thought that he could not count on help from the outside. He would have to deal with it himself. The goblin swung the axe with a scream. The attack left a bright mark. The monster opened its mouth. The blow knocked the helmet off its head. The goblin got angry. Xianwu saw him swing his weapon and rolled away, avoiding the attack. The boy covered one eye. The monster attacked him from behind. The knife pierced the goblin's body. It was Eunjong who attacked him with the knife. The goblin screamed. Xianwu turned his gaze to her and called out to the girl. The foot approached the monster. He screamed. A sharp blow with the knife cut off the goblin's head. The body fell to the ground. The comrades ran to the heroes. Xianwu fell to his knees. His palms were shaking. Xianghe, towering over him, said that he should have protected her. Eunjong looked at the boy indignantly and screamed that it was all because he himself let him pass. He replied that he did not know that someone would climb from the other side. He lowered his gaze, saying that he was trying to help. Turning around, the captain said that Xianwu did the right thing by telling them to focus on the battle. It would be difficult to hold the defense alone. He looked at the sitting guy and asked how he was. Xianwu lowered his head and replied that he was fine, and thought to himself that not only was he unable to protect the hunter Eunjong properly, but he also forced him to help. Behind them were the bodies of the defeated monsters. Chansu said that it would be better to get out of here quickly. Perhaps there were other demonic beasts nearby. Turning to the side, the hero replied that there were many low-ranking beasts walking around here, which meant there was no one stronger. They could relax. The team walked along the bridge. Clouds of sand rose in the desert. The hero stopped, looking into the distance. Behind, Xianghe asked, "Are they there yet?" The guy quickly ran forward. The hunter was indignant, saying that not again, he was just asking. The brunette jumped onto the wall. The girl climbed the ladder when he told her to climb, and Xianghe noticed that he didn't even answer. The last one to climb, the boy asked what took him so long. Eunjong looked ahead in surprise. Xianghe also made an impressed sound. Xianwu turned around, saying that this was the dome of Guangmiang City. The hunters approached a huge pink dome. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise. She brought her palm to the barrier. A pink light was coming from the dome. Suddenly, someone grabbed her wrist, bringing her hand closer. Xianghe laughed at the frightened Eunjong. With a sly smile, he asked, "Were you scared?" The furious girl rubbed her wrist, saying that she might have a heart attack. Chansu approached her and asked, "Did she not feel anything?" The girl confirmed, saying that it was strange. Xianghe ran his hand along the barrier. He pointed at it and asked, "Did it really hold back the demonic beasts?" The leader confirmed, saying that he had been protecting the city for decades, so he could be trusted. They decided to go in. The heroes stood by the pink barrier. They turned around while the leader went first. A man in a suit noticed them. A man in a uniform and dark glasses ordered them to stop and show their identification documents. Chansu showed a card and said that he was the leader of the Marlin team from Area 17. The guard took the ID from him, scanned it with a device emitting a green color. He handed the guys bracelets, saying that each of them should put them on. On his wrist was a bracelet with a blue stone. Eunjong looked at it, saying that it looked like a bracelet with a core. It was cute. The man returned the card, saying that the barrier would be deactivated tomorrow at 7 a.m. They would be given temporary residence in a public training facility, and they were also forbidden to leave their rooms after sunset. The city residents were worried when desert people were walking around. Xianwu stood silently behind. Xianghu asked with a displeased look what would happen if they disobeyed. The man with glasses replied that they would lose their hand. Also, the bracelet would explode if they tried to remove it by force, so they should be careful. The heroes were extremely scared. Xianghu said that it was basically a bomb on their wrist. He didn't like it. A request was heard from inside the pink dome to pass. Xianwu walked inside, thinking that if this was all to stop time from breaking through to the city, then a barrier would be enough. But all these protective measures symbolized their refusal to accept the people of the desert. He noticed Eunjong, who opened her mouth in surprise. With a surprised look, she exclaimed in admiration. Xianghu was also surprised. Chansu turned around and asked, "If you think about it, this is their first time here, right?" They were standing in front of multi-story buildings, and words of greeting could be heard in the city. People were sitting at a table near a cafe. A man was reading a newspaper on a bench. Eunjong looked away, saying that they had only walked a few meters, but it was as if they were in a completely different world. She heard that he was thinking the same thing when he first came here. The leader turned to Xianwu and asked, "Will he go straight to their apartment?" Looking at him, the hero objected, saying that he would first walk around the city and look for something useful. The man waved his hand, saying that they would see each other when he returned. His friend added that he should not return without a hand. Walking down the street, Xianwu thought that it was peaceful here, as always, to the point that it was hard to believe. He stopped at one of the shops. He took hold of the door handle. When he opened it, he saw a girl with boxes. Many boxes hid her face. The hero noticed how the ID fell. He picked up the yellow card. Xianwu wanted to return it, but the girl had already left. Turning around, the guy looked after her. There were various items in the box. The man standing behind the counter asked why he was buying so many glasses. He would pay with cannonballs. He did not accept metal. The hero replied that it was necessary for something. The guy noticed a green object in the window. The seller in glasses looked at the indicated item, hearing the question, "What is it?" The green item had a blue stripe on it. He replied that it was a magic bomb. If you pull the pin, it will explode like a flash grenade. Xianwu looked at him, asking if he was allowed to sell weapons to the townspeople. The man with glasses replied that it was not a lethal thing, so it was not a weapon, but if it exploded right next to him, he would be blinded for a while. The hero standing next to the counter asked where it could be used in, and heard the answer that doesn't it depend on who uses it, they produce it because there is a demand for it. A girl rushed into the room, loudly calling out to the owner. The girl with glasses was breathing heavily from running and asked if he had seen her entrance card. The store owner turned around and said he hadn't. The hero put his hand in his pocket. Holding out the card, he asked if by any chance this was what she was looking for, and the girl, beaming, said yes. Bowing, she touched his wrist, hearing him say that she was lying next to the door. The girl held out her business card. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, she asked to introduce herself. "This is a senior researcher Mari from the R&D department." The guy in the cloak heard that judging by his clothes, he is from the desert. If he is a metahuman, then she can provide him with individual assistance, to which she heard that no, he is not a metahuman. Mari grabbed his wrist in shock, asking how so. The guy's hand was shaking when she asked to let her look. This is not a power type and not a visual one, maybe hearing? The brunette abruptly pulled his hand away. The girl perked up and abruptly apologized, saying that she was very surprised, to which the guy repeated what he said, he is not a metahuman. She looked surprised, saying that it was strange, she feels a signal that says otherwise. The hero looked at her questioningly. Mari coughed into her fist and said that she didn't feel any abilities, it was weird. A loud noise was heard. The girl turned away, saying that she didn't have time for anything, and apologized, saying that she was leaving. She walked away, talking on the phone with the leader. Xianwu silently rubbed his wrist. In his hand he held a green bomb. He lay there, thinking out loud, what was she saying? He was a metahuman now. The guy lay on the bed, looking at the object, and thought that more than anything in the world he wanted to become a metahuman. He searched for signs of awakening and methods to become one, but in the end it was not destined to come true. Looking at the object in his hand, he thought that he accepted reality and decided to dedicate himself to working as a guide, and when he gave in, he suddenly became what he dreamed of. Xianwu closed his eyes, turned away, and thought that he was uneasy about this, that this urban explorer knew to say all sorts of nonsense. He would rather not think about it, because it would interfere with his work tomorrow. The next morning, many people were standing behind the pink barrier. They gathered at the exit. Words were heard that 10 seconds until the barrier was activated. The man looked forward, hearing the countdown. The man with the high ponytail looked to the side. Behind the other, 2 blades were visible. Xianhua looked carefully, hearing one. The pink barrier flickered. Words were heard that the city defense operation was beginning. People quickly ran forward. People quickly ran to the cheers. The gloomy guy clenched his fist and shouted. Suddenly, blood splashed near his head. Among the people, there were huge insects. Chansu looked to the side and told the team to look forward and run. Turning to him, Xianhua shouted that way. The team ran away. One of the people ran back, shouting that he didn't care about citizenship. He gave up, just let him go. However, the guards blocked his way. The man sullenly shouted, "What are they doing? Let them go." The baton flew into his torso. The man fell to his knees. The second was decapitated. Shocked, Eunjong turned around. The leader running ahead heard her question if she saw it, and told her not to look back. Xianhua gritted his teeth, thinking that they called them not because the hunters in the city were weak, they were just bait. Huge insects attacked the people who asked for help. The city only needed bait to distract the animals while the barrier was disabled. The girl's eyes glowed from using the skill. She said that she saw a herd of animals in the northwest. The hero carefully looked in that direction. Turning around, he ordered to stop. Xianhua, who was standing next to him, asked what was going on and was told that according to the predictions, it should be a horde of rank 9 raptors. The guy frowned and asked the boss how they should fight them. Looking at him, Xianhua replied that one raptor was rated as rank 9, even one like that could leave no living place for a horde of goblins. They would achieve nothing if they started fighting them. Eunjong, frightened, covered her mouth with her hand, asking what they should do. The comrades saw the outstretched glasses. The hero stood in the water with glasses and a snorkel and said that they would hide like this. He sank deeper into the water. The girl standing next to him said how disgusting she felt. In the end, only the breathing tubes were sticking out of the water. The brunette closed his eyes underwater, thinking that the trained people from the city would deal with the raptors, well, mercenaries. The boy dived into the water. The monster with claws held the man's head. Eunjong closed her eyes. Blood splashed from the attack. Xianhua's eyes were closed. The monster pierced the man's body. Chansu closed his eyes tightly. The boy's head was sticking out of the water. Xianhua took off his glasses, exhaling. There were bodies of people lying on the shore. Turning to the team, he said that they could get out now. He unfolded the map and heard his comrade ask if they had gone all the way, to which he replied that yes, the hunters who encountered the crowd of raptors were most likely already dead. Looking down, he continued that they would follow the trail. They were aggressive, so there would be no other animals in their path. Walking past the bloody bodies, he suggested finding shelter. The full moon was shining in the sky. The heroes were sitting in an abandoned building. Looking down, Xianhua asked when it would all end. The leader held the chopsticks and plate, saying that he did not know. Last time it took several hours, so this time it would last no less. They could only wait for the signal. The brunette looked down tensely. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. He stood up, hearing the question, "What is it?" The girl reached for the lantern with her hand, and with a movement of her palm, she extinguished it. Xianhua reached for the sword on his back. Chansu took the axe. Standing next to Xianhua, he asked if he saw something and was told that no, it was just suspicious. They peered into the darkness outside. The man looked ahead, saying that everything was calm. Xianhua looked back and told them to wait. It was dark outside. The heroes tensed, noticing something. Looking ahead in surprise, Xianhua said that he saw something there. A bead of sweat appeared on the man's forehead. His eyes widened in surprise. Shining eyes appeared in the darkness. The leader standing in front told them to step back. Xianhua held his sword tensely. A paw surrounded by a glow appeared. The hero opened his mouth in surprise, recognizing the enemy. A huge creature with shining eyes was coming out in front of him. Shocked, Xianhua said that it was a black praying mantis. The man held the axe and asked why he was so shocked. Xianhua looked worried, saying that he wasn't sure about the details, but he knew of a flying demonic beast that looked like a praying mantis. He presented notes with a diagram and said that it was 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. That's all he knew, but he didn't know its weakness or how to destroy it because there was no data on it. Frowning, the boy continued that even its rank was unknown. They needed to retreat. Chansu, who was standing, asked if they wouldn't be able to find out if they tried to fight it. The brunette explained with a frown that its rank was unknown. It didn't mean it was weak, it was a creature that had entered the raptor's territory. Standing next to his comrades, he explained that it meant it was a predator that was stronger than them, therefore at least rank 9. The monster jumped, leaving a trail. The huge insect flew up, causing the girl to scream. Looking to the side, the leader ordered to beware of the surroundings. The heroes stood in a semicircle. The words were heard, "Get ready and stand in a fighting position." Xianhua opened his mouth in fear, saying that it was very dark here. They did not know where he would fly out from. The man ordered to calm down and not to panic. Xianhua turned around and called Eunjong. Her eyes glowed pink. She said that she was already looking. She looked at the ceiling in the cracks, saying that it was not here. Looking at the destroyed walls, she thought, "Where is he?" Turning his head to her, the guy asked if she could see, to which he heard that no, she searched the area, but could not find him. Xianghu turned around. The heroes stood with their backs to each other. Chansu looked back. Looking with glowing eyes, the girl mentally asked to show herself. The leader carefully looked to the side. Xianghu was also watching. Looking ahead, Xianwu thought that he heard the sound of an approaching sound. If they tried to follow the source of the sound, they would be able to find it. Suddenly, the figure of a monster appeared behind him, while the guy was thinking that if everyone remained calm and reacted in time. Xianwu turned around tensely, mentally cursing, wondering when he managed to get behind him. With a movement of his knife, he blocked the attack, and he himself flew back. Unjong turned around, calling out to her comrade. He landed on one knee, talking about his weapon. The girl's mouth opened in surprise. A huge monster was above, and the guy heard a warning. He raised his head up. Chansu rushed forward. Sparks flashed in the darkness. Xianwu closed his eyes. The axe blocked the strike of the claw. Holding back the attack, the leader ordered to leave it to him and get out of here. The man swung the axe. Xianwu quickly ran away. Approaching his comrades, he replied that they were at a disadvantage due to the darkness. The hunter cursed, saying that if there was a little light here. Bringing his hand back, the hero called out to the leader. In his palm was a shining sphere. He ordered to catch it. The man stopped the movement of the bright ball with his foot. The space brightened a little. Chansu said that he was looking at him very arrogantly. Let him come down, they will play. Xianghu ran towards him, shouting that he would also help. The man sullenly ordered him to stop and not make a mistake. The guy stopped, calling out to the captain in surprise. Looking up at the monster, the man said that it was his. Kneeling down, Xianwu thought that if they waved their weapons together with limited light and space, they could only hurt each other. This was the best solution based on the current situation. The monster's eyes glowed. The hero thought that the leader had problems even with the raptor. The warrior's body was swirling in a glow, the hero thinking that the black mantis was stronger than the raptor, and probably much stronger. He looked ahead tensely, thinking that what's worse is that it's not just about strength. He's smart enough to distract his prey by making noise in a different direction from himself to hide his location. How does the leader intend to fight him? The man surrounded by glow held an axe. The hero's mouth opened in surprise, thinking that he had raised his stats to the maximum. Xianghu, surprised, called out for the captain. Unjong was also shocked. The monster's eyes were glowing in the darkness. Chansu was approaching him, calling for an attack. The axe crossed with the claws. The glow pushed the monster back. The impact caused debris to fly off the wall. The man stood surrounded by a glow. A purple attack beam flashed past him. The claw hit the wall. He looked ahead with a frown. And then, with a shout, he charged. He jumped up and swung the axe, and slashed downwards. However, the claw collided with the weapon, and the man thought he had blocked its attack. He gritted his teeth with the effort. The monster's eyes glowed purple. The claw moved forward. Blood splashed out. Xianghu screamed in shock. The monster moved forward. The leader tried to hold back his attack with the axe. He gritted his teeth, thinking that if he kept pushing it, he would lose. The monster's muzzle approached the handle. The claws closed. A purple flash occurred. Holding back the attack, the man screamed. Xianghu gritted his teeth and cursed. The monster turned its gaze to him. The warrior behind him attacked with a sword. The insect's leg moved. A powerful blow threw the guy aside. Dust rose from the impact. Xianghu slammed into the wall, leaving a large crack. Chansu was shocked. Xianwu opened his mouth. Unjong covered her mouth with her hand. The monster pulled out its claw from the man's leg, and moved quickly again. It quickly extended its limb. Blood splashed near the man's face. His body was pierced by the monster's sharp claw. The man, who was wounded in the shoulder, screamed. Trembling, he hung on the monster's claw. Chansu closed his eyes and said that it was a one-sided battle. He defeated it like this. The man fell down. With a powerful blow, the insect threw him to the side. The leader crashed into the wall and fell face down. The monster turned its head. The heroes were reflected in its purple eye. Xianwu held out his blade in front of him, thinking that now it was their turn. With a frown, he thought that based on what he saw, it could be concluded that he was at least rank 8, or even worse, rank 5. It was hopeless. His fingers were shaking as he gripped the handle. The guy thought that the praying mantis's main weapon was its front legs. They were stronger than Damascus steel. He would be killed before he had a chance to cut them off. He stood in front of his opponent and thought that he needed to find his weak spot, his head, neck or chest. The paw took a step. The monster's eyes were glowing. The heavy monster was falling on the heroes. It towered over the guy with a grim expression, who thought it was terrifying. Suddenly his eyes widened in realization. Xianwu looked at the part of the beast's body, thinking that it had come closer, and now he saw the connecting part between the legs and the same thing. The guy swung the weapon, thinking that this must be it. The blade was approaching the monster. The hero thought that this was its weak spot. The blade hit the monster's body. Xianhua's hands were shaking. He thought that nothing had happened, but he had definitely stuck the sword right there. His eyes widened in shock. With a sharp movement, the mantis threw him aside. The guy slid on his back on the ground. He lay there with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a claw pierced next to his head. Trembling, the hero turned his gaze to one of them. A huge monster leaned over the hero. He approached the boy who had closed his eyes, who thought he was laughing at him. Was his intelligence that advanced? The monster's eyes were glowing. Xianhua tightly closed his eyes, thinking that he had opened up too much. If even the team leader couldn't handle it, how could he resist this monster? The mantis hung over the hero, who thought he was going to die, and then thought, what was that sound? The monster turned his gaze to the side. Raising his head, he looked there. Xianhua opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that he was reacting to the sound. The eyes of the mantis were glowing. He retracted his claws and looked in another direction. Then quickly rushed forward. The guy thought that he was running away. Lying on the ground, he wondered what happened. The surprised hero was silent. Then he closed his eyes in relief, thinking that he was alive. Eunjong walked up to him, asking if he was okay. She helped the hero lift his head, who was thinking why did he just leave because he was too weak. Looking down, Xianhua wondered what this strange sound was. He had never heard it before. Maybe it was a way of communication between demonic beasts. Eunjong waved her palm and told him to get ready, asking if he was sure he was okay. Xianhua looked at her in surprise, remembering that he forgot the most important thing. The stone on her bracelet glowed, and he thought of the plan to protect the city. Looking at his bracelet, he asked his friend if she knew how long these bracelets had been glowing. She replied that she had not paid attention. Raising his head, the hero said that this was a signal that the barrier had been turned on, which meant they needed to return immediately. The heroine turned her head back, asking what about the leader and Xianhu. It seemed like they were badly hurt. The man was lying on the ground. The guy got up, holding his head. Xianhua looked at them, saying that the leader's heart was not affected, he only lost consciousness. He lifted the man onto his back. Looking at the girl, he said that they needed to take them to the doctors, and asked her to help the hunter Xianhu. The focused Eunjong nodded, agreeing. Looking at her carefully, the brunette said that the way would be long. He thought that they managed to survive. Now it was only a matter of time. He hoped they would have time to reach the barrier. Behind the dome, there were covered bodies. People were counting 53, 54, 55. A guard with a list was counting 56, 57. A second guard approached him and asked how many were there. Turning to him, the man answered 58 corpses, 17 wounded, 11 missing, a total of 86 participants, to which he heard that it was not so bad. He noticed something on the other side. A colleague looked there and asked what was there. A group of people were approaching the dome. Xianhua and Eunjong were helping their comrades walk. A bright corridor. A man in glasses was walking along it. He looked at the room from which a scream was heard. He would complain about the food. Eunjong was sitting by the leader's bed with a spoon, saying that he needed to eat in order to recover as quickly as possible. The comrades were lying on the neighboring beds, hearing her screaming that he wanted to try her fist instead of food, and even his role as the team leader could not save him from her. The guys thought that they were glad that they were not in his place. The man knocked on the door. Xianhu turned and asked who was there. The man entered the ward. Approaching Shansu's bed, he said that he was the deputy director of the Jinxiang City Administration. Looking at him, the man introduced himself as Chansu. They shook hands. The man with glasses smiled, saying that it seemed like he was recovering quickly. His healing abilities were not bad. The captain tensely asked what the city administration wanted from them. The team members were silent, hearing that he could not answer in front of everyone. Looking ahead, the leader asked to leave them for a while. The heroes walked down the corridor. The girl asked what they were planning. Xianhu put his hands behind his head, saying that they were probably discussing the reward. Eunjong asked, so they were going to discuss getting their citizenship? Xianhu walked behind, hearing him say it to make her look at him. He was just made to be a little boy who knew no hardships. He had no idea how he even survived in these terrifying deserts. Looking down, the brunette thought that the city official came to personally talk to a desert dweller. Something was fishy. Jinxiang smiled, saying that it was a miracle that everyone survived. The man sitting on the bed said that it was because they got a good guide. The official clarified, he was an ordinary person, right? Returning to him, Chansu said that yes, he still can't believe that they made it. Jinxiang adjusted his glasses, saying that although it was good that they all made it back alive. He looked through the glasses, saying that they were in a difficult situation because they did not expect this outcome. The leader looked at him tensely. The chair flew forward. Xianhu frowned angrily. Eunjong and Xianhua stood by the window. The man lying in the bed told them to calm down. Xianhu looked at him with displeasure, saying that he was willing to accept that they were only given 2 spots to obtain citizenship. But why were these spots given to this bad man and Eunjong? The aforementioned stood silently. Gritting his teeth, Chansu replied that this was the decision of the administration. They had no choice. The warrior clenched his fists furiously, shouting that this was a lie, that they did not know. He frowned, saying that since he wanted to sacrifice his right to citizenship, then please, who can he name as the second strongest? Obviously him. He pointed his finger at Xianwu, shouting, why did they end up choosing this non-metahuman? The leader got angry and shouted at him to watch his words and stop yelling at them. Xianwu crossed his arms and replied that he was fine. The guy with the bandage on his head shouted, of course he was fine, he was going to be a citizen now. Turning to him, the leader told him to stop swearing, everything was already decided, let him just calm down. His fingers clenched into a fist until they trembled. The man asked what kind of intrigue. He can't accept this, he thinks, he doesn't know. Angrily leaning on the headboard, the guy asked, was this the captain's decision, wasn't it? Didn't he think that they, who don't have the skills for close combat, they can just survive in Zone 17? The leader lying in the bed replied that in exchange, the two of them would get all the remaining rewards, they would still have a chance. Xianwu shouted that he didn't care about the reward. How could this be equated with his life? He turned around decisively, shouting that no one knew when they would die in the desert. The door slammed shut. Chan Su turned to Xianwu, saying that there was no doubt that he had saved them, so he should accept citizenship without any qualms. Xianwu crossed his arms, saying that he would accept it with gratitude. Looking down, he said that he should follow through on the decision he had already made. He thought that he had accepted this mission precisely for the chance to obtain citizenship, and that he had no intention of giving it up when he had risked so much for it. Turning to the side, he said that the more important thing was whether Hunter Xianwu would accept it. The man looked at him, saying that he was just hot-tempered, but would calm down soon. The boy looked ahead and remained silent, thinking that it would be great if that were the case. There was light in the dark corridor. The light fell on the floor near the curtains. The heroes were lying in their beds. Xianwu opened one eye. He saw the silhouette of his comrade standing up. Bare feet walked on the floor. Xianwu walked up to the leader's bed. Gritting his teeth, he took out a knife. Xianwu closed his eyes, thinking that it couldn't be. The guy swung the knife. A blue glow surrounded his hand. Blood gushed out of the man's mouth. Chan Su squeezed the neck of the guy who stabbed him. Opening his mouth, he asked how he could. Enraged, Xianwu screamed that it was all his fault. He hit the captain, who spat out blood. Xianwu lay tensely with his eyes closed. His bloody hand fell off the bed. The guy asked how a person with no ability could get residency before him. Behind the curtain, a silhouette of a guy was visible, saying that he would never return to the desert. His hand was stained with blood. Surrounded by the glow, the hero looked back, asking, he heard everything, right? The hand pulled back the curtain. Swinging, he said that in the end, everyone will get what they deserve. The knife plunged into the fabric with a scream that it was all because of him. The guy threw off the blanket, seeing that there was no one. The green bomb fell to the floor. Xianwu looked at it tensely. A bright flash appeared nearby. Gritting his teeth, the guy closed his eyes. Xianwu, jumping up, attacked from above. Something was approaching the guy. The hero sat on the neck and swung the knife. The blade was stuck in the man's neck. The opponent's head trembled and his gaze froze. The killer lowered his gaze and an inner voice ordered him to kill him and take those. Xianwu covered his head with a hood and repeated what he had said earlier. The protagonist froze and thought that he was hearing this voice again and assumed that he was not imagining it. There was a sharp movement, and he made an incomprehensible sound. The opponent hit the guy with his back on the ground. The dark-haired man grinned and made sounds of pain. The victim held him by the shoulder and insulted him. He threw himself and the enemy crashed into the floor again, breaking the surface into pieces. Blood gushed from the offender's mouth and he made an incomprehensible sound. The fighter held his hand on the handle of the knife and grinned, not understanding what to do. He pulled out the blade and the blood, under the pressure, tried to get out. The red liquid painted the wall. The guy looked at how the fighter held his neck and was scared. He looked at the attacker and said that he was a metahuman, and that he was just a loser with no abilities. The killer grinned and blood flowed from the corner of his lips. The bloody hand reached towards him and trembled. The victim fell to the floor, staining the floor. The protagonist's hands trembled, and he made sounds of fear. His body was covered in a blue glow, and he did not understand what it was. The dark-haired man looked down and assumed that it was an awakening. He fell to the floor and made a strange sound. The guy held his hand on his face and looked forward, thinking that he couldn't lose consciousness here, because there was evidence. He reached out with a trembling hand for the murder weapon. Xianwu was fleeing the crime scene. The windows were tinted and there was a sudden movement. The protagonist threw the knife towards the door. MC looked back, feeling fear, when the murdered man called his name. The bearded man looked away and called the killer. The hero looked back and was perplexed. Beads of sweat were running down his face and he was tense. The guy was sitting in a round room in front of the screens. The light illuminated the contours of his face, and the man decided to begin the interrogation, saying that the security guards went into the ward last morning after hearing someone scream. Behind the criminal were photographs of evidence, and the investigators said that when they entered the room, they found a murder scene and there was one witness in the room, along with 3 victims. Jinseong looked ahead and said that the incident happened a few hours before the bodies were found, in the middle of the night. The photograph showed the bodies of the dead, and he said that Hunter Seonwoo died of arterial bleeding. The corpse was covered with a blanket, and he said that Chain Soo also received fatal injuries and died of bleeding. Eun Jong stood in the room in front of the bed, and the investigators said that the only witness was this girl, who was excluded from the list of suspects after checking the alibi and evidence. The man looked at the suspect and said that the protagonist was found unconscious with blunt blows, to which he meaningfully remained silent. The people looked at him through the glass, and Jinseong continued to say that they were all members of the Marlin team from the 17th zone, and now the hero is the only one who can testify. Jinseong looked at the guy, saying that he was the team's guide for 3 years and he volunteered to defend the city twice as a person without abilities, and someone cleared their throat. The investigator did not look away and apologized to the citizen, asking if everything he said was true. Seonwoo looked away and confirmed that everything he said was true. The man was serious and said that he would ask directly what happened last night. The hero sat under the lights and said that an intruder broke into the room. The man looked at him through the glass and asked again. The suspect looked down and, having confirmed, said that someone suddenly broke into their room at night and attacked them. The fists were clenched, and he was asked if he remembered anything about the attacker's appearance or clothing, to which he said it was too dark. Jinseong adjusted his glasses and asked how he wanted to remind them of the scene, but he was interrupted. The deputy looked away, and the senator said that this incident was related to people from the desert, and noted that there was no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. The man looked at his senior officer, who said to leave the unknown attacker guilty, as the guy said, in order to increase patrols, to which he agreed, but wanted to object. The light fell on Seonwoo, and he said that there was something strange about this incident, and the interlocutor asked again. The investigator took out the remote control. He zoomed in on the photos and said that the photos showed a huge amount of blood, but outside the ward there were no traces of blood, as well as bloody footprints from shoes. The hero sat and meaningfully remained silent, while he questioned everything he said. Jinseong looked at the guy and said that due to this he believed that he had given false testimony in order to cover up the crime. The protagonist kept his hands on his legs and, after a meaningful pause, asked if he could speak up since he was now a suspect. He looked forward and said that, as he had said earlier, he was just a citizen without abilities. The members of the commission looked at him through the glass, while the protagonist said that they claimed that he had confronted 2 metahumans with physical enhancement, and asked if they thought that he was capable of it. The deputy looked down and said that from a logical point of view, it was impossible. MC was calm and said that, besides, after the mission he should have received the status of a citizen, and asked why he had to risk his life by stupidly attacking 2 metahumans when he had barely received the desired status. Jinseong looked at the committee members and said that the suspect's denial made sense, since the Marlin team was a hit squad that barely managed to get citizenship. The man looked away, assuming that the act was committed by another metahuman who wanted citizen status. Plus there were signs of a violent struggle. He tensed up at the words that if Seonwoo, a non-metahuman, was the culprit, he should have suffered much more serious injuries. He remembered Seonghoo slamming him into the floor and thinking that he had been beaten up enough. A memory flashed through his mind of spitting blood and thinking that his body was only able to survive it because he woke up later. The senator looked at the investigator and asked why he didn't close the case right then, to which the investigator asked for a minute. Jinseong looked away and said that all of the above was based on the assumption that the hero was not a metahuman. The man looked at him and asked what was wrong. He pointed to the exit and asked the witness to come in. The protagonist looked away and thought that only the team members should know about him. The door swung open. MC froze and said meaningfully. The girl stood in the doorway and looked at the suspect. Jinseong extended his hand and asked to introduce himself. Mari looked forward and said that she was a researcher from the city's R&D department. Awareness of failure flashed across Seonwoo's face and he was tense. The investigator looked at the witness and asked what kind of work she did, to which she replied that she determined the characteristics of metahumans' powers when giving them tasks. She looked forward, and when asked how she determined the characteristics, she replied that she had the ability to determine whether a person belonged to metahumans. They stood in front of each other, and Jinseong said that based on what he heard, she was called because of her abilities and asked if Seonwoo was not a metahuman, to which she replied that it was so up to a certain point. The protagonist lowered his gaze, feeling tense. The deputy asked the analyst to stand in front of the suspect. The man in glasses looked forward and said that there were cases when a metahuman awakened during life, and despite the fact that the protagonist could initially be an ordinary person. Mari approached MC while he was talking about how if he received the ability on this mission, then he would become a suspect. She looked at the guy meaningfully silently. They looked at each other. The girl remembered how he stood in front of her, and she thought that if he was a metahuman, then she could try to help him. She took his hand and was surprised to think that he was not a metahuman. The researcher froze and thought that she definitely felt the signs of an enhanced person. Jinseong showed his palm and said that in this case she had to confirm or deny the assumption. She extended her hands and asked to give the guy's hand. Sianwoo did as asked and meaningfully remained silent. Mari closed her eyes. The hero looked at the girl whose hands were glowing. He closed his eyes. The protagonist remembered running up to the leader. The bearded man looked at him and told him to run away before Sianwoo killed him. MC looked down and thought that he couldn't even comprehend that the hunter was already dead and was worried about him even in this state. Chansu closed his eyes. The guy looked at him and tried to wake the bearded man. Something was smoking. The dead man's body was engulfed in smoke and the survivor didn't understand what was happening. He was emitting energy and screaming. Sianwoo fell to his knees. He was bursting into tears and thought that the pulsation was similar to how he woke up before and assumed that he had awakened again. He covered his eyes with his hands and thought that it was something more. There was an explosion and he screamed. The hero was smoking and falling to the floor. He was lying in a crater, next to the dead people. The protagonist winked at the girl. Mari looked at him in bewilderment and meaningfully remained silent. She looked away and said she was done. Jinseon came closer and asked for the result. The woman in glasses looked forward and said the suspect's name. The investigator looked back and said that he was not a metahuman. The investigator was surprised by the result and asked if she was sure and asked again, to which she replied that she was sure he was a normal human. Sianwoo looked forward and thought that she had clearly realized that he was awakened and did not know what she was planning. The man behind the glass looked at the investigator and offered to let Mari go, to which he remained meaningfully silent. He adjusted his glasses and said that they were done with the check. The woman was saying goodbye and the committee member suggested that this case be considered a case in which someone who had not received citizenship tried to kill those who could. The old man looked ahead and asked to list all the metahumans who had not received citizenship among those who took part in the defense of the suspects, in order to check the alibi. Jinseon looked at them and asked what to do with Sianwoo. He stood up and said that he would renounce citizenship and return to the desert, at which point the deputy was stunned. He looked away and said that the city administration did not insist on this and asked why he decided so. The hero looked ahead and said that from the very beginning he believed that the leader Chansu and the hunter Eun-jong deserved the rights of citizenship. The investigator looked back and said that he had gone through a lot for the opportunity to live in the city and if he renounced the right to residency this time, he would have to go through the same process again. The man looked at him and asked what the real reason for the renunciation and desire to return to the desert was. Sianwoo looked down and said that as he said, if everything happened because of citizenship. The hero was serious and said that he would remain a citizen in order to eventually become a suspect in the murder of his comrades with whom he spent 3 years side by side. The investigator was silent while he said that he also did not want to get something that would only put him in danger from the real uncaught criminal. The man with glasses was tense and meaningfully silent, while the committee members said that it sounded quite logical and they had no more suspicions. People were walking down the street. MC stood in front of the girl. They said goodbye and he followed her with his eyes. The guy was walking down the street. He perked up after someone called his name. He looked back at Mari running towards him. She closed her eyes and said that he walked quickly. Sianwoo looked at her and meaningfully remained silent. The girl smiled and said that they still didn't understand that he was a metahuman, and now he could leave the city in peace. The dark-haired man tensed up and thought that he expected her to know. They stood next to each other, and the protagonist said that he assumed that he had awakened because of this incident, and thought that he didn't understand what her plans were for him, and why she hadn't told the tribunal anything. She looked ahead and said that she didn't think that he had killed his comrades on purpose, because most likely, it couldn't have been any other way. MC looked at her and, being tense, calmly asked why she hadn't told the truth if she knew. The woman smiled and said that she was interested in his ability. She took a step. Mari approached the guy and said that she felt something new and exciting from him. The researcher smiled and said that he was giving off completely different signals than other metahumans. Sianwoo looked at her and was meaningfully silent. The interlocutor came even closer to the guy and asked if he knew that metahumans are divided into 6 categories. He looked at her and said that of course he knew about it. The scientist smiled and said that most of them fall into 6 categories. The runes glowed and they meant physical enhancement, supernatural powers, magical technology, taming evil, psychopathy and magic. The woman was imprisoned in a sphere and she said that, like the senator, there are metahumans who cannot be classified and who emit different signals. Sianwoo looked at her and asked if she didn't have supernatural powers. The blonde stood in front of him and said that she believed that her ability to create a barrier around the city was just a supernatural power. The shield covered the city and Beatrice was the only one who knew enough to maintain a barrier several kilometers in size. People stood on their faces, and this had not happened for many years. Mari looked forward and asked if there was anything strange when he woke up. Sianwoo looked away and was pointedly silent. He remembered looking at his shaking hands and screaming and how the voice inside ordered him to kill everyone. The protagonist looked thoughtful, and he said that he seemed to hear a voice. The researcher pointed up and said that he was a metahuman with psychopathy who often heard orders in their head. She looked at him and asked what the voice said. The protagonist looked at her, saying that he did not remember, and thinking that even though she was acting friendly, he had no reason to be frank with her. She looked away and said that it was strange and that it could not be. The scientist looked at him and said that she definitely sensed a feeling from him. MC looked tense while she said that he was emitting a different signal, like Beatrice. Sianwa looked away and said that it wasn't that bad, but he didn't quite understand. He remembered his hand being engulfed in blue flames, and they said that, to be honest, his abilities probably worked as a boost type. The city was protected by a barrier, and he asked what she said about them emitting the same signal as the amazing protector of the city. Mari was surprised and said that of course, no one expected such power, because he had just awakened. The monsters walked forward and said that the catastrophe associated with the appearance of demonic beasts almost pushed humanity into the abyss, but it was able to survive. The fighters fought the creatures thanks to the appearance of abilities. They stood on the street, and the woman said that the cities were able to build everything again, and they were reborn thanks to metahumans, and asked what would happen if all the unusual metahumans were gathered and what kind of miracle they could do. The man stood in the dome, and she said that the only thing she was worried about was how long Beatrice could hold out, because she had sacrificed her health for the last decades to support the barrier alone. He remembered sitting with the bearded man and thinking that there were rumors that she hardly slept. The protagonist turned away and thought that now it was clear to him where such rumors came from, even in the desert. MC's gaze froze from what he saw. Beatrice was standing next to the magic ball that gave the barrier. She turned away. Sianwa looked up and thought that he was not mistaken, and they definitely met eyes, while Mari said that the senator was doing everything possible with the remaining forces to protect the citizens. She looked at the guy and said that it would be his choice whether to believe her or not, but her ability to identify metahumans confirmed the feeling. She took his hand and said that he was an unusual metahuman with great potential, like Beatrice. The researcher looked at the hero's hand and said that he could put an end to the battle against the demonic beasts, and perhaps even save humanity. The protagonist froze and turned what was said over in his thoughts. He stood on the rock and thought about the death of two people, the trial, the double awakening, and the words calling for the killing of metahumans. He walked through the desert, and he thought that his head was ready to explode from everything that had happened, and then he was told about saving humanity. MC walked along the bridge and thought that starting with the opening of the gate that released the beasts. The city was dead, and he thought that ending with the almost complete destruction of humanity, which happened only a few decades ago, the survivors who settled in the desert dreamed only of surviving. He walked to the bridge, and it was not important for him to save people, but to survive upon returning to the desert. He climbed the structure and thought that the strongest survive here, and those who do not know their own strength die. Sianwa was on the bridge and thought that it didn't matter whether it was from the hands of a man or from the paws of a beast. He looked up and concluded that as a new metahuman, the most important thing now was to figure out the nature of his powers. He walked towards a ruined metropolis. The hero was standing near an abandoned building, intending to test all his powers here, because it was the best place for newly awakened to train. He saw a flash in the shadows and became wary. The protagonist looked into the darkness, from which a roar was heard. Red eyes looked ahead. A large monster appeared from the shadows and MC froze. He looked ahead and thought that he met the animal much earlier than he expected. Green liquid was pouring from the demon's mouth. He took a step outside. Sianwa looked at the creature and said that it was a rank 16 demonic beast, a demonic cat. It rushed to attack. The guy dodged the attack. Rocks fell to the ground. He turned around and noticed it. The cat was looking at him. The protagonist took a step to the side. MC walked away from the monster, trying to pick up the cannonballs. The monster opened its mouth wide and made a loud sound. It rushed to attack, but the survivor dodged. He ran, looking back and thinking that first he needed to somehow deal with this cat. The guy looked at the hatch and thought that this was what he needed. He grabbed the handles. Veins appeared on his hands and his hand was engulfed in blue flames. Sianwa was shaking and making strange sounds. He pulled out the hatch. The hero held it in front of him and called the cat to him. The creature opened its mouth wide and prepared to attack. The hero blocked the blow and made a strange sound. He looked forward. The protagonist struck the beast's jaw. The guy started spinning, getting ready to throw the object at it. He extended his hand and launched the projectile. The object hit the enemy's face. The iron hatch fell to the floor and the animal became interested in it. He ran forward. He took the thing and said that he would repeat it now. MC jumped up and was getting ready to deliver a powerful blow. Sianwa struck the enemy's teeth with the object. The fangs scattered from the blow. The creature's body fell to the ground and raised a column of dust. The hero swung, getting ready to deliver a finishing blow and finish off the threat. He froze, seeing something terrible. A purple substance lashed out at his face. Luke fell to the ground. He looked at the dead creature and kept a meaningful silence. The protagonist's hand touched the hood. He took off the cape and, exhaling deeply, realized that it was dead. His hand reached for the weapon. He plunged the blade into the muscle tissue of the demonic beast and cut it. MC looked inside the animal's body. The rank 16 cores were hidden in the intestines, and he was glad that he finally found them. He carefully examined one of the stones and grinned happily. Xianwu took out the creature's intestines. He tied a knot. The hero bent down to pick up the remaining precious cores. Making a makeshift bag out of the intestines, he put everything he found in there. He examined his prey and asked that since he killed the poisonous cat, he was now a rank 16 metahuman. The protagonist went deeper into the abandoned city, saying that it was cute, because it was a success after the first check. He looked at the inverted high-rise building that leaned on another building. His gaze rose to a sign with a welcome and a message that in this desert you can get everything. MC looked around and said that it was strangely quiet here. He looked away and became wary when he saw traces of blood in the corner. Xianwu bowed, touching the substance with his finger. After examining the liquid, he realized that the blood had not yet clotted. The hero looked around and asked that there were traces of blood, but no corpse. There was movement behind him, and he assumed that this was the work of a killer. He felt something was wrong and looked back with apprehension. Looking around, he did not see anything suspicious, but noticed the destroyed doors. The protagonist reached for his weapon and the blade was shining. He ran forward. MC took hold of the door and wanted to see what was behind it. He was holding a knife in his hands and in front of him sat 3 children who were fighting for their lives. Xianwu looked at them and asked if they were survivors who lived here, while a dark figure approached him from behind. The guy froze, feeling that there was someone behind him. He looked back. The killer rushed to attack. The hero tightly clutched his blade. The opponent parried the attack and pulled back. The guy was running down the street. The enemy was running along the wall, and the protagonist was very surprised. He looked away, assuming that he wanted to defeat him. The survivor swung, getting ready to strike. MC met him with an elbow to the chest. The guy's body flew to the side and he made sounds of pain. He adjusted his helmet. His hand reached behind his back. Xianwu nervously watched what he was going to do. The enemy took out a gun and, threatening with it, ordered him to put the weapon down and raise his hands above his head. The children ran to the warg and he ordered the hero to slowly turn to the wall, but he meaningfully remained silent. The protagonist stood facing the wall and asked to put the weapon down and talk, introducing himself as a representative of Node. The fighter did not take his sights off him and repeated what he said. MC looked back and said that he had no intention of harming them and was just passing by. The warrior looked at him and said that he did not care and ordered him to put everything he had on the ground and leave. Xianwu looked back and asked what he was going to protect the metahuman from Node. The robber looked at him and asked again. The hero's hand began to smoke black and he said that he could check if he did not believe. He punched the wall and punched it through, which surprised him greatly. The protagonist held his hand at the hole and said that since they lived in the desert, they should know what Node was. The killer held him at gunpoint and spoke about the last law of the desert. MC turned to face him and asked if he knew and said that this organization accepts tasks for a reasonable price and he wanted to say something else. But the enemy ordered him to turn to the wall again. Xianwu looked down and said that if anyone from this company gets hurt, it will take revenge. The survivor looked at him and was silent, and he said that besides, he wouldn't be able to shoot anyway. The helmet twitched and the man asked again. The guy was holding a gun and the hero was saying that it didn't look like a gun that used the power of fire and suggested that it fired using the energy of the core. The protagonist was looking at the wall and saying that if you consider that each shot consumed the energy of the core, worth as much as food for several days, then he wouldn't just pull the trigger. MC was looking ahead and saying that he just wanted to stop in a safe place for a few days and then quietly disappear. The fighter held him at gunpoint and said that he believed him, but in return he asked to give the cores that the guy had and he would use them as collateral until these few days passed. Xianwu was looking at him. He threw the cores to the survivor and said that he could take them back by force later, so he would give them to him if it would calm him down. He looked at the guy who was saying that he was wrong about something. He loaded the gun. The opponent fired. There was a hole in the wall and the shooter was saying that each shot really did consume a valuable resource, so he couldn't shoot whenever he wanted, but he could fire this shot as many times as he wanted while he had one core. The hero looked at the hole in the wall and thought about how this technology increased the efficiency of the core's energy, allowing it to be used, while he was saying that a fully charged one felt completely different. The man took off his mask and said that his name was Arung and asked him to follow him. The buildings were broken. The guy held the protagonist at gunpoint and they went up to the 41st floor. They went up the stairs and MC asked about why they lived so high up. He looked back while he was saying that if they only dealt with animals, they would live lower, but being at a height was an advantage against people, to which he thought so. He looked forward. People were sitting in the building and the girl was scared by the appearance of a new person. The guy was sitting on the floor and examining a crossbow. Arung was whispering something to the girl. Reina looked ahead and asked if he was really a metahuman from the organization. Xianwu looked at the girl who pointed a gun at him and thought about the fact that there was already a warning system installed and assumed that this was the ability of the leader, while she said that in the old days she would have treated the guests better. The woman held the microphone and said that now they are at war with the killers and therefore they have a shortage of provisions. The creature looked down, and she said that demonic beasts are not the only enemies in the desert, there are also killers who have abandoned humanity and began to hunt people. The hero looked ahead and said that the killers cause problems not only for the survivors and suggested to come to a deal. Reina looked at him and asked if she was really desperate, but Node always demands something in return. The protagonist bowed his head and said that he wanted to give her a chance, and asked if she wanted to listen. She smiled and said that it was interesting. He stood opposite her and said that first he wanted to understand the situation and then discuss the details of the deal and asked how many of them were and where they lived, to which she replied that they lived in the driver's license verification center, to the east of here, and there were about 10 of them. The protagonist looked up and said that this was strange, because it was not that many, and they even had an alert system installed. The woman looked at the guy and said that they had killed many, but they had lost no less, and there had been more than 100 of them before. MC looked ahead and asked again, saying that it would not be easy for them to collect food with so many people, to which she said that there was one nuance. The hero froze after the words about the killers eating human flesh, and he realized that he was dealing with cannibals. Reina sat on a chair and said that there was a much more serious problem than cannibalism. The man stood in a stance, and she said that they were metahumans, and that they had close combat skills. Xianhua looked ahead and asked if they were strong, to which the woman smiled and said that even if they weren't, they were still metahumans. The guards held him at gunpoint, and Reina said that, to be honest, most of them were weak and only the leader of those caused them problems. The survivors looked at him with interest, while the woman said that she only wanted to kill those crazy bastards for driving them into a cage like chickens. Arung looked ahead and she said that she couldn't even dream of more. Xianhua looked ahead and kept a meaningful silence. He looked ahead and said that he would like to take on the elimination of the killers and deal with it himself, to which she said that they would be very grateful, but they had nothing to give in return, to which he noted that this was a lie. The hero looked ahead and asked to show him a local magic technician. Arung became wary and fell into a stupor. Reina looked at the guy and was meaningfully silent. They climbed onto the roof and the fighter held the protagonist at gunpoint. The girl stopped. MC looked back. They entered a room in which there was a lot of scrap metal. The warrior called out to the master. Minnie took off her glasses and answered. Reina looked at her and asked if the work was going well. The girl's face changed and said no, noting that even if she wanted to check the artifacts, she did not have the cores. Xianhua looked at the girl and thought that he did not expect that the magic technician would be so young, and she asked who it was, to which she received the answer that it was a metahuman from one organization and he would help them. The dark-haired girl looked at the master and said that the hero wanted to ask her something. The protagonist glanced at the creations and asked if she did it herself. There were artifacts on the table and she said that she did it herself, but these things were not very cool, to which he thought that the girl was modest, and she also makes such a level of artifacts in such conditions. MC looked at her and asked if he could evaluate them, to which she replied that there was nothing to look at. He examined the gun and said that it was light, to which she replied that she screwed up here, because the gun's body cannot withstand the recoil from the shot. Arung folded his hands and said that he almost died when he used it. Xianhua looked down carefully. There was a blade on the table. Minnie noticed what he was looking at and said that it was a melodious blade. The hero took the sword and asked again. The girl stood next to him and said that it was also a failed invention, to which he asked what the problem was. The master looked ahead and said that she wanted to increase the power and heat, so she attached a core to the sword for protection. The tip of the sword was shining and she said that in order for it to withstand the desired power, she needed more cores than expected, but if she made more connectors, she would upset the balance. The hero looked at her and was meaningfully silent, while she said that it would not be possible to use it as a sword, because its cutting properties were not even up to par with a kitchen knife. The protagonist held it in his hands and said that he liked it and asked her to sell it to him, to which she was surprised. Minnie showed her palms and said that she would not sell failures and said that if he wanted, he could just take it. He poured out the cores and said that he was going to take the artifact as payment for the deal. However, seeing the completeness of this sword, he somehow did not want to just take it. The guys looked at the stones and were delighted. MC looked down and said that he was impressed by her talent and asked her not to stop experimenting with these cores. The craftswoman looked away and said that she could not take so many. She moved the cores aside. He put his hands on the stones and wanted to say something, but froze. He looked at the girl. Minnie froze. Schemes and drawings appeared in his head and he thought about what it was and felt as if something was pouring into his head. He froze and assumed that it was magical technology. Arung looked down and asked what he was doing. Reina noticed how Xianhua was holding her hand and asked if he was holding her girl's hand for too long and said that she was a child and he was certainly not an old man, but the age difference was too great. The hero raised his hand and asked not to say such terrible things, because everything is wrong, to which the master meaningfully remained silent. The protagonist froze and the voice demanded that he kill everyone and take the power. He grabbed his head and screamed in pain. He looked at the blade, which was lying on the floor. Minnie was surprised. Reina looked at the guest and said that it seemed that he overdid it and suggested that he rest. The protagonist held his head and said that she was right and he would go. MC got up and the woman said that if it was difficult for him to fall asleep, then she could sing a lullaby if he wanted, to which he refused. The leader closed her eyes and asked not to lead him like an adult, because she felt humiliated. The people remained in the room and she offered to sing a lullaby to Arung, to which he irritably said that he did not need it. The moonlight fell on the destroyed buildings. Sianwo was lying in bed, thinking about the voice inside him calling him to kill again, and remembering that he had to leave some time after waking up. He was looking at his hands and was silently expressive. The hero closed his eyes and felt the voice getting louder, asking what was going on. He remembered Xianghe pulling a knife out of his neck and the voice ordering him to kill the metahumans. The protagonist remembered his leader lying in bed with no signs of life. Minnie's face flashed through his head, and the voice offered to kill and take his powers. Fear and confusion were visible in MC's eyes. He was lying on the bed, covered in sweat. Sian sat up in bed and grabbed his head. People were visible through the binoculars. The guys were looking out the window and Arung was talking about the killer's base there and asked if they were not that far from them, and if everything would be okay. The hero looked at his ally and asked if there was a metahuman there, to which he replied that these were the boss of tech. The guy looked at the fighter and asked if he knew what his abilities were, to which he replied that he had barely escaped from him, so he was not sure. He remembered the image of the killer, and remembered that he was very fast. The protagonist looked away and thought that he had not offered a deal out of kindness or pity, and although this was necessary to test his abilities, he did not need to let his guard down. The fighter opened the box and MC asked what was in it. There was a weapon in the container, and Arung said that it was a sniper rifle that Minnie had finished yesterday. The fighter began to assemble it, and say that with the help of electromagnetic energy in the barrel, it loads and fires bullets from the cores. He attached the butt and said that this weapon has zero noise and good combat power. The guy loaded the rifle and said that due to the lack of cores, it was not possible to bring it to mind. The assistant set the sight and said that according to the engineer, thanks to the cores, she was able to finish the development. Sianwo examined the creation and hoped that the rifle would be useful. The shooter took the weapon off safety. He looked back and said that he trusted Minnie. The hero took out the sword and said that he trusted him too and hoped that this sword would do what it was supposed to. Arung looked at him and asked if he really wanted to use it, noticing that the master was worried about it. The protagonist held the core in his hands and asked if he was talking about consuming cores and said that with this one he wouldn't have to worry about it. The warrior looked closely at the object in the guy's hands and said that he had never seen such a small and pure core, to which he replied that among the developments of his city, there is a technology for compressing core energy. MC placed the ball in the compartment. He examined the sword and said that, provided that the cores can be compressed, even 10 of them can be combined into one core. Arung was surprised and asked that there really is anything you can't find in the city. They were sitting in a building and Sianwo asked him if he had ever been to the city, to which he said he had never and noted that he was born and raised here and had heard that this place used to be a city. The hero looked at the guy and asked if he remembered anything from that time, to which the shooter replied that he was too young. He remembered how the demon destroyed the settlement, and said that it was part of the city known as Seoul, although there was almost nothing left because of the demonic beasts, and it used to be a huge city with a population of 10 million people. Arung was surprised and asked again, not believing what he heard, asking about how this city was bigger than Gwangyang. MC looked away and said that it was not even comparable. The warrior closed his eyes and said that he wanted to live in such a city, to which he meaningfully remained silent and was asked if he ever wanted to become a city dweller. Xianghe looked back and said that he would never return to the desert again. Sianwo looked down and said nothing meaningfully. He pressed the button in the sword. The core shone with a bright light. The hero looked out the window and asked if they would see how good this sword was. He took a brick in his hands. He threw it into the air. The protagonist cut the object with one blow. The shooter looked at 2 evenly cut parts and rejoiced. MC put the blade on his shoulder and said that they would wait until night. Arung looked down and told him to get up, because the time had come. The metahuman looked out the window and asked what they were doing there, to which he received the answer that they were most likely sleeping. A patrolman was visible through the binoculars. He looked at his partner and asked if he could eliminate the guards on the tower as soon as he got closer, to which he said no problem. People were standing near the building. The armored man was standing in front of the searchlight. The man with the mohawk closed his eyes and wanted to shout something. Sianwo put a knife to his throat and asked him to be quiet. The enemy reached for a cold weapon. The fighter noticed it. He cut his throat and blood spurted forward. The armored man looked away. The hero was hiding behind the wall and was silently speaking. The patrolman noticed the corpse and became wary. He took the radio to call for help, but a bullet pierced his head. The spotlight rose up. The protagonist looked out from behind the corner. Light was falling into the window of the building. The tattooed man covered his eyes with his hand. He took a blanket and blocked the light. He stood up and asked what was going on. The guard with a spear stood by the wall. There was a blow and blood spurted to the sides. Sian stood in the corridor. A frightened expression froze on the enemy's face. The hero looked down and thought about whether it was always so easy to kill an ordinary person without abilities for a metahuman. He looked down and thought that although he was killing a person not for the first time, he did not want to get used to this feeling. His gaze froze and he became wary. The protagonist looked back and saw a figure of a man in the shadows. He looked at the bald man. His gaze fell on his pumped-up legs. MC took out his sword and thought that he did not even feel the presence of the enemy. The opponent ran towards the guy. Sian stood in a stance and prepared to repel the attack. He grinned and noticed that there was a fast opponent in front of him. The hero was about to strike, but he dodged. The bandit tripped the protagonist. He fell to the ground. The opponent's knee crashed into MC's body and he grunted. The bald man leaned over and asked who he was. He smiled and asked where he came from. The hero pressed the guy even harder with his foot, when he groaned in pain. The bald man looked at him questioningly, expecting an answer. Suddenly, he flew back. Then he frowned and asked if he was a metahuman. The brunette swung his sword. The purple-eyed man smiled sarcastically and said, "Interesting," and offered to go out, since it was cramped for a fight. The protagonist was surprised and said nothing. The glass in the building was broken. The brown-eyed man flew out of one of the windows. He landed on the car. Arung saw this in the sight and asked, "Huh?" The young man's head was broken, but he got up. Then he raised his head and saw an opponent flying at him from above. The guy managed to dodge the attack. A crowd of people ran out of the building and called the boss. The bald man smiled, looked at them and told them not to come closer, this was his prey. The brunette put his sword forward. The opponent looked at him in fear. The boy took aim and closed his eyes. There was no emotion on the violet-eyed man's face. The building stood under the night sky. The bald man dashed and began to move, jumping. The young man looked through the scope and said, "Damn, he can't hit, he's too fast." The heroes ran forward when the boss shouted at them, in the building to the west, "Let them get rid of the sniper," to which they replied, "Yes, sir." The guy watched the group of people through the scope. A drop of sweat ran down his face when he said that it was getting difficult. Suddenly, he shot one of the opponents in the head. After which the second shouted to kill him. The man quickly ran forward. Holding the sword in his hands, he stopped. Then he spread his arms when the bald man appeared above again. He smiled sarcastically and said what a slow bastard he is. The hero's foot was standing in the wheel. Raising his leg, he threw the tire. It flew straight into the protagonist's face. The enemy laughed madly. The brunette opened his mouth and eyes wide. Then he cut the wheel in half, and the opponent approached him. He pushed off the ground vigorously. Suddenly, he somersaulted. The sword fell out of the guy's hands. The bald man clenched his fists and said, "It seems he can't use his power properly." Looking ahead, the brown-eyed man thought, "Damn it." The violet-eyed man frowned and asked, had he just woken up? Then he smiled and added, would he like to join him? He would teach him how to fight. The protagonist looked at him seriously and asked if he wanted him to plunder the desert with them. He frowned and added, "Forgive me, but the voices in his head were making a lot of noise, and were asking him to kill him right now." The bald man licked his lips and replied, "Really, what a pity. In that case, it will become the main course of tonight's dinner." Suddenly, he made a dash. The protagonist also pushed off the ground. Their powers collided and a bright flash occurred. People ran into the building when one of them shouted that he was here. One of them was climbing the stairs and shouting, "Upstairs." The hero's foot caught on a stretched thread. It was glowing green. The guy was standing on the roof when sounds were coming from the building. He was fingering the rope in his hands and laughing. The brunette looked back and said, "He tried so hard to set these traps, so they should try to activate them all." The bald man clenched his fists and raised his hands. The protagonist held the sword tightly in his hand and looked at the enemy. Suddenly, the man made a dash. The brown-eyed man moved too fast when the opponent tried to attack him. Then the bald man kicked the young man. The man flew back. Looking at him, the protagonist thought, he needs to calm down. He is much more experienced in combat than he is. The bald man jumped in one place when the protagonist continued his thought. Besides, he had very little experience in fighting metahumans, although he had fought many demonic beasts. The purple-eyed man smiled when the boy thought that if he forgot that he was a human, he would treat him as a demonic beast in human form and calmly analyze his behavior. The brown-eyed man gritted his teeth, frowned and thought that he would throw away his prejudices about how people behave. The boy took aim. They started pounding on the door. He grinned and said that he could knock as much as he wanted, it still wouldn't open. He looked through the scope and said that more importantly, he didn't see this boss. The young man opened his mouth and said, "Stop standing there like a pillar and lure him out already." The man kicked him. And then another. The shards flew in different directions. The young man gritted his teeth. The bald man struck again. The guy frowned and thought that his signature features were speed and strong kicks. But were his legs the only thing that was strong? He raised his leg for another blow. The brunette moved forward, thinking what would happen if he closed the distance. He dodged another blow. The knee was flying towards him. The young man blocked the blow with his palms. But he still got hit in the jaw. He flew to the ground. Having hit, he began to cough up blood. The bald man ran towards him, saying that he would finish everything with a knee strike and a kick from above. He was approaching the body lying on the ground, when he was slightly grazed by a laser. He turned his head, gritting his teeth. A bullet was flying towards him. The bald man dodged them. Arung clicked loudly and said that he was hiding like a mouse. The young man clutched his bloody side. Turning his head, he said that he was doing whatever he wanted because he had missed his snack, the little bastard. He propped himself up with his knee and stood up. Then he ran, dodging bullets. Running up to the building, he shouted that although he was late, having decided to start with the main course, he would go and eat his snack. Arung opened his mouth and shouted for that monster to not come near him. The bald man began to cover the distance at great speed. The rifle was smoking. The guy lowered his hands and said that the energy of the core was already running out. The young man squatted down, and then pushed off, and flew up. He began to approach the brunette. He opened his mouth and shouted in surprise at how he had jumped so far. The bald man raised his leg to strike. Arung received the rifle in the face. Ultimately, from the blow, it broke into 2 parts, and the guy flew back. He clenched his teeth and pointed the crossbow at his opponent, and began to aim. The bald man looked him in the eyes, and the brunette was breathing heavily. Looking him in the eyes, the bald man asked if he was from Awakens. He slowly began to move forward, dropping drops of blood on the floor. An arrow flew out. It flew right past his head. Arung began to frantically set up a new arrow. The enemy was approaching. The brunette pointed the crossbow at him and shouted for him to stay back. Stesha flew past his head again, but missed. The nice man began to set up a new arrow. But the bald man came up to him and greeted his snack. The guy's hands began to shake. The enemy hung over him and ordered him to shoot. The young man froze with his mouth open. He said, "I'll pull the bowstring, whatever," and fired. But the enemy caught the arrow right next to his face. The brunette froze and said that it was impossible. The bald man broke the arrow into 2 parts and replied that such a toy was powerless against him. Arung gritted his teeth. And with a scream, "Here goes," he tried to hit his opponent. But he found himself behind him. And he knocked him to the ground, telling his snack not to move. He began to scream hysterically, asking to be let go. His hand reached for a piece of arrow. The bald man cut his clothes with it. The young man rose from the ground and began to scream what he was doing to him, and to beg to be let go. The opponent smiled in response, and said that he liked these screams. A good dinner would not do without good music. Arung began to break free and scream, asking to be simply killed. The boy extended his hand and asked who told him that he would be killed immediately, but if he continued to talk, he could smoke his own tongue. He licked his lips and added that it wasn't as if the taste of the food would change if he didn't have a tongue, but he thought the tongue would come in handy, otherwise the food would scream. He moved closer to the other man's ear and asked how much of him would be left when he stopped screaming. Arung, who was lying on the ground, was talking about just being killed. A hand dropped next to him. The man said that no one had said that he would be killed immediately, but if he continued to talk, he could bite his own tongue. The bald man loomed over him ominously, wondering how much of the boy would be left when he stopped screaming. Arung tried to break free, demanding that he be let go, but the man was only glad of these screams. There was a blow to the door. He turned around, asking what was the matter. A swing of the blade cut through the shutters. Sianwu kicked it open. Arung smiled, seeing the hero. Arung frowned, asking how long the boy had been waiting, and were his arms and legs still in place. Arung stood up from the ground when the bald man said that it was, thanks to someone who had to intervene right before the fun began. Sianwu had a bright aura around him, saying that it was a bit difficult for him to climb up. He remembered the corpse, saying that the trash was scattered on the stairs, and noted that the enemy was alone, asking what he would do. Arung, smiling ominously, replied that they were easy to collect, and he would not miss them, but rather enjoy a fine meal. But something caught his attention. Arung jumped on his back, telling him to enjoy the taste better. Then he stabbed a sharp object into his shoulder. The bald man gritted his teeth, indignant at this. But opening his mouth wide, the boy called out to Sianwu. He rushed forward. The swings of his blade left a bright mark. The bald man felt something. One of his legs fell to the floor. Then he himself fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the blade as he was outraged that they dared to cut off his leg. Frowning, Sianwu only ironically replied that he was sorry that his beloved leg was not with him now. Gritting his teeth, the bald man only cursed. But the hero raised the sword above his head, saying that these were his words. Then he swung. The mark of the blade remained on the enemy's back, and someone's joyful voice was heard about killing a metahuman and that he should take his power. Sianwu slightly opened his mouth, surprised by this voice. Suddenly his body froze, and he screamed. The hero opened his eyes wide. He looked around, sitting in the car, not understanding what happened. Arung was walking outside, saying that he suddenly passed out and scared the hell out of him. Holding the box in his hands, the guy heard the question of whether he brought it here, and he answered that it was. Seonwoo looked out the window, thinking that the other guy had a lot of energy despite his weak appearance, and asked him what he was going to do with the car. Putting the box in the trunk, he answered that he was putting in the things they took from the Mokdong, and he even found the prices for gas here if he took it all. Then he headed for the door. Arung got behind the wheel. When the hero asked him if he knew how to drive, he answered that he drove several abandoned cars. Turning the key in the ignition, he hoped that it would start. A wide smile appeared on his face when it started. Pressing the music button, he wanted to listen to what their enemies were listening to. The lyrics of the song "Oh Whipped Cream" were heard throughout the area. The two were a little confused hearing the words about the lovely pink heart. Arung seemed to be staring into space, just not asking himself what it was. Seonwoo tilted his head slightly and replied that it was a song by an idol group that was popular shortly before the cataclysm, and their taste didn't match the image at all. Well, the guy changed gears, saying that he was a little shocked, although the song was okay overall. The car moved forward. A red light was visible in the reflection of the glass. A flare was rising above the houses. Looking ahead, Seonwoo asked his comrade if it was at the shelter. He frowned and replied that it was his signal and the color of the alarm. The car rushed towards the flare. Someone's footsteps were heard. The girl ran up to Reina. She put the microphone to her throat, asking if there was any news about Arung, but there was no news. She moved her hand to the side, saying that suddenly the demonic beasts began to flee as if from an earthquake. The woman immediately rose from her chair. "Go ahead," Reina asked in which direction it was. She answered about the southwest. Minnie turned to them. Frightened, she pointed to the side. The woman brought the binoculars to her face. The demons were running in a flock. Looking at them, Reina said that it looked like they were running from something scary, but the girl next to her asked her to look up, not down. She quickly turned her gaze. A minute later, a monster with wings was visible. The woman opened her mouth in surprise. The monster was holding a scythe. Trembling, Reina thought about how it had disappeared many years ago. Then she imagined this demon among clouds of dust, saying that its appearance resembled a creature from nightmares, capable of destroying the army of an entire country with the flap of a wing. Now she lowered the binoculars, thinking that this was a S-rank demonic beast that would never be forgotten by the people who survived the cataclysm. Seeing its bright eyes, she called it Belkist. He raised his weapon above his head. Reina stretched out her hand to the side. The swing left a dark trail. The trail went into the building. Upon reaching it, an explosion sounded. The car was driving quickly along the road. The hero asked Arung to stop for a minute. He opened his mouth wide, saying that if the enemy was of medium rank, then he could at least help with something. But if the fire signal was red, then it meant that a demonic beast of higher than medium rank was approaching. The guy firmly held the steering wheel. The guy replied that this signal meant that a disaster rank monster was approaching, which meant that they needed to run without looking back. Seonwoo did not answer this. Then, slightly opening his mouth, he asked to stop the car, but Arung gritted his teeth, saying that he did not want to and needed to go back. Looking at him carefully, the hero explained that the calamity rank beasts are creatures that humans cannot handle, and it is necessary to understand why this signal was issued. He climbed forward, trying to convince his comrade that nothing will change even if he comes, and they should leave here, but he wanted to save at least one. A huge number of monsters appeared nearby. Both looked in their direction, and the hero thought that perhaps they did not run away because they sensed the calamity rank. One of the monsters crashed into the car. It began to turn over. Shards flew inside. Later, Seonwoo opened his eyes. He was still inside the car. He managed to open the door and crawl out. Looking around, he wanted to know how much time had passed and where Arung went. Then he put his hands on the wheel. Using force, an aura surrounded it. The car began to grind as it moved. Seonwoo managed to put it on its wheels. Turning the key, he mentally asked his comrade not to blame him, because in the desert his survival was the highest priority. The car rushed forward, but he thought that even if they survived now, everything would be over if the disaster level razed everything to the ground, and first he needed to inform Zone 17. He remembered the many people in the shelter, and how Minnie and the others looked at the cannonballs with delight. The buildings were reflected in the rearview mirror. Frowning, the hero only cursed. Arung ran with all his might. His eyes became smaller from horror. He shouted that this was madness. The girl was trying to hide the child with her. Two more were under the rubble. In front of him, the guy saw many dead people. A roar sounded behind him. Arung turned around in horror. He saw Reina. So he rushed to her. The woman extended her trembling hand to him. But losing her strength, she lowered it. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes. Someone's shadow loomed over them as he asked her to get up. The creature landed on the ground. Arung looked behind him. There he saw Belkist. His eyes were shining brightly. The guy froze in horror. The monster approached him. He began to quickly turn his head. Arung only slightly opened his mouth, trying to ask for help. Belkis rushed towards him. Both looked at each other. But the monster felt something. A bright light appeared in the sky. The monster looked straight at him. Then it flew above the ground. So it rushed towards this light. Arung clenched his teeth. Then he lowered his hands to the ground, thinking that he did not know what happened, but he survived. But he turned around again. Reina lay motionless. The guy closed her eyes. Looking at her with tears, he asked for forgiveness for not being able to avenge her. Then he bent over her body and burst into tears. After some time, he walked on. There was only debris around him. Arung looked around. The light from the flashlight fell on a wrecked car. Then he noticed dead people, realizing that everyone was dead. But when he looked down, he did not see the body of the Mini. His attention was drawn to the refrigerator. He also noticed food underneath it, thrown out of it. He immediately moved forward. His hand touched the handle. Opening it, he found a frightened girl. Opening his mouth wide, Arung screamed her name. She looked at him with tears in her eyes. Minnie buried herself in his chest when he said that he was glad that she was alive. Above the exit, it was written that this was the exit from the underground parking. He carried the girl on his back. The sunlight blinded his eyes a little. In front of him, he noticed Sianwa. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking at them, the hero said that he was glad that they were okay. The guy looked at him happily, saying that he had arrived. He, looking at the interlocutor, replied that he saw a teleportation gate in the distance. Arung lowered his eyes when the hero asked him if there were any more alive, and replied that they were the only ones who were safe. Sianwa also lowered his eyes, wondering what happened, that only the two of them had survived. Fear appeared on the interlocutor's face when he answered that they had seen him. He introduced Belkis, saying that it had passed by after studying him. Sianwa looked at the interlocutor with excitement. He remembered another monster, thinking that it was just like that when he crossed paths with the Black Mantis, but decided that it was just a coincidence. Arung lowered his head, hearing the questions about what he was going to do now, if he had somewhere to go. With his mouth slightly open, the hero suggested that he try to become a guide. The boy was visibly surprised to hear that Sianwa was going to assemble his own team of hunters, and so right now they were in the process of recruiting people. He leaned on the car, also saying that Minnie would be using magical technology to create equipment, and he could become a guide, offering to go with him. Without looking up, the boy replied that he was not sure he could do it, but still hoped that the hero could take them with him. Tears appeared in his eyes. Sianwa, angry, told him not to cry, because he did not like weaklings, and that there were many different groups in the Node organization, and he belonged to the 17th branch. The car drove along the road. The hero said that Bizik was the branch manager, and despite his adult appearance, he was still young enough, so there was no need to consider him unattainable. Minnie, judging by the lines, opened her mouth, asking what is this? In front of them was a large building. The hero answered that this was an energy conversion plant. It collects coal emissions that are formed from burning garbage and converts them into energy. The girl looked at Sianwa in surprise, demanding to speak to her more simply, because she was even younger than Arung. A gleam appeared in her eyes when she said that it was very good that garbage can be converted into energy, and asked if they could look around. Arung looked at her with a smile when the interlocutor answered that they could, because Zone 17 was very close. On the stone was written that this was a heavenly park. Minnie looked happy. The girl closed her eyes. Light began to appear around her. The light became brighter. Sianwa stood nearby, thinking that she was able to understand the principles of mechanical processes in an instant, and this was the skill of magical technology. The three of them stood in an overgrown field. The hero said that this place was abandoned because it was turned into ruins due to a disaster. Minnie was surprised that an entire field of wild grass was destroyed. He replied that it was true, but the branch manager completely plowed the place and returned the field to its original state, and that along with the energy processing plant, the branch manager is constantly working on new ideas, and it was far from limited to fighting demonic beasts. It was also necessary to think about how people will continue to live on this land. Arung looked warily to the side and, apologizing for interrupting, asked for a moment of silence. A deer appeared among the grass. He was loading a crossbow, saying that this was their dinner. A weapon click was heard. The crossbow bolt flew forward, but into the ground next to the animal. Arung stamped his feet in frustration, saying that the arrow had been deflected by the wind. Sianwa ran past him. A bright aura surrounded his body. The hero frowned. A knife appeared in his hand. The grass rustled around him. He pushed off the ground. The knife pierced the deer's neck. A bright mark was left behind the blade. Drops of blood fell to the ground. He carried the huge carcass on his back. His comrades were shocked by such speed, not understanding how he did it. Arung looked at the hero thoughtfully, thinking that his running reminded him of something. But the hero placed his hand on his head, saying that he knew what he was thinking, but he did not need to worry. Looking down, he said that he would explain everything when he had a chance, asking to keep this secret between them. The boy, looking down, agreed. Sianwa frowned, thinking that the boy had realized that this skill was the running enhancement that the assassin had, and it had come to him when he used the skill. He remembered Chansu, thinking that he had finally figured out what his own ability was. Then he remembered Xianghu, realizing that it was to absorb other people's skills. And then the bald man, thinking that this was how he made them his own and had a truly absurd skill. Minnie pointed at the windmills, wondering about them. Smiling, but also saying that it was the first time she had seen them. A bright light surrounded her again. The hero was surprised that she was like a sponge soaking up any information she came across, and he had discovered a talented person. Holding the deer carcass, he still decided that it was a great fortune that she was alive. The girl's eyes shone brightly as she asked if she could meet the person in charge of the windmills. She immediately headed forward, hearing that when they arrived at Zone 17, Sianwa would introduce her to the right person, and said that they should go faster, because she had a way to significantly increase energy output, so the hero thought that she reminded him of someone, and it seemed that all researchers lived in their own world. Arung just threw up his hands, saying that she often behaved like that. The car stopped near a large building. Looking at it, the hero said that they were there, and the guy was surprised by its size. Getting out of the car, Sianwa noted that before the disaster there was a stadium, saying that first they would look at the reception. The door creaked open. Jamie jumped up from her seat. Seeing all three of them go inside, she asked about what happened, who these children were, but the hero only answered that they had recently met. Jamie brought the phone to her ear, telling the manager that he had returned. All three sat nearby, when the girl also said that he was with 2 children, and that the manager should hurry. Later, she put the mugs on the table, telling them that it was lucky that he was able to return safe and sound, because after the hunter's call, everyone was in shock. Sianwa looked away, asking if everyone knew what happened. The interlocutor himself, looking down, answered that there was no need to make her start, because the manager was in shock after the news of the leader's death and that the hunter Xianghu also ended up sadly. The hero took the mug in his hand, hearing that 2 kilometers from the scene of the incident, the murder weapon was found. The interlocutor, taking her hand away, said that fingerprints were found on it, so the criminal has yet to be caught. Taking a sip, he thought that the awakened abilities were simply incredible, and that if they found fingerprints, then this only means one thing. He imagined Mari's face, realizing that a person who enjoyed great trust got involved in the matter. Jamie frowned and told him that if he had left town when they called, he should have arrived a long time ago, but since he hadn't, they assumed he was dead too. He looked at the children and said that there was something they had to do on the way, and they were involved in that matter. Then, lowering his head, he added that since they were talking about it, there was some information to discuss, suggesting that they go to the office for a while. The girl was surprised that he really just pretended that nothing had happened. But turning around, Sianwa only retorted that there was nothing to be done about it if they were already dead, since he was still alive, and besides, it was due to his late return. They both ended up in the office, where she said that there must be something important there since he was so impenetrable. Putting her hand on his waist, Jamie asked what had happened and why he was acting like that. Looking into her eyes, Sianwa asked if she knew about the shelter in Mokdong, saying that it was now destroyed, and all the survivors there were killed. Looking at him, she replied that it was not such a rare phenomenon that shelters in the desert were destroyed, not understanding what was important here. But frowning, the hero interrupted her, saying that Belkist was there. The interlocutor opened her mouth in shock. She looked closely at the interlocutor, asking if he was sure, because the monster never appeared on the Korean peninsula after the disaster. Sianwa, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he was sure, because besides him and those 2 children, all the people from the shelter, as well as the group of killers, were killed by him. The girl, sitting down at the table, asked him to slow down. Looking at the laptop screen, she clarified that Node was irritated by the fact that such a group of people existed, but he said that in the end they went to feed Belkist. The hero lowered his eyes, thinking that although in reality everything was a little different, it was worth slightly adjusting the truth, because he already had a lot to worry about. Jamie typed something on the computer keyboard, asking about what happened to the monster. The interlocutor answered that it is now in the portal after the destruction of the shelter. She looked sad that the people from that shelter were unlucky, but still noted that it is good that more people did not die. Sianwa kept his hands in his pockets, saying that he also has information regarding the behavior pattern of this monster. Although it is only a hypothesis, his interlocutor noted that even hypotheses from a survivor of an encounter with the beast, having a name, are very much appreciated. Looking intently at the interlocutor, he said that the monster uses body temperature to track the location of people. Jamie was very surprised to hear this. Staring at the laptop screen, she asked for evidence to support this theory. Lowering his head, he noted that those children hid in the refrigerator and survived thanks to it. The girl quickly typed the text, saying that this was extremely useful information for fighting Belkist in the future. Standing opposite, the hero noted that it would be great if she gave a good price for it. Looking at the interlocutor, the guy heard that information of this kind costs at least 40 cores, and noted that they'd pay well for S rank. His interlocutor rubbed her hands, hearing that instead of cores he would like to receive information of equivalent value, and replied that she had no reason to refuse, specifying what he wanted to know. Raising his hand to his face, he replied that he wanted to find a solo meta person capable of leading a team. Folding her hands, the girl was surprised that he was not trying to find a team that was looking for a guide. Manhwa put his hands on the table, said that if he wanted it, Node would find a team for him, which means he will not waste precious cores. Then, raising her eyebrows, the interlocutor asked why he needed this. Looking into her eyes, the hero replied that he had awakened. Slightly squinting, he added that only she and the branch manager knew about it. Jamie was a little confused, but still congratulated him. Manhwa straightened up again, and when asked what his ability was and its rank, he replied that it was a body enhancement, about rank 15. The interlocutor jumped up from his seat, saying that a level 15 was an average metahuman, but he replied that he was not sure, since he had not undergone a proper check. The chair creaked under her again. Completely confused, she said that the improved guide of Zone 17 was now a metahuman. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Looking at the interlocutor, she understood why he wanted to create a team with himself in the center, that the hero replied that this was so, and was going to take those children with him. Both looked at each other. Jamie noted that first the best team of the branch fell, and now their guide returned alive and awakened. Part of the stadium looked destroyed. She also noted that the guide wanted to become the leader of a new team, which meant that the manager could finally unload. Bizik smiled, telling the man to come in, because they had recently met. Taking off his glasses, he noted that the world was changing rapidly. There was a photo nearby. He said that even his friends, who he thought would be with him forever, had changed. Jamie lowered her eyes, hearing that they had left this world. Manhwa looked at the interlocutor, who was talking about how he had finally become an adult. The hero smiled, answering that he himself had aged. Bizik laughed loudly, saying that this was why he asked them not to cause him trouble. He continued to laugh. Then he looked at the two, clarifying that he really looked older than his years, but was unhappy with their silence. The man closed his eyes, saying that he was glad that the guy returned safe and sound. Then, looking at him, he clarified that he was now awakened. Manhwa nodded, answering that it was so. The guy looked at the interlocutor, who noted that it finally happened. Closing his eyes, the man clarified that he wanted to hide this fact. Looking at him, Manhwa replied that he would like only he and Jamie to know about his awakening. A bookshelf was visible behind Bizik when he said that the attitude towards metals in the main office was much more loyal, and therefore he did not understand at all why it was necessary to keep it a secret. The council fell from two emblems, and he clarified that did this mean that the heroes were not going to be loyal to the organization? Well, looking into the eyes of the man Manhwa, he replied that he was his favorite, not the guild. Bizik addressed him with a remark, answering that it was embarrassing. He then responded when asked about the guy bringing two children, and he said he was going to make them part of his team, teaching one of them the skills of a guide and a fighter. He introduced Arung, saying that he was very talented. Minnie was surrounded by a bright light. The girl's eyes were closed, and the leader noted that they would take her as a magic technologist. The interlocutors opened their mouths at once, repeating the words about a magic technologist together. Bizik frowned slightly, seeing that such a person was found. He, looking towards the interlocutors, said that he wanted to take the girl into his team so that the guild would not take her to produce attack-type artifacts. Looking at him, the hero noted that this was to be expected from a branch manager. It was as if a bright light appeared behind him when he said that his team could receive a task. Looking away, he added that he wanted to deal with assassination missions. The man smiled nervously, realizing that he wanted to hunt people, and noted that he seemed to have lived too long. Standing up, Manhwa noticed that everything was as the man said. He looked at him carefully, saying that the world was changing rapidly. Then he turned to Jamie, asking if she could gather everyone from Zone 17. The girl, spreading her arms, was surprised. From above, a partially destroyed stadium was visible. People gathered near Manhwa, not understanding what was happening. The hero grabbed someone's hand. He also closed his eyes. The man who did not understand him was watching. Looking at him, the guy told him that he could leave. Another one was approaching him, when Manhwa called the next one. He also took his hand. Well, what a girl clenched her teeth. Jamie waved her hands in front of her, when she was indignant at what was happening, asked to understand the situation and understood that it caused discomfort. Raising her head, the hero called the next one. This girl pushed the man in front of her. Extending her hand forward, she demanded to quickly check what he wanted there. Looking at her, Manhwa apologized for being rude. Then he took her hand. She seemed to feel something. The guy felt the same. Well, the girl threw her hand away. Then she pressed it to her chest, asking what he just did. Manhwa frowned, thinking that she was a metahuman. Extending his hand again, the hero asked for it again. The girl gave her hand, wondering what he wanted to do again, despite the fact that she felt strange. But the guy silently grabbed her hand. His eyes were closed, and he heard a voice demanding that he kill her and take her powers. Manhwa opened his eyes in fear. The girl watched what was happening a little confused. But then she slightly opened her mouth. She covered her face in embarrassment, asking the hero if he was being too frantic, because she even lost her breath. Jamie did not understand what she was doing. Sianwa frowned and asked if she had any interest in hunting demonic beasts and if she had tried it. Looking at him, she replied that she didn't understand what he was talking about, calling him cute, but noting that he was a bad flirt. The guy looked away, thinking that he definitely heard a voice here, which meant that she was a metahuman, but her behavior was strange. He moved his hand to the side, apologizing and telling her that she could go, while thinking that this could be a great opportunity to find candidates for his team, but he would have to forget about finding companions in Area 17. There were still many people ahead, but he said that was all for today and thanked them for their cooperation. He was surprised to hear a request to wait. Someone's fingers ran through his goatee. The same girl came closer to the hero, surprised that he would not even tell the reason why he forced all these busy people to waste their precious time. Staring at her, he thought that she had little experience and did not think about her position at all, crossing the line, answering that it was disrespectful to a guild member. The interlocutor still had her hand on his face when he said that in order to survive in the desert, it was important to know your place. She folded her arms over her chest, noting that the guy was connected to the guild. From the crowd, someone asked if she was okay. Sianwa leaned towards Jamie, asking who they were, and she answered that they were Hyance's subordinates. The girl was surrounded by many cars, and she said that she wanted to spend more time with the hero, but her people would not allow it. Jamie raised a finger, saying that the girl was Hyance's wife, and the guy was surprised, because he was kicked out of the guild. Then the interlocutor said about the branch manager. There was a confident smile on the red-haired girl's face. Sianwa looked at her, thinking that the manager had shown mercy for no reason again. Standing surrounded by her people, she asked about the guild's reaction. Many heroes were outraged, not understanding what kind of support gives the right to behave like this and how long will Hyunsu stand up for her. One of the people present rushed towards him. He grabbed the guy by the jacket, angry at these words. Sianwu gritted his teeth, thinking that they were all so carelessly violating the boundaries. But an arrow struck his hand. The man screamed in pain, and the girl asked who did this? There was a creak of a boot, and a demand to leave if they did not want to die. Arung held a bow in his hand, warning that he would kill anyone who dared to touch Sianwa. Jamie and the hero raised their heads in confusion. The girl, turning to her subordinates, said that they were just two children, and that they should twist them. The two men rushed towards them. An arrow stuck next to them, its tip flashing brightly. Both were scared, thinking that it was an arrow with poison. The arrow flashed brighter. But the girl silently looked at her subordinates. Frowning, she shouted that it was a fake. Arung leaned on his leg, saying that the next one would be real. The men were visibly afraid when the girl told them that even if the children really did have arrows with cannonballs, they were unlikely to detonate them at the exchange center. The boy only slightly opened his mouth, noting that this would not do. Minnie lowered her head, looking for something. The people present were shocked. Even Jamie covered her mouth, not understanding where she got such a thing. The girl was holding a hand grenade launcher, and the boy offered to check. The indignant girl only looked up. She pointed her finger at the children, saying that she would get them again. Arung stuck out his tongue in response, saying that he would wait for this. She walked away angry, deciding that she would get nothing by beating up some desert people. Jamie looked after her, only saying that she was one of them. Sianwa looked up, asking if the children were okay. They smiled widely and laughed. Then he put his hand on his head, thinking that he had never thought that they would cause so much trouble and that the road ahead would be difficult. Later, Jamie stood in front of Bizik, who noted that nothing had happened, and asked what Sianwa was trying to find. Closing his eyes, the man replied that he most likely wanted useful metahumans for his team, and the woman was surprised, because he had asked her to look for them, although she did not understand why. Turning on the table, the man suggested that this was not enough for him, and it was quite possible that there were people who had yet to awaken, but the girl still did not understand how he could distinguish metahumans from ordinary people. Turning back to her, Bizik said that he had heard that metallics sense each other. Slightly lowering his eyebrows, he added that the hero had a good idea to use this ability to determine the right people. Jamie, who was standing opposite, nevertheless noted that it was not worth inviting Yunui, and Bizik suggested that this was possible due to her bad temper or behavior. She, lowering her head, agreed with this, but also said that the girl lives outside of battles. Looking away, the manager only noted that no one knows what the person has been through. Perhaps she never had a chance to realize her talent, or she hides her incredible skills. For example, Sianwa returned as a metahuman. Jamie looked at the interlocutor in surprise. He put his hands behind his head, saying that he should help him grow faster, deciding that it was time to start preparing for the next stage. Sianwa with the children stood in the middle of the forest. He looked at Minnie and asked if she had prepared the flag, and the girl replied that she had. She clenched her fists, hearing that the boy hoped that they would not have to use it, but that she should not hesitate if she suddenly had to use it. Xianwu pointed his finger at her, asking if she had calculated the radius correctly, because he could not use the grenade launcher so carelessly like last time, otherwise it would hit him too. At that moment, Arung noticed something. Silhouettes of people appeared through the trees. There were 3 of them. Xianwu looked in their direction. Minnie was standing next to him when he asked about who might know about their training location, and she replied that she had not told anyone. The silhouettes were getting closer. The hero frowned. The boy, turning to the hero, asked if it was the skinny girl. Looking at him, he replied that it was not Yunhui, and the girl asked who it could be, since he knew all the hunters in the area. Xianwu nodded, saying that he saw them for the first time. 2 guys and a girl approached them. One of them noted that he knew that something was wrong here. The 2 groups looked at each other. The guy asked them to stop. The hero extended his palm forward and also asked to introduce themselves. The unknown man, putting his hand to his head, said that it would be problematic, since they were in the middle of a secret mission. He, seeing the hero and the children, asked them if they were a new team from Area 17. Xianwu visibly tensed up, thinking about who they were. How did they know this? The guy pointed towards the hero, noting that he was so careless, like a kitten. Someone's footsteps were heard. Arung stepped forward, demanding that he watch his speech. The man immediately rushed towards him. The boy raised his hand in confusion, asking what he was doing. The man leaned down and said that he had never seen anything like it. He noticed the arrowheads on his belt, asking if they were made from cannonballs. He reached out his hand, saying that this was interesting technology. But his eyes widened in surprise. Arung was holding a dagger in his hand, warning that trying to touch someone else's weapon was a bad idea. He raised his hands, saying that he was about to leave. He, holding his hands in front of him, said that he did not want to spoil their fateful meeting, offering to live in peace. The girl behind him said that he should not show his temper. Xianwu, frowning, thought that Arung was the one in danger now. He noticed how one of the guys put away the sword behind his back, also thinking that he did not even notice how he took it out. He saw the 3 of them arguing among themselves, thinking that the girl with the braid looked like the leader, so he had to be stronger than that guy. He tensed up even more, realizing that they were unusual people, but feeling why they appeared in front of them. One of them put his head on his hand, guessing that judging by the hero's reaction, Bizik did not tell him anything. Looking at him, the hero asked if he knew the manager, and he was surprised that he did not tell the men anything at all, noting that he had disgusting habits, so now they would tell everything. Standing next to his comrades, he talked about how they were the hidden team of Area 17. Xianwu opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that this was another hidden team besides them. The other man smiled, noting that this must be surprising, since the branch manager did everything to keep their information a secret, because if they knew, they could not be considered a hidden team. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl said that her name was Sina. Then she pointed to the guy next to her, calling him Hyun and noting that he only talks when someone else starts a conversation, so she should talk to him more often. The other one smiled widely, saying that his name was Jaesung, and that their team was called Cat Blue. Xianwu nodded to them, thinking that it was a very unusual name. They shook hands. The hero also said that their team was called Devour, so the other one noted that it sounded like a fire. While moving his hand to the side, he said that it came from the word devourer, to which Jaesung said that it sounded aggressive and cool. Xianwu looked at him silently, thinking that the team name came from the name he gave to his skill. He didn't want to somehow indicate that he absorbed other skills, so he named it that. Sina, with her arms folded, noted that it was a great name for a team and it was much better than Cat Blue, but her comrade asked what was wrong with that name. Another one tilted his head and remembered that they were originally Team Blue, but since the leader said it didn't sound cool, they added a random word. He uncovered his mouth with his hand, telling his comrade that they later found out that it was a medical term, but he was outraged that he only opened his mouth at times like this, even though no one asked him to. Sina raised her hands to her face, shouting about Code Blue and cardiac arrest. The hero watched them with a smile, hearing that if they continued to tease their comrade, he would no longer see special lunches from the city, and thought of the name Eater, specifically Meat Eater. Then he stood with the manager, asking about the inappropriate name, but the man replied that it was better than Marlin. The guy looked at Bizik, who was surprised that he would choose this name again. The manager kept his hands in his pockets, saying that he wanted a normal human as a guide and a magical technologist, thinking that it wasn't the most balanced combination. The 2 stood by the railing, and he mentioned that he needed someone who specialized in close combat. Well, the hero noted that it was to be expected from a branch manager. The manager, looking at the setting sun, said that he would ask Jamie to look for candidates for his team, but it would be difficult to find metahumans who weren't members. Xianwu glanced at him, saying that if he ended up with someone he could trust, then any wait would be worth it. But he turned around when he heard that the hideout in Buchan would be gone in a month. He imagined a girl surrounded by bright lights, saying that there was a talented metahuman there, and he was going to invite her to join the team. The sun's rays illuminated the wall behind them as the boy asked how he could know this, and if he had a skill that allowed him to see into the future, but the other boy replied that he had never heard of such a thing. Bizik continued to look forward, saying that if he had such a skill, he would not have sent the others to their deaths. Sianwa lowered his head and apologized. The man turned to the boy, asking if he was currently training children, and heard that he was. The hero also turned to him, hearing that he was worried that his awakening was late, but now it was a relief that he could move forward. Bizik smiled, hearing that it sounded like he already knew about the hero's awakening, and replied that he could not see into the future. The boy looked at him carefully, thinking that although he was speaking rather vaguely, he was sure that he knew everything that would happen. Turning towards the sun, Sianwa heard that the other person wanted him to create a good team, so he should take full advantage of this opportunity to strengthen the foundation, and asked him what he was planning again. Bizik laughed, saying that it was no fun to know everything in advance. Now the hero pursed his lips, thinking about being seen through. No one could ever tell how much the manager knew, and it was also scary at times. Jason pointed his finger, saying that in simple terms, they came to help with training. Well, if they didn't make sure from behind that they could do it, they would just absorb them into their team. He smiled, adding that the hero could give up right now if he wasn't sure. Sianwo was visibly angered by this, deciding that it didn't matter what the manager was planning, and he would just do what the manager said, taking advantage of his rare ability. He placed his hand on his waist, agreeing with the fight, noting that punishment was needed to make it more fun. The other man also placed his hand on his waist, glad that he was in high spirits, and asked him to show his basic skills. Frowning, the hero told them to evaluate them. Then he turned to Arung. A small vial appeared in his hand. He poured its contents onto the ground. The team covered their noses when the boy asked them if they smelled the rotting flesh of a demonic beast, telling them not to worry. Everyone began to retreat. But Sianwa stepped forward and told the others to take positions. Sina, who was standing with her group, asked what he was trying to show. A loud sound was heard from underground. Frowning, the hero said that something was approaching. Minnie and Arung also prepared themselves. Seeing a cloud of dust in front of him, Sianwa shouted that it was here. The girl looked at her comrades and assumed that the team was probably chasing someone. An aura began to surround Sianwa. Something was approaching the demonic flesh. Rocks were flying around. Someone's shadow loomed over the group of blues. A huge worm burst out from the ground. The hero stood in front of this worm. In his hand was a sharp blade. He looked at the worm in front of him, thinking that it could attack in two ways. At first, he imagined the worm attacking from underground, thinking that it could break through the ground and swallow ground targets. Then he imagined attacking from above, also thinking that it could jump into the air and swallow targets upon landing, and then go underground. Rushing forward, the hero decided that while his actions on the surface were predictable, his movements underground were unlimited. Looking away, the guy realized that to increase his chance of winning, he needed to kill the worm before it returned underground. The monster opened its mouth. The hero had to lie down on the ground. The monster struck. But the swing of the blade left a bright mark, and Sianwood decided that he needed to cut it along the arch. Sina and the others were very surprised that it pierced it, but his comrade noticed that it was only superficial. Rising, the worm screamed loudly. The hero, looking around, thought that it had fallen through. But he noticed something and turned around. The monster was behind him. Its movements caused rocks to fly. Sianwood slipped back and turned to Arung. The boy released an arrow. It pierced the worm's body. A powerful explosion was heard. The other team took cover behind a nearby car. Jason noted the method of using such a wound. Sina smiled, wondering how to put the explosive energy of the core inside the arrow. Sianwood jumped up, raising his sword above his head. Did he pierce the monster? Then he jumped off it. Arung took aim. Another explosion was heard on the worm's body. Watching what was happening, Jason said that it was a perfect hit, and the girl next to him called the boy talented. Turning to him, she also noted that the firepower was lacking, to which he agreed. Jason added with a frown that after attacking from a close range, he would move forward and attack from afar, and he liked the way he thought, but such small attacks would only make the worm angry. Seeing the worm move in front of him, Sianwo told Minnie that the attack pattern was changing. Turning around, he told the others to get ready, because they would miss it if it ran underground. The girl agreed with him, placing her hand on her waist. Then she aimed the gun. The gun in her hand began to glow. The other team watched this. The girl was surprised by the size of the gun, but her comrade suggested that perhaps it also contained cores. The worm burst out of the ground. The hero opened his mouth wide, shouting at Minnie that he was leaving. The girl fired, saying that she would not allow it. The shot knocked her off her feet. The bullet rushed towards the monster. A loud explosion sounded. Sitting on the ground, the girl noticed that she had hit. The monster's body fell to the ground. Arung, who was holding the bow, noted that he was finished. But Sianwa, who was standing nearby, noticed the movement. He rushed forward, saying that it was not so yet, and for Arung to continue shooting. The boy released the arrow. Another powerful explosion sounded. The silhouette of a man was visible among the smoke. Xianwu looked down. In front of him was a hole in the ground. He thought that the monster had escaped. Looking around, he thought that worms were strong and aggressive demonic beasts, and they had provoked him enough, so he was definitely preparing for a counterattack. There was movement behind him. Turning around, he said that it was behind him and coming at him. But the worm changed its trajectory and went for Minnie. The girl was very scared. Arung ran towards her. The boy extended his hand towards her. The monster burst out of the ground. Arung and Minnie fell to the ground. Near the mouth of the worm was a mine. There was also a bright light on it. The boy looked at it and said that they had to act now. She, looking down, agreed with him. She had a small button in her hands, and she really hoped that it would explode right now. The worm swallowed the mine. An explosion sounded in its mouth. Sina hit the roof of the car with satisfaction. Jason was surprised at how they were able to get a weapon with such a huge explosive force. Parts of the monster were flying everywhere. Xianwu pushed off the ground. He raised the sword above his head, saying that the enemy had come to an end. Then he plunged the blade. The hero was holding on to its body. But the worm continued to move. Holding the hilt of the sword, Xianwu did not understand why the monster was so tenacious even without a head. Jason ran towards it, shouting for him to let go of the sword, because it was too dangerous. He, surrounding himself with a bright aura, thought that he could not, because if he gave up, the enemy would come out. But something caught his attention. The worm began to go underground. Jason continued to run towards them. Both children were very scared. Xianwu was still holding on to the sword. He carefully watched the monster's movements. Seeing the injured poodles, the boy decided that these were his last movements before death. The worm quickly changed direction, and the hero was also worried that at this rate he could be the first to go to the next world. He gripped the hilt of the sword tighter. He even had to close his eyes. A bright light burst out of his chest. The glow became brighter. Even his weapon began to glow. Then his eyes began to glow. Xianwu made several quick swings. Jason raked the ground with his hands, asking why the others were just standing there. He turned to the others, indignant that they were just watching, saying that they should have stabbed him themselves. Sina approached him, saying that these children do not have a power-up type ability, asking how they would be able to help then, and he replied that he knew this, but he was just hasty. He frowned, adding that if the hero was pulled deep underground, he would soon suffocate, and they did not have much time. The others also began to dig, as he said that the dirt in the place where the worm moved was soft, requiring them to dig as deep as possible. Minnie noticed this with surprise. She pointed forward, saying that there was something there. Jason saw a hand sticking out from the ground. The boy grabbed it. An aura surrounded him as he tried to pull it out. This way, he managed to lift Xianwu. The hero supported himself with his hands. Arung leaned towards him, asking how he was. He, looking in his direction, replied that he was fine. He recalled his battles underground, thinking that he had activated some unknown skill at that moment, and if it weren't for Volta, he would have been dead by now. An angry Sina appeared behind him, when he also thought that the strange pulsation was different from what he usually felt. The girl hit him on the back. She looked angry, asking why he was making everyone worry about him, and did he really want to die, for which he apologized. Then he put his hand in his pocket. She and her comrades looked at it carefully. Xianwu held a green crystal in his hand, saying that he got something. The boy behind him was surprised that he got the core. Jae-sung covered his face with his hand, not understanding how he could risk his life for the core of a rank 13 beast. Arung also looked displeased, but replied that it seemed like the great hunter had a lot of cores lying around, but they needed to replenish the ones they had used up today. The boy opened his mouth wide, shouting that it was good that he had used the core weapon to replenish the team's attack power, but he should have chosen another demonic beast, since at this rate they would just die during the next training. Jae-sung also looked at the weapons on their belts, asking where they had even discovered such strange artifacts. Minnie raised her hand, admitting that she was a magic technologist. The boy opened his mouth in surprise, asking her name. Lowering her head, the girl said it. Xianwu took a deep breath, saying that he didn't want anyone from the outside to know that they had a magic technologist. Jae-sung brought his hand to his face, reasoning that magic tech was rare these days, and the guild would not stand idly by if rumors spread. The hero looked at the boy, saying that it was Arung, and he asked about how it seemed like it was his turn to introduce himself. But the interlocutor turned away, only noting that he was an archer. The boy was surprised that he was still angry. Jae-sung leaned towards the hero, asking about what skills he, as a leader, possessed. The boy looked at him intently, noting that his skill was similar to the one that Chansu had. The boy imagined the silhouette of the man, saying that he was so surprised that he thought that he copied his skill. He also imagined how the man shot into the hands of the sides, noting that he used the enhancement of the lower body, and he had not seen the skill, and he has so many unrelated skills that it seems like he can't really demonstrate each of them. Xianwu just opened his mouth in confusion. Sina looked at her comrade, asking if it was possible for someone to have multiple skills, and he replied that it was possible if they were similar, but he had never heard of so many different skills in one body. The hero looked away, trying to explain. But suddenly, he felt something. Jae-sung was also surprised, realizing that it was a vibration. Seon-woo looked down, guessing that it might be another worm. Both teams looked to the side. Someone said that the monster was rapidly approaching. Seon-woo stood up, saying that it was most likely a worm from the same egg, and it should be killed. Jae-sung looked at him, asking what he was going to do since he hadn't even recovered yet. The hero smiled back at him. He put his hand on Arung's shoulder, saying that they wouldn't refuse and would gratefully accept their help, and Arung replied that they could leave the worm to them. Hyun took out his swords from his back. Blue flames surrounded the other one's sword, saying that they would show a hunt free of complications. Seon-woo looked at Sina. Frowning, he thought that she might not be a combat member of the team. The worm was rapidly approaching them. Jae-sung held his weapon in front of him. The vibrations became stronger. In a moment, rocks were flying everywhere. The monster burst out of the ground. Arung covered the girl, saying that it was bigger than the previous one. The monster opened its mouth wide, and the hero thought that it was going to dive into the ground before attacking. The shadow of the enemy loomed over him. He also thought that since it was defenseless now, it was the best time to attack. Two boys rushed at it. One of them shouted that it was going underground. Jamie's sword blade turned into a bright light. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. A wave pierced the worm when he used the moonlight sword. A deep wound appeared on the worm's body. Seon-woo looked at it with confusion along with the children. The boy asked what it was, and he said that the energy of the core shot out from his sword. Many wondered if this artifact could be that it only looked like a sword, but it was actually a gun. But the hero frowned and thought about how it all happened in a second, but it seemed like the skill he used. He remembered how he struck, thinking that neither Jae-sung's sword energy nor his unknown power were caused by the core equipped in the sword. He frowned, deciding that the power was more likely coming from the metahuman itself. The girl pointed at the worm, shouting that it was escaping. Jae-sung gritted his teeth and charged towards it. Hyun also charged towards the enemy. A blow was dealt to the monster. Then another. Both men plunged their blades into it. Jae-sung tried to hold on to the monster, telling his comrade not to let go either. Hyun, shaking, gritted his teeth. Green blood splashed everywhere. Someone's growl rushed forward. The blade of the blade cut through him. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that they had pierced him right in the core section. Arung stood next to the hero, surprised to hear about the core section, and he explained that it was a thick protective layer around it. Jae-sung, frowning, shouted to his comrade that they needed to pull it out. Hyun pulled the swords, agreeing with him. They managed to throw the monster up. Now a red glow surrounded his blade. Seon-woo opened his eyes wide, thinking that he would use that skill again. A vortex formed around the blade. Jae-sung sent it forward. The monster was literally torn apart. One of the parts fell to the ground. The body was divided into two parts. The hero gritted his teeth, realizing that this guy was on a completely different level. The swing of the blade left a bright mark. Winking, he gave a thumbs up, calling it a hunt. But the monster's head rose up behind him. A lot of poison burst out of it. The green liquid hung over the man. It completely covered him. Small worms stuck to its lenses. Seon-woo and Arung rushed to him, saying that these were the parasites of that worm. Jae-sung lay in a pool of poison. The parasites crawled on his body. They tried to break through his pants. The hero picked them off him with his bare hands, thinking that he killed the worm like a real professional, but he didn't even think that it was possible to make such a stupid rookie mistake. Seeing the parasites in his hand, he thought that all hunters, especially those of this level, knew that before killing this worm, it was necessary to get rid of its parasites. He turned to Hyun, asking why he was just standing there and watching. Looking at him with disgust, he replied that he didn't like small bugs. Seon-woo looked at him in confusion. Jae-sung looked exhausted when the hero thought that this was some kind of nonsense, not understanding what was wrong with this team. He raised his hand, turning to Sina. Crawling towards her, the man said that the time had come. She didn't understand for what. With tears in his eyes, he said that he was leaving something for her. With her hands folded, the girl said that these were just words, but he shouted that he would double the special meals. Sina brought her hand to her face, remembering that he said he wouldn't give her any, because if she ate a lot, she would gain weight. Jae-sung was hysterical, not understanding why she was acting like this, because he was dying. Seon-woo only looked at him questioningly, hearing that he would give her a bonus on the next mission. Standing up, she replied that he could take his words back. Sina put her hands on her waist, hearing the request for her to be faster. The girl nodded to everyone, telling them to move away, because they would only get in the way. Seeing how the others moved away, she said that was enough. Then she put her hands forward. They were surrounded by a multicolored glow. Jae-sung's body also began to glow. The parasites on him began to disappear. It was clear from the guy's face that the pain was receding. The glow around the girl became brighter. Seon-woo looked at it in surprise, thinking that it was a metahuman with healing powers in the desert. He opened his mouth in great surprise, also thinking that she could use her powers from a distance. The energy flowed from Sina to Jae-sung, and the hero also realized that he didn't even know about such a team. The glow in Sina's hands gradually diminished. Minnie looked at her with delight. She smiled and noted that it should be better now. Jae-sung got up from the ground. The hero looked at him and asked if he was okay, and he replied that this chicken was stronger than it looked. Frowning, he still wanted to know what was going on here. The interlocutor smiled at him, saying that this was an original story, created in such a way that the girl was the main character, and asked Seonwoo's opinion. He looked at him a little incomprehensibly, clarifying that all of this was planned. Stretching his hand, the man replied that everything had been planned since the worm's appearance, and it should be amazing. Jae-sung pointed to his team, saying that he almost died because of Sina's improvisation, but this was even more fun. Looking at him intently, the hero clarified what attack he had used with the sword. The interlocutor raised his eyebrows in confusion. He began waving his arms, indignant that the guy knew nothing about core energy. Then he shook his head, realizing that they had a long way to go. But smiling, he added that although everything had not gone according to plan, they had gone through everything, which meant that they had earned the right to be called their mentors. Seonwoo even got a little angry when he heard that they would start now. Folding his arms, Jae-sung said that he would first explain the theory, and Sina would help with this. With a stern look, he said that there was no one who could defeat the girl in managing core energy. Looking at him, the hero asked if he would teach this to children. Well, frowning, he replied that since the boy was not a metahuman, high-level techniques would be useless to him, and it was too early for a magical engineer to learn such things. Hyun knocked Arung down when he said that if the hero wanted to participate in real battles, he needed basic close combat skills. The boy fell to the ground when the man said that this was his comrade's specialty, so he would leave the matter to him. Lying on the ground, the boy only sighed deeply. Hanging over, the man said that he needed to repeat it. Looking closely at his interlocutor, Jae-sung said that they would begin the lesson, starting with general knowledge, asking if he had heard that metahuman abilities were divided into categories. Raising a finger, Seonwoo presented several brightly colored orbs, answering that they were divided into 6 categories, including physical enhancement, supernatural powers, magic, magical technology, psychopathy, and taming evil. His companion closed his eyes and said that these were the most common categories of metahuman abilities, and they were called core traits. The girl watched their conversation as her companion talked about how the core energy that each metahuman had changed according to unique characteristics, and that's why some people gained physical enhancements, while others gained fire abilities, for example. Seonwoo seemed a little confused, then asked if they meant unique traits. A core appeared in Jae-sung's hand. He handed it to the hero. He looked at him seriously and said that if he didn't go through this transformation, he would be able to emit pure core energy, and that's what they called a common trait. He remembered how he had been throwing punches, explaining that it was about his moonlight and explosive sword. He was gathering pure energy into it, and then releasing it. Seonwoo even moved his head back a little, saying that the common traits were amazing. Jae-sung stared at him, saying that there was another reason why common features were important, and that was directly affecting the growth of the core energy. He then imagined a silhouette among the stars, explaining that if one knew how to use common features, one could greatly increase the amount of one's own energy, and it was similar to the games that existed before the disaster, as if one were leveling up. Sina rested her head on her hand and added that when talking about growth, they usually think about gaining experience, or increasing skill stats. Well, the core capacity itself can also increase by using common traits. The hero seemed to be surrounded by bright spheres, thinking that he could probably combine the energy of all the abilities he absorbed. Frowning, he also reasoned that if he continued to absorb abilities, he could grow twice as fast or more. His companion moved his hand to the side, suggesting that they move on to practice, and concentrated on delivering a punch with all his strength. Seonwoo's fist was surrounded by light. He then rushed forward. The impact on the car left a deep dent. He turned to his companion, who said that it was not bad, but not what he expected, and asked what he did wrong. Sina jumped off the car when he spoke to her. Together with the hero, she walked away, wondering if she should try from this distance. She touched his hand, asking for forgiveness. Looking into his eyes, the girl asked if he felt the energy in his hand when he hit her. Holding his hand on Sina, he added that he should not think of it as muscle power. Then she looked down at her, telling him that instead he should think of the energy that moves in the direction of the movement of her fingers. So she reached his palm, telling him to gather it in a fist. The girl smiled, saying that it was difficult to understand right away, suggesting that he gather some energy on his fingertips and then release it, thinking of it as a flick on the forehead. Seonwoo looked at his fingers, and then flicked them. A stream of energy flew past Jae-sung. The hero and the girl froze silently. The man standing next to the car froze in fear. The glass was broken. Both of them looked at it, saying that the dramatic thing here is that the hero managed it right away. Both of them turned to him when he asked if he had done it right, and they told him that it was. Sina was a little flustered, asking if he really felt the energy flow. Looking at his hand again, Sienwa agreed with her. Jae-sung looked at him silently. Then, covering his face with his hand, he said that although Bizik would be displeased, he should seriously consider going to headquarters. He then looked at the hero, adding that although he despised them, the training program there was really worthwhile. Sienwa frowned when he heard that it would be better for Zone 17 if he stayed here, but if his own growth was important to him, then he should consider it. Putting his hand on his waist, the hero asked why the branch manager would be displeased, and was told that he despised headquarters as well. Sienwa looked away, surprised that even he, a protege of the guild, despised headquarters of this organization. Jae-sung put his hands together and decided that they would talk about the headquarters another time, and he only said that because the other person was one of the manager's people so he shouldn't talk about it everywhere, and the manager replied that he would never do that. Sand flew around and the man decided that it was time to move on to the next step. Later, Sienwa stood in the middle of the street, surrounded by a bright aura. He swung it and sent a stream forward while using the moonlight sword. This stream cut through the pillar. The blade in his hand glowed brightly. He moved it behind his back. Then, a bright beam burst out while using the explosive sword. An explosion sounded when it reached the target. A part of the pillar was completely destroyed. Sienwa took a deep breath. A little while later, he entered the room. Minnie turned around and the hero asked where Arung was. Thinking about it, the girl replied that the boy had been acting strange lately, telling her to go without him, because except for the time when they were training, she didn't know what he did at all. Sienwa came closer, suggesting that perhaps he had found a girlfriend, and the interlocutor replied that it would be better that way, because she would sigh with relief if he did not get into trouble. The guy heard a knock behind him. Turning around, he said that it seemed like he knew that they were talking about him. The door quickly swung open. The hero looked out into the hallway, but only found a note on the door. Sienwa took it in his hand. Reading it, he frowned. Bright rays of sunlight penetrated through a hole in the ceiling. Arung was lying tied up on the floor, and someone asked if the guy would come. The man sitting in the shadows answered that no one knew. Then, putting his hands on his knees, he noted that if he did not want to lose his comrade, he would definitely show up. Looking at the boy, the man asked him if that was true. The tied-up Arung tried to answer. The guy is standing next to Jamie and asks if it is here. She replies that it is. Sienwa turns around and tells her that she can leave, because he will sort it out himself. Jamie understands him with a serious look. The gates to the hangar open. The protagonist stands calmly in the passage. He is very surprised by what he sees. The leader of the gang sits on the couch opposite the tied-up guy and greets the protagonist. The beaten character is surprised by the arrival of Sienwa. The protagonist is shocked and exclaims if he is okay. The guy fearfully pronounces the name Sienwa. The protagonist stands opposite and is outraged by what they are doing. The bald bandit in response does not understand who this Burr imagines himself to be. The man quietly asks who is interfering. The ward answers him that Sienwa. The villain gets up from the couch and asks if he remembers how he treated his woman, because it was not so long ago, and it is impossible to forget. The villain points to the tied-up guy and says that he was exhausted thinking about what to do with Sienwa, but the boy himself came to them in time. The protagonist with an evil look declares that now he understands why they called him here, and since he is here, then let the child go. The villain approaches Sienwa and says that this scene is impossible to watch without tears. With a deft movement, he hits the protagonist on the neck. He cries out in pain. The man in glasses stands in front of the protagonist and asks if he really does not understand what he got himself into and how he dared to confidently raise his head. The villain with a confident look asks how a fool who is not even able to look after himself can take care of someone else. The tied-up guy screams enough. The villain turns around. The boy is surprised by this. He delivers a powerful blow to his stomach. The tied-up guy flew several meters away, screaming in pain. The villain looks at him and asks why he thinks he has the right to interfere in an adult conversation, calling it impudent. The protagonist holds his throat and screams at him not to touch the child. The villain turns around in rage, insulting Sienwa. He spits in the protagonist's direction. The guy deftly dodges. A drop of acid falls to the ground and hisses. The fighter is shocked to realize that this is most likely the ability to spit poisons, but rejects this idea, assuming that he is hiding a weapon in his mouth. The protagonist hears an order to kill him. The picture shows a dialogue with the demon, in which Sienwa objects, saying that he often encountered such nonsense as a guide. The latter is indignant why he hides his power, because he really does not want to let this villain get away with such behavior, and it is better to kill him and then proudly announce that he has awakened. The protagonist in the red image looks away. It is written that then no one will bother him anymore. The inner demon orders to kill the enemy. A fist flies towards him. Sienwa deftly blocks the blow, holding the opponent's fist in front of him. All the bandits are extremely shocked by this turn of events. The villain in glasses looks ahead and does not believe that he managed to block. Sienwa calmly holds him and asks the hunter Hyunsu to stop. The villain in a rage assumes that most likely the death guide wanted this, asking the protagonist about forgetting his place, because the branch manager covers his back. Seonwoo squeezes the enemy's fist. Hyunsu looks ahead in shock. The guy squeezes his hand even harder. The villain is frightened to realize that he is not letting go. The protagonist calmly looks at him. An inner voice says that they will make an example of this villain. Seonwoo reaches for his knife with his other hand. The boy looks at him calmly. The protagonist is shocked to see the boy trying to help him. He asks Arung what he is doing. The beaten boy quietly begs Seonwoo. The fighter looks at him and understands everything. Hyunsu waves away the boy's fist in one motion. He delivers a powerful blow to the protagonist's face. The fighter spits after the damage he has suffered. The villain looks at him. The protagonist turns and bows, apologizing to the hunter. The villain looks at him in shock. Hyunsu coughs, standing in front of them, and states that although Yunhui did not say anything specific, she is smart, and everything will be fine if they behave carefully in the future. He agrees. The villain turns to Arung, saying that he also needs to be careful. The surprised bandits call for him to stop, asking if he is really going to let them go. The protagonist leads the boy and thanks the villain. The bullies surround the boss, asking why they should just let them go. He states that they just need to be taught a lesson. Hyunsu, furious, yells at them to shut up. The man stands there unfazed, touching his fist, knowing that if Arung hadn't stopped him, his hand would have been crushed. Seonwoo unties the boy and tells him that he did a good job. The boy stands in front of him and thanks the boy for stopping him, and if he hadn't, the protagonist would have gotten into trouble. Seonwoo looks down and states that if he had, he wouldn't have been able to look the manager in the eye anymore. Arung, beaten, touches his hands and tells him that he taught him that a guide should make rational decisions in any situation, and he just put the lesson into practice. They walk forward. The protagonist asks how he got captured. He replies that he went to different places, saying that he was looking for a task. Seonwoo stops after saying that the boy wandered into the vicinity of their hideout, where he attracted unnecessary attention. The fighter looks at him and asks if he was collecting information all this time. Arung goes on and says that it doesn't matter what he was doing, because he is the only person on the team, and if he doesn't want to be kicked out of the metahuman team, he should at least be useful as a guide. Seonwoo explains to him that he doesn't need to put his life on the line and that from now on, he should just develop his skills. The guy goes on and says that he disagrees. Arung, without turning around, says that a metahuman like Seonwoo doesn't need ballast, and after they met the people from Code Blue, he understood his place. The guy turns and tells the protagonist that he hides his abilities because of the secret team, but he really doesn't have any powers, and before Minnie starts looking down on him, he needs to learn how to properly play his role. Seonwoo stands a few meters away from him and says that not all metahumans look down on people without abilities. Arung in turn asks if he can say that after Hyunsu's behavior. Arung counters that normal humans are lower than metahumans, wondering if this is not the order created by Node. The protagonist looks at him silently. The picture says that Arung does not know that Seonwoo was a normal human and only recently woke up, but he has already forgotten who he was before and therefore said something that eased his mind only for him. He remembers the words of the guy with the scar that you can't trust anyone from Node, because everything is not as it seems. The protagonist looks down and thinks about the order of ranks. Seonwoo opens the door to the building. He asks Minnie where the branch manager is. She exclaims the protagonist's name. She looks at him and says that he left with Jamie. The girl sees a beaten Arung and in shock asks what happened to his face. The protagonist asks to fix it. Seonwoo says with a serious expression that he will talk to the manager about getting rid of Hyunsu. A hunter is sitting on a chair nearby. The guy looks up and says that it is him. The protagonist looks at him and asks if he is not on a mission and where the hunters Jae-sung and Sena are. The guy says with a worried expression that something happened, begging him to help him. The protagonist sits down next to him and asks him to calm down and explain what exactly happened so that he can understand everything. The hunter explains with a sad expression that their leader was attacked. Seonwoo is shocked to realize that he is at least a rank 7 metahuman. The guy explains that they recently received a task from the branch manager. The protagonist clarifies what exactly. The guy calls it a hunt for killers. Seonwoo is shocked to realize. A folder falls on the table in front of him. He says that this is the task. The protagonist stands in front of Bizik and asks what the description is. He replies that it is everything as he wanted. Seonwoo looks at him in shock. He opens the case and states that there is an unusually high ratio of metahumans to normal humans. The man tells him that these are not your average killers, as members of the attacking forces started a rebellion. The frame shows a character among the dead enemies. It says that the commander of the attacking force of Zone 14 fought against his subordinates, who started a rebellion, and was able to kill 2, and as expected, he soon finished off the rest as well. Seonwoo reads this and wonders why they started fighting each other, calling it a suspicious mission, since there was no information about the organizer or the reasons for the rebellion. Bizik, lounging in a chair, asks him if he wants to take it. He replies that he is not sure since there is not much information and it will be problematic to confront those 3 metahumans, since nothing was said about their abilities. The guy puts down the folder and says that it seems like a very dangerous mission and they don't have enough experience for such a mission yet. Bizik sits in a chair and agrees with him, saying that fighting against them with the desire to gain experience, but ultimately losing lives, is as pointless as putting the carriage before the horse. Sianwa is shocked to realize that he knew the reason why the guy wanted to receive missions to hunt killers. The man sits with his arms crossed and says that he understands everything and will give the mission to someone else, who replies that it is somehow suspicious. Bizik agrees with him with a serious look, noting that there are too many dark spots and they need to forget about what they talked about. The protagonist excitedly understands him, thinking that even the manager thinks that the mission is suspicious and who would have thought that he would be given to the Code Blue team. Sianwa looks at him and clarifies what happened next. The hunter explains that they accepted this mission 4 days ago. He walks through the desert with 2 partners. The girl turns to the guy and asks about what he apparently knew about the commander who was killed. The fighter with the scar replies that he met him when he was in the Node training center, and he was a kind and decent person. They walk on. The girl asks why in this case they hear about him for the first time. He replies that he was part of a hidden attack team. She looks ahead and understands that he was thrown out of the training center because of the problems he caused, clarifying why such a kind and competent person, according to him, also ended up in the desert in a hidden team. The man silently walks on. The girl looks at him and understands that now is not the time to joke. She holds the papers with a smile and asks if this is too stingy a task, because there is no information about metahumans. He turns around and explains that Zone 14 is behind this and they have already sent their people, but they were defeated and therefore the task came to them. They move on. The man says that if they fail, they will have to announce a public investigation, but he thinks that they intend to turn a blind eye to metahumans until the last. She asks why. The fighter with the scar says that for the same reason that Bizik keeps their identities a secret, because the headquarters will find out that he was secretly assembling an attack squad. The girl exclaims in surprise that this is true, because they were part of the hidden team of Zone 14, and therefore the authorities of the region are afraid of accusations of treason. The hunter in front raises his hand as a signal about something, while the man explains that Node prohibits the organization of secret military forces. The guy in front crouched. They do not understand what is happening. He approaches the hunter and asks what happened. He explains that he found traces of the killers. The fighter with the scar says that they need to go to where it is possible to conduct reconnaissance. He points to a destroyed building, saying that there is a good view from there. 3 hunters run towards the building. Arung, hearing the story, asks again if it was true that they were there for 4 days. The protagonist sits next to him and asks why the killers had not shown up during this time. He replies that this is exactly what happened. He looks at Sianwa and states that as soon as Senna began to focus on the fact that they had been gone for a long time and began to complain. In the frame, 3 hunters are sitting on the roof of a building. The man is surprised by something. The other one is looking through binoculars. He sees the enemy below and exclaims that they have finally shown up. He breaks away and tells them to run. 3 hunters are watching them around the corner. Senna asks what they will do. Jae-sung looks at her and states that they will study them and attack at the right time, and if this is a patrol, then they will be below average rank. The enemy walks through the ruins. The hunter runs towards him. With a deft movement, he slams the villain face down into the ground. He cries out in pain. He opens his eyes. A tied-up villain sits in front of 3 hunters. Jae-sung asks if he's awake. Another hunter behind the wall hears his partner want to ask some questions. Jae-sung smirks, holding a knife, and asks if he sees the kid, warning that if he screams or does anything weird, he'll use it. He points the blade and asks where their hideout is. The villain sits across from him and asks if he's the Node HQ. He exclaims that he's being impudent, since he's the only one asking questions here. The hunter, arms crossed, says that considering he's getting off topic, his hideout is here, asking why he betrayed the boss. The enemy sits tied up and states that he's not from HQ, asking where he's from then. Jae-sung calmly explains that he's from Zone 17. The masked enemy realizes that Bizik sent them. The hunter seriously states that he knows a lot for a small fry, asking who he is. The villain looks at him and asks him again who he is and what he knows, because he is standing here and asking some stupid questions. Jae-sung holds his head and says that he has not met such an impudent person for a long time, who does not know his place. The villain begins to get angry. The hunter looks at him and realizes in shock. The villain, being tied up, begins to shine. Senna comes up from behind and turns to the leader. He turns around in fear. He loudly shouts at her to leave. The girl turns around in shock. She looks ahead in fear. Jae-sung holds a knife stuck in her stomach. He looks at her with a spell. She says his name. The hunter sits near the heroes and explains that he was defending the entrance when he saw the leader. His eyes looked very strange. Sianwa asks in what way. The guy explains that they were lifeless and unfocused and a strange glow emanated from them. Arung sits near Minnie and listens silently. The protagonist asks again. The hunter says with a serious expression that he felt it. Jae-sung jumped on him from behind. The hunter noticed it. He deftly blocks the kick. Jae-sung flies back. The hero's hand hurts a lot. The tip of the sword moves towards him. The hunter deftly jumps to the other side. The hunter is furious, and says that if his opponent continues to behave like this, he will be forced to fight seriously. He takes out 2 swords from behind his back. The hunter stands calmly in front of Jae-sung's partner. He holds a sword and glows with blue light. The guy with a serious expression realizes that cannonballs are used in the battle and he will not have a chance. But he will not yield to him in fighting technique. He breaks away. The guy flies above the head. He quickly rushes down, armed with 2 swords. Jae-sung looks at him with a terrifying look. He strikes, but he dodges. There is a strong impact on the ground. He deftly appears behind Jae-sung. The hero holds the sword with both hands. Jae-sung strikes him, but the boy blocks. The villain calmly looks ahead. The hunter barely holds him back. He falls to his knee. The boy endures the pain, realizing that he thought he would be slow because of the mind control, but his defense literally had no flaws. The hero begins to glow, kneeling. He holds it with 2 swords and screams. The blades scratch the opponent's huge sword. The hunter deftly throws the enemy's sword to the side. The boy screams in rage. He kicks Jae-sung. He calmly feels the damage. Suddenly, the villain intercepts his leg. With a deft movement, he redirects it to the side, holding on to it. The hunter breaks through the ceiling. He falls to the ground, leaving cracks around. The beaten hunter grunts in pain. Jae-sung stands calmly in front of him. He looks at him, holding his huge sword. He starts to walk forward. Suddenly, the villain notices something. Senna holds his hand and begs him to come to his senses. Jae-sung calmly raises his sword. The hunter below screams no. The leader looks at her with enchanted eyes. Senna frowns, seeing this. The masked villain stands nearby and orders Jae-sung to stop. The enemy walks towards them and states that healers are very rare and they need to capture her. Senna looks at him in shock, not understanding how he got rid of the rope. Jae-sung slaps his palm on her neck with a deft movement. She starts to fall into his arms. The masked villain walks towards the hole in the wall. He sees the empty place where he fell and calls the missing fighter a rat. Arung seriously says that he is disappointed, because his comrades were brainwashed and kidnapped, and he just escaped. The protagonist stands next to him and denies, saying that he did a great job escaping from the puppeteer, asking him to think for himself what would have happened if he had been taken under control. Seonwoo explains that they are metahumans with psychopathic abilities who are capable of taking control of people's minds. The boy looks at him and asks what he is going to do, and he asks him what he thinks. Arung seriously states that they need to save them, and although the leader is a little annoying, he helped with training and they were a team in their own way. In the picture, a guy in a cloak is standing near the others. Seonwoo realizes that he is wrong, because a guide must put the safety of his team above all else. The boy is surprised to hear that in order to save a colleague in danger, he really thinks of exposing the others to it, because that way no one will be left. The protagonist stands next to him and states that he is also leaning towards saving Code Blue. The boy asks again in surprise. Seonwoo seriously states that both the leader Jae-sung and the hunter Senna are very capable metahumans, and if they both get controlled, they will become a serious threat in the future. And even though they came to the same conclusion, the boy needs to consider all the consequences and think ahead. That is what a good guide should be. Arung listens to him attentively. The boy and Minnie look at Seonwoo, who explains that no matter what, they cannot ask for official support, and since then there is a high probability of the team being revealed. The protagonist looks at him and tells Arung that he will conduct the briefing and Minnie needs to prepare the necessary equipment. Seonwoo realizes that after trying to decide whether to keep the team a secret and save its members, the manager left the final decision to him. The 3 heroes look at the night sky. The protagonist says that they will leave at dawn. The frame shows a tied-up character, saying that now that a fairly strong team has already broken up twice in Zone 17, the region is experiencing an unprecedented crisis and it is necessary to be on guard, because who knows how long they can hold out. People were walking through the desert in a group. Hyun looked back and was meaningfully silent, looking at his partner. He looked at Arung and asked what he was dragging behind his back. The survivor pointed his finger back and said that it was difficult to get, and promised that he would find out everything a little later when he saw it. Seonwoo was walking behind the group and was meaningfully silent. He frowned and looked forward, expressing dissatisfaction. The hero delivered a powerful blow with a sword. The guy was training and a man was standing next to him. The blow dissolved in space. The protagonist frowned and was dissatisfied. The swordsman reached for his weapon and, asking if he was having trouble, said that he needed to try again. The master's hands held the handle tightly. He launched a strong attack. The slash hit the obstacle. MC stood behind him and asked if it was a failure, to which he asked to stand still. The structure collapsed and raised dust. Seonwoo looked ahead in surprise, amazed at what he saw, and Jae-sung asked if he knew what the difference was. The hero looked away and said no, asking that if there was a difference, it was because he shouted out a ridiculous name for the attack. The man closed his eyes, putting his hand on his chest and asked if that was the only thing he noticed. even after such a cool blow. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he really needed to shout it every time, saying that they weren't in some game or manhwa about the post-apocalypse. The warrior pointed his finger at the sky and asked him to listen, saying that it wasn't that he wanted it that way, and asked if he knew about verbal commands, to which he asked again. The man held the spheres in his hands, and to fight high-ranking demonic beasts, he needed to think of the core as an extension of his body. But in an emergency, it was almost impossible to feel the core's movement and use its energy correctly. MC looked puzzled and asked if this process was simplified by using verbal commands. Hyun looked away, saying that was true and that he first needed to decide on a method for using the core's energy, and then give it a name. He held a sword in his hands and said that every time he used the skill, he would need to shout out the name to increase the effectiveness of the attack. The man put the weapon on his shoulder, saying that after many repetitions, he would instinctively use the skill while shouting out the name of the attack. The swordsman was upset when he saw the other man's distrust. He turned to him and said that he didn't believe him, but still asked him to at least try, naming the process of using the crescent sword in his head as Svensik, crescent sword, and then he had to swing the sword while shouting out the name. Seonwoo closed his eyes and agreed to try. His hilt and hands were enveloped in energy. The hero swung his sword, shouting the name of the attack. A huge stone absorbed the blow and the fragments flew to the sides. The protagonist froze and fell into a stupor from surprise. He unfolded his arms and said that he could not listen to him and understood why he did not want to do it for so long. He put his hand on MC's shoulder and said that although it was a little rough, it turned out great, and said that experienced metahumans say that if he linked his skills, verbal commands will begin to appear in his head. The man closed his eyes, saying that he had not reached this level, but noted that he could probably. Seonwoo looked ahead and thought that although he spent years collecting information as a guide, he learned a lot from the main one in just a week and realized that he needed him. He clenched his fist and could not think about the fact that he was caught by assassins. The fighter raised his hand and told everyone to be vigilant. He looked around, saying that they had come to the right place. The group entered a ruined building. Arung stood in the doorway and the protagonist asked about the situation, to which he said that as they expected, they had left since the shelter was discovered, and the protagonist asked if there were any traces. Hyun poked the stick into the flesh and said that there were clues, but nothing specific, and the fighter, opening his box, asked if he could hand over what he was holding. He held a stick and said that it smelled very strong. MC looked around and ordered to begin. The guy kept his hands on the backpack. He stuck the stick inside. Arung watched as the creature sniffed the stick. The guy looked into the box and was glad that he had smelled the target. Seonwoo walked forward and asked to disperse. In his hands was a magic sphere. He threw it into the box and there was an explosion. The creature stood in a stance. It stared forward and did not move. Hyun took out his sword and said that it was a demonic beast, to which the assistant asked if it was just a rat and asked why it was so timid. The hero looked forward and said that the swordsman would go after it. Minnie stood next to the shooter and the protagonist ordered them to slowly follow the tracks. The man watched as the striped rat began to run in a circle. It looked up and screamed. Arung watched the fleeing animal and said that it was running. The protagonist looked back and said that they could not lose sight of it. The warrior put the sword behind his back and confirmed what he had said. They ran after the creature. The detectives ran next to each other. The beasts ran much faster than those lagging behind. The rat stopped and became scared. Seonwoo put his hand on the wall. Hyun asked him if he heard anything, to which he said it was too quiet, and he asked if they had found the wrong place. The hero looked to the side and said that this rat does not lose its prey. He looked back, saying that this demonic beast is used for tracking, because it has an incredible sense of smell, to which he asked what then it means that they knew that they were coming and therefore remained silent. The protagonist looked forward and wanted to see if this was true. The fighters took out their weapons. They ran in different directions. Seonwoo entered the building. He stood by the wall and looked around. The hero looked out from around the corner. He looked in the direction from which he was called. The protagonist rushed towards the sound. He stopped. MC looked forward in surprise, falling into a stupor. He was scared and did not understand what it was. There were brutally murdered bodies of people on the floor. The guy moved forward. He stood among the corpses and looked around. The dark-haired man looked back and said that there was no leader and mistress here, and that was good. Hyun closed his eyes and was surprised. The swordsman was a demonic rat, while his partner asked to confirm that these were the same people. The warrior closed his eyes and said that he remembered the characteristics of those during the briefing, and yes, these are them. Seonwoo looked away and asked if he had met the puppeteers before and if he was among them. The partner leaned over, examining the corpse, and said that it was difficult to say because these people seemed to have been attacked and torn apart by a demonic beast, but the puppeteer was not here. The guy touched the blood on the wall and said that this trick did not belong to demons. The hero looked at his fingers, examining the substance, and said that the traces left behind were too clean and they acted without a doubt using first-class skills. The protagonist looked at Hyun, who asked who could have done this, and the guy replied that he did not know, but assumed that they were high-ranking metahumans. MC looked down and asked if they needed to be careful too. Sianwa looked at his partner and asked what he was looking for, to which he replied that he was trying to figure out if there was a blonde among them. The hero stood behind him and did not understand what he was talking about, to which he said that, to be honest, along with the task of catching the killers, the branch manager gave them another task. Hyun looked back and said that if they found a metahuman named Lexi during the main mission, she would need to be brought in alive. But because of the puppeteer, he did not need to tell him this. The protagonist looked down and thought that not only were the different zones playing a double game with hidden groups, but the manager was also asking to bring in a metahuman he had never heard of and didn't understand what was behind the incident. The fighter stood up and asked what he was going to do. MC looked away and said that the puppeteer must have fled, deciding that he couldn't handle the new pursuers. But since the blood was still fresh, he shouldn't have gone far. Hyun closed his eyes while the guy suggested waiting for the rest of the group to catch up and then check out the strange places. The guys were sitting near the window opening of a ruined building. Among the ruined buildings, the entrance to the subway was visible, and the guy said that it was over there. The warrior looked away and asked about the subway and said that if it was deep, it was probably teeming with demonic beasts, and asked if it was suspicious, to which he received an answer that it was not strange. Arung looked away and said that the absence of human traces would be quite natural. Upon entering they saw traces of human feet and noted that it was very suspicious. Sianwa looked away and said that this was a place where the pursuers would not go, because it was both dangerous and safe, and despite the pursuit, he was thinking clearly and probably, there was a puppeteer's hideout. Hyun took out knives and said that if this was so, then they needed to check, to which Arung looked at him fearfully and asked what he was doing. The fighter lowered his hands and asked if he wanted to say that they should sit and watch, and said that perhaps his leader and Senna were dragged there, to which he said that they first needed to determine how many people were there and who they were, and noted that whether he was timid or a daredevil, they needed to have patience. Sianwa looked ahead and said that if they could not enter, then they would need to lure him out. The guys looked thoughtfully at the hero. The hero looked to the side and, calling out to Minnie, asked to get it. Her face changed and agreed. A sight was visible on the body. The master's hand held the handle. The girl held a grenade launcher in her hands, and she said that the core bazooka was ready for battle, to which Hyun said that it looked reliable and asked if it was powerful enough to penetrate deep enough. Arung folded his arms and said that it was worth shooting in any case, because most likely he would crawl out if he heard some noise at the entrance. The craftswoman looked to the side and said that if she had an ordinary magic projectile in her hands, she would agree. Minnie winked and said that there was one, but she levitated and said that the projectile she created would react to her signal and fly apart into many small magic projectiles that would fly everywhere, and no matter how deep he hid from the explosion, he would not escape. The hero's hand touched the girl's shoulder. He stood behind in order to shoot, to which she agreed. Minnie smiled and counted the seconds. She pulled the trigger and a shot occurred. The projectile rushed towards the target. The missile flew into the subway. The master sat on the floor and held the tube. She clenched her fist and said that explosions are arts. An explosion occurred. Sianwa looked at the assistant and thought that this was a strange remark and assumed that it was a verbal command. The hero ran forward and said about Hyun that their turn had come. They were approaching the entrance. Through the dust they saw a strange figure. The man held his hands to his face and asked what was going on here. The fighter looked forward and said that this was the puppeteer. The opponent looked forward and asked again. He could not see well how his partners were approaching him. The protagonist looked at him. The enemy's eyes were shining purple. The elder ran and ordered not to look into his eyes. MC closed his eyes. He struck the enemy in the face and blood gushed to the side. The puppeteer held his hands on his face and said that he had damaged his eyes. Sianwa stabbed the enemy in the leg. A group of people approached the enemy, who was screaming in pain. The hero looked away and said that he had neutralized the mind control ability and cut the nerve in the ankle area, so he definitely could not escape. The protagonist looked at the younger ones and said that in addition to observing the situation, you need to watch him closely, and noted that in this state, the guys should be enough, and said that if he does something crazy, they should immediately kill him, to which Arung said that he understood. MC looked ahead and said that while he cannot use his eyes, they need to find them, and asked if he is ready. Hyun nodded his head and said that he is ready. The guys ran forward, intending to get into the subway. They went down the steps. The guy stopped. The guys noticed what was below and froze. The fighter stood in front of them and asked who they were. The guys looked down at the man. The girl walked forward and asked what he had missed. The people looked at the exit, and the pink-haired girl assumed that they had come here to save their friends. The old man came out of the darkness holding the victim in his arms and assumed that they had left traces after all, and said that he understood where the explosions and dust were coming from. The girl was lying with her eyes closed. Hyun recognized the person and shouted her name. The red-haired girl was holding the body in her arms and became interested. She smiled and assumed that they were not the killers, but the kids from Zone 17. The man rose higher and asked again. Sianwa nervously looked down and thought that they knew them and did not understand what was happening. The hero stood at the entrance and saw them for the first time and did not understand how they could know about them. A group of people stood at the entrance, and he understood that it would be unjustified to start a fight with them. The protagonist looked nervous and assumed that it was not them who killed the killers and they had no chance against them, thinking that they had only one way out. He put away his sword. MC raised his hand and asked to forgive his rudeness, and said that they had a mission from the 14th zone to catch the killer, and said that he was not sure at what level the error occurred, but their conflict arose due to the intersection of missions. The redhead threw the body aside and asked again about the conflict, saying that one team was sent to one mission. The body fell to the floor, and she said that they had been working for several days and anything could happen. She put her hand on his shoulder and asked why he did not look much like a hunter, and noted that it was strange. Sianwa looked down and did not understand whether they were provoking or really did not know, and thought that they might not know them because they were a hidden team, and asked himself if they might want them to reveal themselves. A group of people looked towards them and the hero said that they were not hiding anything and asked what zone they were tied to. The man showed his fist and said that it was none of their business. Hyun took out his swords. The protagonist waved his hand and said that he understood, and in that case suggested doing the following. He held his hand with the palm towards them and said that now their wounded Hyun was unconscious in their hands, and said that if they gave it to them, they would disperse peacefully, and the task and the leader would remain with them. The pink-haired girl held a katana and said that it seemed that he still did not understand what situation he was in and everything was in their hands from the very beginning. MC looked away and thought that it would not be as easy as he assumed. The red-haired girl held her hand in front of her and said that therefore, they would take the leader of the killers, the task and Hyun for themselves. Sianwa stood in front of the fighter and thought that this was a ridiculous condition, but however, it was necessary to avoid conflict with them, and he did not understand what to do. Behind the group was a man who ordered to give him Hyun and leave. Jae-sung leaned on his sword and trembled, begging to let Senna go. The pink-haired girl looked away, saying that they had already told him everything, and asked if he thought they would eat her, and said that he had the original sin, because he sided with the killers, and said that if he did not want to suffer even more, then he had better stop bothering them. She rushed to attack after he again asked to let the girl go. The huntress pointed her katana to the side and asked if he was even listening to her. Sianwa froze and his partner rushed forward. Hyun rushed at the enemy. The hero bared his teeth and thought that this was the worst possible scenario. He pulled out his sword and thought that everything was completely ruined and shouted support. Arung aimed his bow while the girl was preparing to launch a grenade. The bearded man held the body in his hands and was wary. There was an explosion and the protagonist ran forward, following the arrows. The opponents blocked the attack with barriers. MC ran forward. He looked at the gray-haired man and understood that he had to defeat a man who could only use one hand. Sianwa's leg was tied. He looked down and became wary. The guy fell on the stairs and the fragments flew in different directions. The red-haired woman held a lasso and said, "How dare he?" The hero rushed forward. He stood in a stance and said the names of the blow. The opponent tied the sword. With a slight movement of her hand, she knocked it out of the guy's hands. She looked at the opponent and asked if that was his dog's name, noticing that he only shouted that name. The protagonist became wary and thought about the sword. The shooter looked away and said that he would help. The craftswoman and the boy fired at the same time. The rocket and arrow were approaching their targets. The opponents used a barrier to protect themselves from the attack. The redhead tried to see everything through the fog and said that those children were annoying her. The gray-haired man held back the blow and did not understand who it was, saying that they used weapons from nuclei, like soldiers. The girl looked around and asked where that guide had gone. The one-eyed man looked away and wanted to think. MC appeared next to him, who wanted to strike. He frowned and thought that he was close. Sian was struck, but the old man dodged. The bearded man looked away and said that if he really wanted to return Senna so much, then let him take it. He threw the body towards the boy. The hero looked forward in fear. He caught the body. The one-eyed man looked away and thought that if he needed to block the attack, then he needed to use the core shield. He struck. The protagonist frowned and thought that he had definitely activated the shield. The enemy brought the forearm shield to MC's face. The old man stood in front of the lying man and said that he asked for the girl to be returned, but she turned out to be just ballast. The redhead watched what was happening and said that the guide was unlucky. The bearded man looked away after the girl called out to the guy. The grenade was approaching him. Minnie held the grenade launcher and said that explosions were an art. The projectile rushed forward and the craftswoman was thrown back by the recoil. The redhead was surprised and said that this was madness. The old man grinned. Sianwa closed his eyes and used the barrier. There was a powerful explosion and dust and fire burst out of the dungeon. Smoke enveloped the room. The hero held Senna and was in the barrier. The opponents were disoriented. He looked around. The redhead looked down and said that it was a dangerous attack and they almost died. The dark-haired man was surprised by what was happening. The redhead took off her mask and greeted the guide. The protagonist looked ahead and recognized the face of a familiar one. He remembered the woman standing in front of him and asking why he didn't hurry up and continue what he was doing. The redhead held her chin while he asked if she didn't understand that in order to survive in the desert, you need to be aware of what's going on, to which she asked again. She folded her arms and said that it was a pity and she wished she could spend more time, but her guys were quite loyal. The woman looked away and said that it seemed like he only now realized who she was and asked if they had met before. The glasses fell to the floor and broke. The opponents were protecting themselves with a barrier from explosions. The woman waved away the dust and asked the children to stop. They looked ahead and did not notice the guy. He was climbing the stairs and did not understand what was happening here and why Yunhui was here. He frowned and thought that he did not even want to know and asked not to be followed. Xianwu looked away and thought that it was incredibly difficult to fight someone while carrying someone on himself. The old man jumped forward. He looked at the one who was running away. The hero grinned and looked away. There was a sharp movement. The fighter grouped himself. The one-eyed man kicked the protagonist in the chest. He fell on Senna's body. The redhead silently watched what was happening. The children stood at the entrance and were wary. The bearded man turned towards those. Minnie held the tube in her hands and sighed in fear. MC was lying on the floor and groaned in pain. Next to him stood the pink-haired girl, who had defeated Jae-sung and Hyun, who was fighting the fighter. Xianwu sat up and noticed the sword. The girl heard someone say something from behind. The hero was enveloped in energy and said something about the crescent sword. The opponent looked at him and asked what was happening to him. The protagonist froze after being told to stop and that it was enough. The redhead looked at MC and asked if the guy didn't understand what was going on. Yunhui came down the stairs and asked him to think about his situation and if he was the one who said that to survive in the desert you need to be aware of what's going on around you. She looked at him and said that before he started running like crazy, she thought he was smarter and asked why he refused to surrender. Xianwu looked back and was silently expressive. He threw down his sword. The protagonist knelt down, raised his hands and said that she was right and he surrendered. Hyun held the weapon and was silently expressive. He knelt down and said that he surrendered too. The bearded man held the children and said that it was a wise decision. The protagonist looked forward and didn't understand when he managed to grab them. One Eye lowered the children to the ground and said that in that case he would ask one question: why did they attack them? MC looked tense and said that they only wanted their comrade back and as already said, they were going to make concessions, if they did not attack the leader. The fighter looked away and said that if he was not strong enough, he should insist on cooperation no matter what and noted that if he wanted, he would kill everyone himself. Xianwu nodded his head, saying that this was also true. The group stood in front of him and the leader spoke about him that he liked his attitude and said that they would introduce themselves, calling themselves an inspection team sent by the 17th Zone and acting on behalf of the Node headquarters, the southern branch of Korea. The surrendered froze and asked again. An awkward pause appeared among the conflicting. Yunhui folded her arms and said that they were the real representatives of Node, which he, the guide of the 17th Zone, only talked about and asked what was surprising about that. The man looked ahead and said that the newbies didn't seem to have a chance to meet anyone from headquarters and asked if that was true and introduced himself as the leader of the ghost team, Toshiro. The redhead looked away and introduced the rest of the team, Jack and Xianhua. Xianhua grinned and said what was to be expected, asking if they were spies. Yunhui lowered her head and said that was true and their task was to study the node departments, and said that they hid their identities to investigate violations by the 14th and 17th zones under the 9th paragraph of the 11th article of the organization's rules. The hero looked at them and asked again, to which the investigator said that each department of the company must register and report information about their metahumans. The protagonist froze and asked if this meant that for the investigation in Zone 14, they were watching him, but did not finish. He took the girl's hand. They looked at each other in surprise. MC frowned and thought about that. That's why his ability reacted to that one. The redhead folded her arms and said that all zones are controlled by Node and said that he was seriously mistaken if he thought that a regular branch could avoid the sight of the headquarters. Toshiro stood behind the girl and said that until the main headquarters made a decision, they needed to be put to sleep and the girl agreed to carry out the order. Yunhui reached her hand to the guy's head and he asked to stop and at least let the children go, to which she said that it would be problematic. She captured his mind and said that instead, she promised that they would be safe and receive careful treatment. Xianhua lowered his head and said that she made a promise, to which she asked not to worry and fall asleep. The body collapsed on the floor. He lay there, thinking about not being Node. The protagonist sat opposite Jae-sung, who said not to trust the organization. This fear illuminated everything around and he said not to trust them and noted that not everything he saw was true. He looked down and said that they were taking young talented children from the desert and training them, forcing them to drive away the demonic beasts once the training was over, and from what he heard, this was the plan. Xianhua looked forward and said that he understood their plan, but however, except for the high-level demonic beasts, which should be dealt with separately, since they should be able to defeat all the beasts in the desert with their current strength, and asked why they did not do so. The man sat on a tree stump and said that they believed that in dangerous conditions, more people would awaken, and that is why they did not make deserts into safe zones like cities, to which he replied that this was madness. The sphere was shining, and he said that they were deliberately neglecting safety so that young talents would awaken, and then they took the children and systematically trained them and led to the fact that this way they would be able to lead them to defeat the demonic beasts. Xian was sat in front of the sphere and said that if they followed their plan, there would be no metahumans left in the desert. Jason looked ahead and said that everyone would die. The protagonist tensed up and fell silent meaningfully. The man was illuminated by the light from the sphere. The child was sitting in the rubble, hiding from the creatures. The man approached the boy and asked if he was Xianwu. The protagonist was surprised and asked if he was his dad. The man leaned over and said that he was not his dad and said that his name was Bizik and he was from Guangmian, and noted that it took him some time to find him. The man closed his eyes and told him to come with him and promised to make him the best guide Node could have. He extended his hand and said that he had a long way to go and offered to reach heights together that the organization had never dreamed of. The protagonist looked ahead and fell silent meaningfully. His eyes were blindfolded and he was talking in his sleep. He was lying and thinking about the guild. Xianwu opened his eyes and was called. The man was leaning on a chair and asking if he was awake, apologizing for leaving him in such a state for so long and saying that a lot had come up. The light fell on the hero and he was meaningfully silent. He put a finger on his temple and asked if asking him to say anything was too much on his part, and introduced himself as Li, saying that he was a temporary acting executor on behalf of the guild headquarters. The protagonist was tied up and he said that although this was not the most comfortable place, he asked for understanding. MC looked ahead and asked if they intended to kill them. There was a collar on Xianwu's neck and the man, laughing, said that he got straight to the point and asked why he thought so, to which the hero replied that Node punishes those who go against them and asked why he had a collar with a nuclear bomb on his neck then. The executor sat in the shadows and said that he was indeed an experienced guide and said that such an approach was necessary to maintain order in the desert. The protagonist felt fear while he asked about that. However, if you look at all the details, will he not be a knight on a chessboard, and said that the problem was rather in the impure intentions of the one who moved the pieces. Li folded his arms and MC asked what it meant that the branch manager would be punished, to which he replied that punishment had already been applied to him. Xianwu froze and fell into a stupor. The man looked ahead and said that the crime of creating personal combat groups by secretly hiring metahumans cannot be called a light offense, and noted that they had finished clearing the 14th and 17th zones. The hero grinned and in disbelief asked if they had killed those. He twitched his hands in the hope of getting untied. Li closed his eyes, saying that he was not sure about this, because this was the jurisdiction of another department. The protagonist looked down as he said that they might be dead but they would hope that they weren't, and the hero asked if Jae-sung was killed. The bearded man put his hand on his jaw and asked what the metahuman was who turned away from them, and said that his crime was serious enough since he joined the opposition of his own free will. The light fell on MC and he said that the man was released 4 days ago. Li waved his hand, saying that he must not see the point in that since they let him go despite his serious crime. Jae-sung was walking through the desert, and the reason for the guild's decision was that in its current state, the desert would kill him sooner or later, and the headquarters didn't have much time to judge someone who lost their awakened ability. Xianwu looked at the man and asked again, very surprised, and he confirmed his words, saying that the recovery was difficult because the puppeteer had been brainwashing him for a long time. The protagonist grinned and thought about how this was possible, the manager and the head of the team. Li folded his arms and said that there was another important reason why he came to see him, despite being a temporary substitute. The bearded man looked ahead, saying that he previously held the position of an instructor at the Node Training Center, and asked that based on what he said, he most likely already guessed what he was getting at. The protagonist looked at him, and was tense. The door opened slightly and light entered the room. MC went outside and covered himself with his hand from the sun. Arung ran to Xianwu and shouted his name. The guy and Hyun were standing in front of him. The assistant went to hug him while people were watching them and said that he thought something bad happened to him, to which the protagonist asked him to stop. Toshiro looked down and asked if they would come back. He stood next to the man who was talking about how they couldn't do anything if they decided to stay in the desert, since it was their choice, and he asked if they were preparing something while avoiding the guild's gaze. Li folded his arms and asked if a normal low-ranking metahuman could avoid their gaze and plan something. The group retreated into the desert, and he said that they would see what he would do after the 15 days agreed upon. Arung walked between the boys and he asked if he knew what happened to Senna and Minnie. Hyun clenched his fist, not wanting to say anything, to which Xianwu looked away and said that the huntress would receive treatment, and the master had decided to stay with her for the time being. The fighter held his fist to his lips while the boy asked if it was true. The hero looked at the boy and thought that the assistant had not received an invitation from the instructor, and most likely because he had no abilities, and if that was the case, he would have to lie to him. The group stopped and the protagonist said that they needed to split up here, to which Arung asked why. The protagonist stood in front of him and said that he wanted the boy and the hunter to do something, and he was asked what. He frowned, saying that they needed to find someone. The guys looked at the guy and assumed that they needed to find a person. The person was walking towards the destroyed stadium. Sianwo was walking near an abandoned food court. He opened the door and, seeing traces of blood, became wary. The hero grinned, saying that he came here prepared. He remembered Lee talking about how they were severely punished, then perhaps dead, and said that they would hope that this was not the case. There were traces of blood on the buildings. The wall was smeared with red liquid. There was a rare movement, and the guy denied it. The protagonist ran into the room and asked for the manager. He ran into the room, shouting for the manager. MC froze and looked scared. Bizik was lying in bed, staining everything with blood, and Jamie was looking at the protagonist, calling out to him. The guy looked at the man and was upset. The bearded man looked away and said that he was back. Sianwo was scared and apologized for leaving without saying a word. The manager looked at the guy and said that everything was fine and he should apologize, but he couldn't even shake his hand. The protagonist lifted the blanket. He froze and was stunned by what he saw. The assistant turned away while the protagonist looked down, not understanding how people from the guild could do such a thing. Bizik looked at the ceiling and said that he paid a price for going against a huge organization. MC frowned and asked that even if so, was it worth chopping off arms and legs? He turned to the trembling boy and said that it was not such a big price to pay. So many people died trying to save this humble existence, and for that he should feel regret. Sianwo was angry and asked if the manager could not predict the future. The hero looked down and asked why he created a hidden team and went against Node. Bizik closed his eyes and asked again, saying that he should tell him before it was too late. Jamie was standing next to him, and he asked to be left alone. The people were left alone and Sianwo sat on a stool. The manager laid down and asked him to listen carefully to what he was about to tell. He closed his eyes and said that his ability had nothing to do with predicting the future, and said that it was actually memory. The man opened his eyes slightly and said that it was not just an improvement in memory, but because of the ability, he remembered things that others did not. Birds flew near the window and he said that humanity was already extinct. The hero looked at him and asked what he was talking about, to which he asked, too sudden a statement. The bird flapped its wings and he said that he did not mean that this world was just someone's dream or that they were all just spirits, and said that to be more precise, one day humanity died out. The protagonist was scared and wanted to say his guess, but he interrupted him and said that he remembered the experience from his past life. Bizik turned to the interlocutor and said that his ability is that he remembers what happened to him in past lives and, having died once, he lives the same life again. MC frowned and became wary. The old man lay in bed and said that he was a regressor, and this is someone who has already lived a life, and said that he has the ability to remember what happened in past lives, and he repeats his life again after death. Sianwo frowned and remained silent. The man looked away and asked if he had awakened. The man looked at the guy and was glad that he had awakened. Bizik stood next to him, and the guy said that he had a feeling that he already knew that he would awaken. The girl stood in a stance and the manager said that there was one talented metahuman in close combat, and he asked to take her to his team. The interlocutors stood on the bridge and the hero asked how he knew and assumed that he had the ability to see the future, to which the old man said that he had never seen such abilities. The protagonist froze and thought that now everything fits together, and everything is logical. The bearded man lay in front of him and said that there was some truth in this, because once, he had already experienced this, especially regarding the arrival of demonic beasts. Their location was almost the same as in his past life. He looked away and said that the events were completely different. Sianwo looked at Bizik and he was talking about how the more changes in the present, the more the future changes, and at some point, this life will completely break away from the trajectory of the past. He remembered how he said that if he had such an ability, he would not have allowed Chansu to die. The hero lowered his head and understood what he meant then. They were in a room and the manager was talking about becoming a branch manager of Node and took him to himself, although he should have stayed in the administrative office, and he did not know if this was the reason for the changed events. But he woke up later and everything came to the current situation. The protagonist grinned and said that the future may have changed, but he definitely should have understood that uniting metahumans to create a military force would be regarded as betrayal. Particles were hovering in space and MC asked why he then allowed the head to create hidden teams and why the old man took the initiative. The bearded man looked up and said that he was aware of this, but he could not rebel, because he had to show that it was wrong. He closed his eyes and asked to listen to him, saying that he was now going to tell what happened before he died last time. Bizik was sitting in the office and saying that he understood little about past lives and regression, but he rose to high positions. Thanks to the ability. He held a cup and despite being busy, he lived a prosperous life and did not think about the desert. The manager looked away and wanted to believe that life in the city would be the same as before the cataclysm. The mug fell to the floor and according to his memories, the event from his past life should happen in 5 years. He approached the window and demons invaded the city, and this was the beginning of the extinction of mankind. The old man looked away and said that there were 3 creatures that rarely show themselves. They looked forward and he said that they appeared at the same time and immediately aimed at this world. Sianwood turned his head as he said that Node couldn't stop them because of his bottomless greed. The moonlight was shining into the room and he said that they should have dealt with the demonic beasts one by one the moment they appeared. But Node perceived them as an earthquake, or a flood, ignoring their appearance, and caught up in the struggle for wealth and the cobbled-together attempts to protect the metahumans, they brought disaster upon themselves. Bizik's body was bloody and he said that this is how he died. The fetus was in the fetal position and he said that he was reborn again later. The manager held up the papers and said that along with the memories of the event in Gwangyang and the names of the active hunters. He recalled putting on his hat and said that he didn't know if it was because he wanted to become a hero or because he was greedy for survival, but he was determined to prevent the disaster. The man stood in front of the tower and however, he could no longer trust Node because they were absorbed in spores until the disaster. Bizik stood in front of the girl and said that this is why he teamed up with Beatrice. He looked at her and asked if she could help him. The girl looked at him and smiled, and despite her youth, she was smart, and they created an alliance against Node, starting to recruit people. The man stood near the structure and so the 14th, 17th and 19th zones were created. The manager hung a sign at the entrance. People stood in a circle and the main goal of this plan was to collect the 9 keys before Node did. The old man closed his eyes and he asked what 9 keys he was talking about, to which he said that this is a team capable of defeating the named demonic beasts. The people were in space and were the most exceptional metahumans that he saw in battle, living a past life. Sianwo raised his head and was stunned with surprise. Bizik remembered the monster and planned to share the information with the keys and provide them with the location of the demonic beasts, because they had a lot of time to defeat the beasts one by one. The girls' hands were wrapped in energy and after collecting, they would help them grow, and their original plan was to start hunting 3 years later. But the problem was Node, because they were stupid and a branch manager unrelated to them caught them organizing a hidden team. The inspection team looked ahead and as a result, the guild increased surveillance, and thus they were caught. The girls sat in the dark and recently they found one of the keys, Lexi, and entrusted her development to the 14th zone. However, there was a spy inside the hidden team. The puppeteer looked ahead and was the spy. He watched as the humans fought and was the human who wanted to get the blonde and manipulated the metahumans from the 14th zone and killed the commander of the strike force to take the humans, and due to this event that happened with Lexi, Node, who had increased surveillance, learned about her and the existence of hidden teams. Sianwu remembered Yunhui and said that he was very stupid and realized that if only he had noticed earlier, everything would have been different, but he did not finish. Bizik looked at the guy and said that what happened next, he himself knows, and now, everything depends on him. The light fell through the window and the manager forgave rebelling against Node, as he did, may not be the wisest choice and perhaps he can prevent a disaster, convincing again and again, after joining those. The monsters were approaching the city, and the old man said that no matter what choice he made, you need to remember one thing, there will be hope for victory only if he reduces the number of opponents before the final battle. The hero looked down and asked why him. The victim closed his eyes and said that it was because he had the ability to absorb and he was counting on him because he had unlimited potential. The protagonist's hands were shaking and he asked again, asking about him counting on chance when he had come so far. Bizik was covered in sweat and laughing, mimicked the interlocutor. The discharge illuminated the darkness. The man was inside the cocoon, and he was talking about how during the final battle in his past life, it was MC who had inflicted the most damage on the S-rank demonic beasts. Sianwo was standing on the corpse of the monster, and he was talking about how he was the heart of the 9 keys. The hero looked forward and was surprised by what was said. The old man closed his eyes and said that he had wandered through the desert in search of him. He remembered how the man introduced himself and offered to reach great heights. The interlocutors were sitting in the room. The guy lowered his head and led to the speech. He looked at the mentor and said that he was entrusting him with all the expectations and hopes that he would accept them, and asked what he wanted him to do. The manager looked away and said that when their path together was about to come to an end, he was going to give him an ability that would fully reveal the potential of his devouring ability. Sianwo looked at the interlocutor and asked what kind of ability it was, to which he asked to look at the box under the table and open it. The hero opened the box. His gaze froze and he fell into a stupor. He held a blade in his hands and asked if this was some kind of stupid joke. The bearded man threw his head back and said that he did not remember joking. Bizik turned and ordered him to absorb his ability and all the information about his past and present life, saying that this was the best way for them to survive in the final battle. MC froze and called out to the manager. The man looked at the ceiling and said the names of the keys and said that there was another one that was in the shelters in Buchen, and there were 5 of them in total, and asked to find the remaining keys using the memory and become stronger. Sianwo froze after the voice inside ordered him to kill him and take the power. He grabbed his head and asked him to stop, saying that now is not the time. The hero looked away and thought about what to do if he does not want to, because with this ability, he can try to do it again. The manager looked at the guy and asked if he wanted him to go through this again, and asked him to spare him. He closed his eyes and said that he wanted to avoid the news and was just begging him. The protagonist squeezed the blade and meaningfully remained silent. He pulled the blade out of the sheath. It was hard for him to do this. The old man was hanging a sign. He wiped his forehead and closed his eyes. The boy looked at him and clapped his hands. The dark-haired man looked forward, holding his hands in front of him. The man showed a thumbs up and smiled. Sion was swung and thanked for everything he had done. He held the blade tightly in his hands. Bizik lay with his eyes closed, and lastly he asked to take care of himself. There was a blow and blood spurted out. The blade fell to the floor. MC was kneeling and looking at the wall. Energy engulfed him. Power appeared around him. The manager lay motionless with no signs of life. Sionwa's eyes were shining and he was engulfed in blue flames. All the memories were absorbed by his body like a film strip. Sionwa holds his head and thinks madly about the memories from the manager's past life. He looks ahead in shock and realizes that these are most likely memories from his own life. Kneeling, he screams, emitting blue energy. The picture shows footage of past events. The main character is lying on the floor unconscious. He suddenly wakes up and screams in shock. Sionwa gets up in the middle of the room. Next to him lies a wounded character. The main character holds his head and does not understand where he is, asking if he is really in the executive office, but then realizes that this is a past life, which means he is in the branch manager's office. The guy is shocked, trying to figure out if he is Bizik or Sionwa. The main character looks at the lying man in surprise. He sees Bizik on the couch and exclaims about the branch manager. The main character looks at his hands and remembers that he is Sionwa after all. The guy slowly walks up to the lying man. He looks at him and states that no one knew that he was walking towards an unknown future, holding in mind painful memories of his past self. He says that the man was a strong person. Sionwa covers the deceased with a blanket. He looks at him sadly and mentally apologizes for ultimately putting this on his shoulders and committing a mortal sin against him. The protagonist turns around, asking about the manager. The man's head is visible, covered with a bloody blanket. The guy realizes with annoyance that he was silent after all. Sionwa looks forward and feels that these were his memories. The strong emotions in his last moments of life seem to be resonating. The protagonist stands in front of him and asks if he will bother him until his death. Taking up space in his memories, he states that he is afraid that he will not be himself anymore. Sionwa seriously notes that he is trying, because he was the one who made the right choice. The protagonist bows to the deceased. The door to the room with the lying body opens. Sionwa goes inside while someone is looking for Jamie. Sionwa turns around in surprise. A bunch of thugs are standing in front of him. One of them is holding a girl hostage. Sionwa is shocked when he says Jamie's name. The captured girl explains that they suddenly wanted to meet the manager. A large swordsman approaches the scene and asks how the guide is doing. The protagonist sees them and asks if it's really the hunter Hyunsu. Sionwa tries to understand what this all means with a serious expression. The man in front of him smirks and asks where all the formalities suddenly went. Hyunsu crosses his arms and explains that he will let him get away with it since they are too busy and will get straight to the point, offering Sionwa to work with them. The villain points his finger, stating that Bizik is finished and he knows that the protagonist has been branded a traitor to Node. Sionwa clenches his fists. The villain smirks and says that for these reasons, they have decided to take control of Area 17 and offer Node a deal, and after Bizik is removed, Hyunsu will set up a new exchange center there. He smiles and says that if they want to survive in the desert, they need a good guide, and asks if he thinks so since they will treat him well. The protagonist seriously states that his dreams sound plausible, but the offer is unrealistic, since why would Node return something that they already threw away once? The interlocutor scoffs, saying that he knows where to hit, but he has to admit that he is right and it does not seem like the protagonist is unwilling to accept his offer. He points to the captured Jamie and states that if he helps him overthrow Bizik, he will release the hostage. The girl is pushed towards him. Sionwa addresses her, saying that she did well and now she should hide inside. Hyunsu looks at him and says that if you look at it that way, the protagonist is willing to cooperate, and that is very tempting. Sionwa watches him questioningly. The big guy smiles and exclaims that he is not really that stupid to go to Node empty-handed. The bandits spread out a huge tarp. The villain rips it off and calls out to look at it. He grabs a wooden beam. The fighters lift it up. The protagonist watches in shock. Hyunsu stands with a man hanging on a cross and says that this is his trump card and that is what he will give to Node. The guy hangs on the cross unconscious. The villain explains that it is Jae-sung, another traitor. The shocked protagonist recognizes the leader. The fighters hold a wooden cross. Hyunsu states that most likely the protagonist does not know who this is, since Bizik kept him a secret from everyone, and he was worried because he heard that he was once a high-ranking metahuman of Node, but it turned out to be easy to catch, because the soldiers threw him away like trash, because he was in the way, like a speck in the eye. The villain smirks and says that since he, being part of the headquarters, went against him, he became the worst criminal. The protagonist scoffs. Seonwoo starts laughing loudly. A surprised Hyunsu asks if he's crazy, not understanding why he's so happy. The protagonist stands in front of him and explains that neither the branch manager nor the team leader Jae-sung are of any value to Node. The surprised bandits hear that Node has already punished both of them. Hyunsu fearfully asks how he knows that. The protagonist explains that when they fought against them. The villain listens to him in shock. Seonwoo seriously says that while so many hunters were putting their lives on the line trying to save the exchange center, he asks why they did such disgusting things. An enraged Hyunsu insults the protagonist. The big guy grabs him by the neck and shouts that he treated him kindly, and that he forgot his place. Seonwoo explains in a calm voice that the branch manager's sins are too deep for him to hide something like that. The big guy looks at him in shock and asks again. The guy looks down and says that all this time he thought that he could only absorb the abilities of those who had already died, but it seems that this is not true. An angry Hyunsu tries to understand what he is talking about. The protagonist points to his head and says that it was an accident, because memories from the past keep popping up in his head. Seonwoo takes the villain's hands with both hands. The protagonist thanks him for lunch with an ominous look. He begins to emit bright blue energy. The bandits watch what is happening in shock. The surprised villain looks away. He is struck by energy and screams in pain. The protagonist screams furiously, emitting powerful streams. His eyes glow brightly. He holds his opponent's hands. The man opened his mouth wide and screamed. Then he put his hand out, put his palm on the guy's chest and frowned. Then he laughed and asked the bastard what he did. The brunette looked away and said, "Just a rank 15 enhancement, nothing special." The hero grabbed his weapon and shouted out what he said. He swung his sword and added, "Considering the strange thing he just did, he must have awakened, but he will show him how scary a rank 15 enhancement is." The tip of the sword approached the protagonist's face. The man opened his eyes wide and asked what. 3 swords were visible. Hyunsu opened his mouth and began to fall. He looked ahead in surprise and asked, "What the hell? He swings it every day." The brown-eyed man looked at his opponent and replied, "He lost his ability. I'm sure that now it is difficult for him to lift the sword that he held in his hands due to increased physical strength." The jock raised the sword up and shouted. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "He lost his ability. Don't make him laugh, let him watch. It's true." Suddenly his arm broke and the hero screamed in pain. The guy lunged and shouted, "Idiot, his joints and muscles are cramping, can't he feel their pain?" Then he struck the enemy and blood came out of his mouth. After which the man fell to the ground. The people opened their mouths wide and shouted, "Captain, damn it, take him." They started running at the young man. The protagonist, looking at the crowd, narrated, "Their boss has already been defeated, but they still don't understand what situation they are in, and are trying to grab him." He stood with his back and narrated, since his awakening happened later, his skills were sealed, and he could not use them, but now, they will become ideal subjects for tests. The brunette frowned and added, using the manager's memory skill, he will try to call on his past abilities to satisfy curiosity. The hero concentrated his strength, and tensed up. His strength was replenished, and he spread his arms. The people looked at him in surprise. The protagonist closed his eyes and explained that it turned out that all the energy inside him had united. Looking at him, the men wondered what it was, what kind of black aura, and the second one answered, "Black aura, I had never heard of such a thing." The man clenched his fist. His eyes lit up when he said, "Tentacles." Magic paws crawled out of his body. The guys opened their mouths wide and asked what it was. They had to dodge. The tentacles pierced their bodies. The victims hung in the air. Blood splashed out of them. Then they began to fall one after another. The protagonist hunched over and clenched his teeth. Then he opened his mouth and noted that this was spending too much of his energy, to such an extent that the energy absorbed almost did not replenish the costs. This skill is now too energy-consuming for him. You can't confuse your current self with your past self. The guy looked at the opponent when he said that he was a bastard. The man opened his mouth wide and said that he would finish him off when he interrupted him and asked. He could barely speak because of his broken jaw. The brown-eyed man grabbed his weapon and added, "Don't worry, he won't need it anymore." The hero's sword stuck into the ground. The opponent opened his mouth and eyes wide. The young man swung and struck. After which he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the man and said, "If he doesn't kill him, he can only take away part of his skills. But if he kills him, he can take everything with his devouring ability." The protagonist looked back and added, "That's why the manager wanted him to take away his ability completely." The moon was burning brightly in the sky when the guy said, "But still, if only he had told him everything in life." Someone was pounding a board with a shovel. The heroes were driving boards into the ground. The brunette looked at the girl and asked what she was going to do now, to which she replied that the manager had given her some tasks, the evacuated people would be back soon, so the exchange center would become noisy again. In response, she asked a counter question, "And what about him?" To which the protagonist replied, "He must complete the task that the manager had assigned him, because even more difficult tasks awaited him ahead." The sun was shining brightly in the sky. When someone asked, he wanted to meet with the senator. People were walking down the hallway. When someone answered yes, but he said that she did not meet with everyone in a row, and refused him. The brunette looked at the man and asked, and then, to which he replied, nah, he showed him their map. The brown-eyed girl blushed and remained silent. The protagonist looked straight ahead, when someone gasped. A voice was heard behind the door. He was lucky that she was in charge of the senator's schedule. The couple was riding in the elevator when Sianwu responded, okay, it's just that the only thing he had was their card, so he showed it. The lady looked at the guy in surprise when he asked what was wrong. The brown-eyed guy's mouth dropped open when the heroine said that his energy was much stronger than their last meeting. It seemed like she was about to faint, and it looked like several types of energy were mixed in him. The brunette looked at Mari and asked if she could now sense energy without touching it, to which she replied that her rank had also risen. She then frowned and added that although he had become stronger, it was just her imagination that several types of energy were emanating from him. Right, such a person couldn't exist. In response, the hero only laughed. There was silence between the couple. The girl reached for the guy's hand. After which he looked at her and said that if she grabbed her hand like last time, he would scream. The elevator door opened. Approaching the stairs, the brunette asked to keep the fact that she allowed him to meet the senator a secret, to which he answered why. Looking forward, the lady said, well, her very meeting with strangers will be perceived by some people as an undesirable attempt to change the foundations. The brown-eyed man looked sideways and remained silent. The couple stood by the door when the girl turned to the senator. Entering the room, she added that she brought Mr. Sianwu to her. Without turning around, the blonde replied that she was waiting for them. The hero remained silent in response. The yellow-eyed girl turned around and said welcome to the gentleman. She introduced herself as Beatrice. The protagonist looked at her sternly and replied, long time no see. The girl silently opened her mouth. Then she shook her head and said, yes, it's nice to meet him for the first time. The brunette listened to their conversation in surprise. There was a thought in her head. He said that he had not seen her for a long time, and she, that they met for the first time, and what between them. The senator sat on a bench and spoke. Judging by the manner of speech, she believes that he absorbed the ability of Bizik, to which the hero replied, right. The brown-eyed man looked away when the lady said, then he, to which he replied, he is dead. The yellow-eyed woman opened her eyes wide and remained silent. The guy looked at her when she said, I see. The heroine remembered how the man asked her for help, and she smiled and shook her head. The protagonist looked back and thought, they were not particularly close, but they were people with similar goals and hopes. There was no time to cultivate useless emotions in themselves. It was better to turn hopes into reality. Then he frowned and said they continued what was planned. He came to say this. The blonde opened her eyes in surprise. Then she looked down and said, thank you for continuing his desire. The young man looked at her and replied, it is not worth it. What is more important is how long she can do this. She sat silently on the bench when he added how much longer he planned to sit in this city and play house. The lady had tubes taped to her back when she said that, as he already knew, there would be a day in the near future when the people of Gwangyang would no longer need her, or when she would no longer be enough to protect them. After her words, the protagonist wondered if she was talking about the past battle or that time, and the lady said that when the time came, she would join the keys. The girl added, and until then, she plans to continue what she is doing now as long as she is useful, even if people think that she is just playing house. Looking at the blonde, the guy thought, what should be expected from the first key? Beatrice knows perfectly well what she should do. He was worried in vain. The brunette turned away and said, in that case, he will not waste any more time. He said everything he wanted, so he will go, and the girl asked, will he bring Winter? The heroine's eyes widened when the young man answered, not sure, most likely he would bring Winter to the headquarters. After which she stood up, looked at him and asked if he was going to Node. Then she sighed heavily when the protagonist said that he was going to use their infrastructure, and she answered, what about Bizik's plan? The brown-eyed man looked back at her and said, it was more important to build an independent squad that would be able to defeat the demonic beasts, and now was not the time to choose between a hidden team and Node, right? Before his death, the man said that confronting Node might not be the only way out. The blonde lowered her head when Sianwu added, the manager did as he saw fit, but he does it his own way. If necessary, he would gladly become either a pig or a loyal dog of Node and suck them dry. The girl closed her eyes and replied, well, may God's blessing be with him, so that he could choose, and he thanked her and said that he did not believe in God. As he left, the brunette told her to just remember to sleep. If she continued to lose consciousness, how would she survive until the day X? The yellow-eyed girl smiled and replied that she would keep that in mind. She remembered how she had said she believed that it was the doctor and an outsider who interfered. The doctor was not one of those who, when something changed. The brown-eyed man thought about her words. The destroyed building stood under the night sky. The man stood with his eyes closed. Then he grabbed his head and asked what to do. There was no leader or branch manager with them. The brunette looked away and thought, he must be in severe shock, The head, he was his teacher and leader. But he died. He lived like a ghost inside a hidden team. It must be, a dark future was looming before him. After which he turned to Hyun and asked if he had been offered to, yes, and he replied yes, but it was no'd. He didn't know if he could trust them after they crossed swords with each other. What they did to the manager and the team leader was cruel. But the end of life was their decision in both cases and was caused by Team Hyun-soo, both now and in the past. Note had been pretty fair. It wasn't an organization that couldn't be trusted at all. The hero closed his eyes when his partner said that team leader Jae-sung had said that Node's development program was worth going through. Node was interested in attracting metahumans from the desert to their army. The brown-eyed man looked at him askance when he asked if that meant he was going to join the headquarters. After which he frowned and replied that for his own purposes, he would even join Node. But for now he was still thinking about what he should do. Thinking back to the past, the man asked because he was worried about Arung, to which he replied, he wasn't a metahuman so he couldn't join Node's army, while it would be a huge loss to just leave him behind in the desert. But it wasn't about him. He then added that he was constantly thinking about what the Devourer team should do at a critical moment to gain an advantage. The brunette looked away when he was asked at a critical moment, and he thought, oh. Then he looked at the hero and replied, it was about the task the manager entrusted him with. Even though he hated Node, he asked him to create an independent squad that could eradicate demonic beasts, and he thought, well, it's not like he was lying. The brunette frowned and said, to tell the truth, during their pursuit of the criminal, the leader said that if Hunter Seon would continue to grow at the same rate, he would most likely live up to the branch manager's expectations. He didn't know what that meant back then. But then he stood up and added, if you don't mind, could he accept him into the Devourer team? He would like to help with the task the manager entrusted him with. The protagonist heard this and thought, it's good to hear. Even though the 8 keys are strong, it will be difficult to change the course of history with just their powers to overcome Node's control. It's better to have as many allies as possible, and he needs to add his plans to the manager's plans. The guy was glad when they told him, okay, and thanked him for bringing this up first. He ran up to the protagonist and started shouting, he should be the one thanking him, to which the protagonist asked him to calm down. The brown-eyed man spread his arms and said, well, enough about that, he hopes Arung will bring good news, and the protagonist asked, he was talking about him. A young man entered the room when the hero shouted, Arung, and the protagonist asked, found. The boy gave a thumbs up. The 3 guys stood and looked at the clear sky. One of them frowned and asked if he was sure that the woman was here, to which the other replied that such words should not be spoken by someone who could not find a single clue for 3 whole days. The brunette silently looked at the hero's back. Approaching the defeats, he thought, this is a rather large place for a shelter, the barrier is good, but still at the desert level, it will block low-ranking monsters, but against mid-ranking monsters there will already be difficulties. They held out only thanks to one of the 8 keys, Winter. The boy looked at the protagonist and asked if they would go inside, when he raised his hand and answered, no, let us wait here for a minute and study everything. Raising his other hand, the brown-eyed man went forward alone, when they began to call him. The guy looked into the distance and shouted, hey. An arrow landed near his leg. The young man got angry and shouted, what is he doing, out of the blue? And the other replied, they are security, he wants to see how they will react to the intrusion. Grabbing the sword, he added, very effective, but so far only warning shots, is it worth checking what they are really capable of? The man frowned and asked to be careful. Suddenly an arrow appeared, flying straight at the hero, but he dodged. The red-eyed man clenched his fist and shouted, why are they shooting at all? He was angry and added, after all, first they should kindly send them to hell, and the protagonist thought, how to do it kindly. The brunette turned around and said, well, since they reacted like that, they should politely respond in the same manner. The guy's eyes lit up greedily and drooled. He grabbed the weapon and said, he waited for him to say it, arrow after arrow, he would teach them a lesson, and the boy thought Minnie had such an effect on him after their travels together. The hero opened his mouth wide and shouted, wait a minute, they are coming again. When suddenly a large number of arrows flew towards them. They looked at them in surprise. The boy gritted his teeth. Arrows were breaking above him. The protagonist turned to Arung and told him to move faster, and soon this would become annoying. His first target was a guy in a helmet. He aimed at them. The brunette fired an arrow after he was told not to kill. His helmet was knocked off by the arrow. The protagonist pointed to the guy in ugly pants and said that this was the next target. He frowned and told him to aim for the crotch. The second one replied that he was not sure he would hit, because he was too dodgy. The arrow flew between the opponent's legs. He was very scared. The young man smiled and asked if he could use an explosive arrow this time. The protagonist frowned and wondered if he was going to shout that the explosion was an art. Then he smiled and asked to make sure that no one would get hurt. The arrow flew towards the enemy. And then the explosion happened. Arung clenched his fist and said happily, that's it. Seonwoo remembered Minnie thinking that they were the same, and he was glad that they were on his side. The brunette smiled and said great. The man opened his mouth and shouted that there were metahumans here. They needed to run. The young man raised his hand and shouted who the metahuman was. Idiots. The protagonist patted him on the back and said that they could go since they got rid of these irritants. The young man jumped over the wall and landed. 2 more landed behind him. 5 people were walking towards them. The protagonist asked who was the main one in the shelter. The woman looked down and said what important people, apologized for being rude, because recent events forced them to be more careful. Sianwa frowned and thought that as expected, they immediately gave in to them as soon as they showed force, and said out loud that they also apologized for looking for them without warning, and asked if there was a quiet place to talk. The brunette bowed and said that she would prepare a place for them to stay and lead them to it. People were walking in a small group. 2 exhausted people were sitting on the floor. The protagonist remembered the other people and thought about this situation. Hunger and helplessness, caused by the features of the desert, seemed different here. He turned his head and thought that it was strange, even for the desert, life here should be more stable. The guys looked around. The heroine put the plate on the table and said that they could not provide much, and apologized for such service, but she was told not to worry, because they did not come here to eat. She put her hand on her chest and said that her name was Young Yunsuk. She was looking after Yok Sangul, they could call her Yun, and then asked what they wanted to talk about. Sianwa opened his mouth and said that he was looking for a metahuman named Kim Jaewol. She was about 21 years old, athletic, with dark skin, and asked if she was here. The woman froze in confusion. Her hands began to shake, and she asked how they knew she was here. The protagonist frowned and said that they were hunters affiliated with Node. Their organization had eyes and ears everywhere. Besides, wasn't it protocol for every metahuman to register with Node? The brunette gritted her teeth. Hyun smiled and said that was enough. The second one replied that she knew what would happen next. A bag was placed on the table in front of her. Opening the bag, the guy said that she should understand why they were making such an offer. They intended to recruit her. These cores would serve as a down payment. Young opened her mouth and spoke hesitantly. So many cores. The protagonist thought she was hesitant, as he had planned. Putting the cores on the table, he asked if they wanted to make a deal with Node. There were many more cores. The woman shook her head and said that she did not mean that this was not enough, and he asked again if Jaewol was here now. The brunette opened her mouth and replied that she led the only military unit in Exangle. If she was not here, this was the place. But the young man interrupted her, saying that they were talking about her needing to register with Node. First he was just going to confirm her skills and record them. Whether they would take her with them or not, they would find out later. The heroine squeezed her hand and said that she would talk to her when she returned and asked her not to take her by force. She bowed to the boys and the brunette replied that he had no intention of taking the girl against her will. No matter the outcome, they could keep these cores and consider them payment for the information. The heroine looked at the open bag in front of her. Hyun sat down on the bench and said how tiring it was to act like a boss. Sianwa said that he tried hard, and Arung relaxed and said that they both did a great job. They remembered that she still took the cores and thought that she would not interfere in the future. Since they showed strength, she would not take back her words. The brunette poured liquid into a mug and said that they came here only for victory. The young man smiled at the fact that they were going to drink alcohol now. The protagonist brought the cup to his face and wondered if it was really alcohol, a luxury even for the city. How did he end up in the desert? After which he frowned and knocked the cup away from the young man, telling him not to drink it. The cup shattered into pieces. The young man turned his head and asked what was wrong. The protagonist squeezed the cup in his hand and said that it was not poison, it was dog blood. Both guys asked again in surprise. Sianwa asked if they knew who Garg was. They answered that it was an animal similar to a dog. The brunette grimaced and asked what if it was his blood then. But they didn't let him finish. Looking at the glass, the protagonist said that the toxins in his blood cause hallucinations similar to alcohol intoxication. The blood is filtered and fermented like alcohol. This is how this drink is obtained. Both young men almost vomited from what they heard. And the main character continued that it can't be drunk like alcohol. If you drink blood for a long time, the poison will accumulate in the body, and its dose will become fatal. Looking at his reflection, he angrily asked how they could do something like that. Sianwa leaned against the wall and said that he knew that the situation in the shelter was strange. Remembering the people sitting on the floor, he thought, the half-dead people at the entrance most likely drank dog blood. Looking around, he thought he was wondering who introduced them to this drink, Madame Young, a guest who didn't know about the consequences. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Opening the door, he thought that Hunter Hyun and Arung had returned. He asked if they found what he asked for. In front of him stood an angry girl. She gritted her teeth in anger. It was Jaewol. She gritted her teeth and said that she heard that he wanted to see her, so why didn't he come out? The brunette chuckled and thought that although he was happy to see her, she would hit him if he did something wrong. After the memories of his past life arose, he constantly thought about her. For some reason he was both happy and surprised at this, because she was his comrade from the past, who lived and died as a soldier. The monster was pinned to the ground. The girl grabbed him by the scruff of the neck. The monster tried to get out. The girl began to scream, and then she stretched out her hand to the reptile cow. There was a flash. The brunette was running along the road and trying to find Jiawol. He stopped abruptly. He saw the girl dragging the reptile by the tail. She frowned and asked what he wanted. The brunette exhaled and thought that he was worried about her disappearing without a trace. But it seemed she just went hunting. He was only worried in vain about their strongest melee fighter. The brunette spread her legs wide. Young stared at her. The two guys watched with interest. He frowned and thought that compared to her from her past life, she even seemed cute, although the current one is more wild. The heroine frowned and through her teeth said why he was staring at her and grinning. She sank down on her hands and said that she did not know if he was really from Node, but if he lost, he should shut his mouth and run away. The young man spread his arms and said that he was glad that she was full of energy, but wasn't it rude to even listen to him? The girl rushed forward saying that there was no need for that because she would win anyway. She braced herself for the blow. The protagonist formed a ball in his hand. It hovered above his hand, and then flew into the girl, and she fell on her back. The woman frowned and asked, "Is it that simple?" Arung frowned and thought that he shouldn't brag in front of him. Sianwa looked away and thought that there was no reason to fight a close combat fighter head-on. The energy strike he learned from the leaders Jae-sung and Senna was quite useful. The heroine lay completely disoriented and her forehead was smoking. The sun was shining brightly. The brunette looked away and asked if he was serious about not dragging her by force. When he said that, he thought it was a lie. The protagonist asked if he really thought she would let herself be taken away. Hadn't he seen her bloodthirstiness manifested from harmless teasing? The guy threw up his hands and asked then why they had arranged all this balance last night, and even won so easily. Sianwa, looking at the ceiling, said that he did it to prove his strength. Now she thinks that she definitely won't lose anything if she joins them, and they will stay here for a short time. He is going to hunt demonic beasts with them too. The young man opened his mouth and asked in surprise, "What the hell is he acting so casually? It won't take long to die like this." The young man was lying on his back. The brunette closed his eyes and said that they completely rely on Jiawol, because she is the only metahuman in the shelter. If they take her, this place will fall under the onslaught of demonic beasts and killers. The building was destroyed. The boy shuddered at the thought of it. He quickly walked away. The brunette extended his hand and said that he had been objecting and then suddenly left. The protagonist appeared and thought, it seemed he remembered the last moments of the Mokdong hideout. He looked away and thought that even if they didn't take her right now, this place would soon be destroyed, and once that happened, they would take Jiawol with them. He remembered the man's words that the Buchan hideout would fall in a month. There was a talented metahuman with close combat skills there. He had to get him into the team. Remembering this, the protagonist frowned. And raising his head, he thought that if you look at it from the other side, it would be even more cruel than taking her by force. But now, he could only give them time. The sun was shining brightly. The boy raised his hand and said that since everyone was gathered, they could start discussing today's hunt. They had to take care of the insect-type demonic beasts that had become a real problem recently. The beast attacks and looks like a giant bee, using a poisonous sting to attack. The stung people die after 2 days. The girl closed one eye and asked if they had any countermeasures against it. The brunette clenched his fist and shouted that insect-type demonic beasts are weak to fire, so they need to prepare strong armor and burn them. But his speech was interrupted by a strange voice that said that this was wrong. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. The boy said that the fact that demonic insects are weak to fire is true. Walking closer, he continued to say that the so-called killer bees living in the ruins are quite resistant to fire. They will fly even with their body covered in fire. The girl looked at him condemningly. And the protagonist frowned and continued that there was an even more important detail. One killer bee was equal in strength to the 17th rank, and ordinary people were forbidden to hunt such monsters. With the lousy equipment of the shelter, everyone would simply be killed in the blink of an eye. He would be honest with them about their squad is nothing against a colony of killer bees, and then turned to the guide, saying that if he called himself that, he should retreat and forget about hunting. He was taken aback by such words and angrily clenched his jaw. Looking at him, the protagonist thought, it seems that this guy in glasses is proud of being a guide. Not so long ago he was one, but it seems like it was a long time ago. The brunette jumped up from her seat and began to shout what he would order them to do. They can't just give them their territory. Sianwa looked at her and said that there was just a method. Only he and she, 2 metahumans, would go there. The young man stood up from their seats and started shouting that they had been doing fine before and didn't need Node's help. The young man looked at them with priority and suggested sorting everything out fact by fact. They hadn't done it themselves, but had relied on Jiawol, and thanks to that they had survived. The 3 of them gritted their teeth, looking at him. The brunette opened her mouth and said that everyone was free to go, and they started asking her if she was serious. But she just frowned and added that she was also furious. But the node specialist said that it was dangerous. They had to trust his words. They could sort everything out on their own, so the rest would stay here. The others looked at her in bewilderment. The main character followed and asked if he could then take it as a request. The girl irritably replied that he was supposed to hurry up. She frowned and said that if he thought that this was an opportunity to take her away instead of getting paid, then he was very much mistaken. The young man chuckled in response and said that he knew perfectly well that she would not let herself be taken away quietly and that she should not worry. As payment, he would only require information. The brunette frowned. Walking along the road, the guy continued that usually a group of demonic beasts consists of several thousand individuals, but killer bees create colonies of no more than 100 to 200 bees. But the reason why they should not let their guard down is that even a metahuman dies if he is stung more than 3 times. He continued that you need to attack the point where the wings attach to the body, since everything else is strong as steel, the girl asked, and then, in response, she heard that you can call the others so that they can drink alcohol. The brunette frowned and asked what he was talking about and suggested that they needed alcohol to throw off the bees. Sianwu raised a finger and said that blowing enough and water to make alcohol from tree sap. When consumed, the poison that comes out of them is almost like real alcohol, and over time, the strength of the poison weakens. After 3 months, instead of this disgusting blood of Gagra, they will be able to drink real alcohol. It is worth waiting for with impatience. The brunette's eyes widened at what she saw. She smiled and said that if this is so, then we will need to have a feast. The protagonist turned her head and said that she was in place. They both looked down at the huge roots of the tree. They both ran to these roots and hid behind them. The young man raised his head and thought that only 2 bees were on guard. It seems that the rest are resting. Now is the best opportunity. He turned his head and said that while everyone is sleeping, he will hit them with a powerful attack to reduce their number, and then she will join in. The young man took out his sword and brought it to his face. The sun shone sharper, and he thought that after the last incident, he gained experience from his past life. Let's see if he can use those skills. Then he frowned and said, Svensik, the moonlight sword. Then he struck the air. Everything around him trembled. Debris began to fall around the boys. The protagonist looked around and thought that it worked. If he spoke sincerely, he could destroy the hive. Killer bees began to crawl out of the honeycombs. They began to buzz. Both began to cover their ears, and Jaiwul said that her eardrums had just burst, and the second replied that he had killed several dozen bees with his blow. They began to fly out of their shelter. Sianwu raised his head and asked if this was the beginning of the battle, everyone for themselves, and she should speak up if she suddenly got scared. The girl replied that he should speak for himself and asked what their plan was. The young man turned his head and asked if he really needed to explain everything to her. She should just cut them and kill as many as she could, and asked to demonstrate her skills. She replied that at this rate he would fall in love with her and become annoying and irritating. Remembering the attack, the protagonist thought that one individual was already estimated at rank 17, and they were still calm, facing several hundred. The brunette knelt down, and he thought that she had not yet learned this in this life, but instinctively surrounded herself with energy as soon as the battle began. A tiger appeared behind her, and he thought that the golden core and energy taking the form of a lioness, no matter how many times he saw it, was always mesmerizing. The girl threw her head back. Her skill was like a bee-trick barrier, and his devourer skill, hers is unique and cannot be classified, the effort of a wild beast. The heroine rushed into the air and punched the bee with her fist. It stuck out its sting, but Jaiwul intercepted it with her other hand and tore off the insect's wings, and then flew down. Grouping during the fall, she said next, and headed for the next monster. In one movement, the wings were cut off. The young man tilted his head back and thought that with her current skills, she should be about the same rank as the late team leader Chansu, or even stronger. The girl moved from one bee to another and tore off each one's wings. The young man jumped on a root and thought that Jaiwul would leave this part, but something was wrong, or so it seemed. Then he swung and cut the insect in half. Cutting one creature after another, he thought about yesterday, when he was able to repeat what Leaderly taught him. Landing, he thought that since he remembered his past life, it had become much easier. Insects appeared behind him, but he only frowned and summoned tentacles. Tentacles appeared from his back, which began to kill the bees. Their corpses lay on the ground and thrashed in death throes. The guy lowered the sword to the ground. Breathing heavily, he thought that just using this skill used up 30% of his energy. He put his hand on his chest and thought that this skill was good against a crowd of low-level beasts, but using it now was a waste of energy. The skill had improved since he used it against Hyunsu and his lackeys, but his energy was still not enough. Raising his sword, he said that now was not the time to worry about it. In order to regain the glory he had in his past life, he needed to greatly increase his internal energy. Attacking another insect, he shouted that it was sad that he had to kill them one by one now. The boy cut down another insect. The girl grabbed the monster by the neck and screamed for this creature to go away. The boy ran forward and thought about how he admired her skills just recently, how she ended up in such a state. How could the great Jaiwul be harmed by a mere bee? The girl fell on her back. The protagonist ran towards her, shouting that if she did that, he would tear off her skin. With one sharp movement of her hand, she tore off part of the bee. The protagonist approached her and said that it was a good countermeasure. If something went wrong, she could lose her leg. Looking up at him, she thanked him for the explanation, but she felt the poison spreading throughout her body. Her leg was gradually paralyzed. Seonwoo frowned and thought that maybe that was why he felt anxious. Jaewol was a refined wild man in her past life, but now she was still a rather inexperienced person in front of him because she was still young. Turning away, he asked if she knew how to control her internal energy. Turning his head, he said that he would explain briefly. Her energy represents a lion. She uses it inside her body after cutting the wound with a knife. She must use the energy to expel the poison, maintaining her skill in action. The girl listened to him attentively. The young man cut another insect and said that he was covering, and she could act. The brunette pulled the sting out of the rune and began to cut the flesh with a knife. She closed her eyes from the pain. Green smoke began to come out of the wound. The girl clenched her teeth in pain. The main character turned his head and said that a metahuman like her would not die from such nonsense, so she should stop whining, to which he heard in response that these were insanely pleasant words. The heroine was suffering from pain, and the guy was tormented by doubts, because it was important to get proper training regardless of talent. This was expected, but should he take her to headquarters? He closed his eyes and thought that the difference between them was that he had gained experience from a past life and his body remembered training in Node, and Jaewol only had her instincts. Seonwoo frowned and thought that now she would not be able to fight high-ranking demonic beasts. It was hard for her to cope even with an ordinary killer bee. He closed his eyes and thought that she was still in the process of healing. It would be problematic if a bee attacked her. He needed to attack from all at once using the tentacles. He thought that the biggest problem was the queen bee. She was hiding in the darkness inside the cave and was looking for an opportunity to attack. If he used the energy of the tentacle, he would lose most of his energy. Power flowed from his chest, and he wondered if he had enough power to kill everyone. Insects were heading towards the boy, and he thought that now was not the time to think about such things. Now he needed to take control of the situation. The protagonist directs a stream of energy towards the flying insects. From the damage received, they begin to evaporate. Seonwoo stands, leaning on his sword and sighs. He looks at the opposite with a serious expression and states that this is an unavoidable situation and he has used too much energy. He turns to the girl and thinks about how much he has left, assuming that about 45% and still, it should be enough against the queen. She is surprised and says that he is good. The protagonist takes his partner's wound with his hands. She screams in shock, not understanding what he is doing. He advises not to make noise and not to move. Green smoke flows from the wound on the heroine's leg. He explains that she is doing well and has cut the affected area quite well for the first time. She furiously demands that he shut up, while he asks what kind of leg she wants a prosthesis for, because the protagonist knows a wonderful magical engineer. Seonwoo stands next to her and advises her to concentrate on healing while he fights the queen. The girl looks down and clarifies if he is talking about the killer bee queen, noting that the people of Yoksangal are now safe. He looks at her silently. The protagonist stands in front of the cave entrance. He shines a lantern and realizes that the most dangerous thing is that he has very little energy and can still run into a soldier bee who will guard the queen. Seonwoo holds a magic ball in his hand and understands that he has most likely killed everyone, but there is one thing. He releases this energy and thinks that he will check now. A bright ball illuminates the cave. He states that if there is someone there, they will fly out into the light. The magic sphere flies forward. He notices that no one is left, which means that all the bees have mobilized to protect the hive. The protagonist runs forward, holding a sword in his hand, and understands that this is great, because only the breeding ground remains, where the queen is. Seonwoo quickly heads for the exit. He flies out of the gorge. In front of him is a huge monster with a bunch of paws. The guy exclaims that he found where she was hiding and thank God there is not a single soldier around her. The monster looks at him with displeasure. She began to attack the fighter. The protagonist closes himself off from the energy shield. Blocking the attacks, Seonwoo declares that resistance is useless, and she has nothing but a deafening echo. He looks forward in rage and says he doesn't want to hear it anymore. The guy holds a blade in his hands. He pierces the monster's flesh and exclaims that he will send it to his soldiers. The protagonist calmly pierces it, blazing with fire, using the crescent sword's skill. The monster's body began to transform and emit a bright light. The protagonist holds his sword. The creature explodes. Small pieces fly in different directions. He looks forward in rage and declares the release of energy. Seonwoo emits a bright blue stream of energy. Small pieces burn in flight. He realizes that he can say goodbye to all the eggs. The guy with the knife approaches the defeated monster. He pierces the abdomen of his opponent. The queen bee's body starts to spill out objects. He reaches into her body and states that when he was a tour guide, he was excited by such a sight, noting that there should be a better reward for the queen bee. The guy smiles and notes what he found. Seonwoo holds a bright golden stone in his hand, which is called the queen bee killer crystal. He says that it is a real treasure. The protagonist holds a shining artifact in front of him. He looks at the stone and realizes that although he can only use it once, it will replenish his energy. The crystal gradually fades in the guy's hands. He stands in front of the smoking monster and states that everything is ready, and since he destroyed everything, even the eggs, Yolk-Sangul is now safe. He remembers the girl's words about this. He holds the gray stone and understands that for now they will be safe, but his heart is somehow heavy. He looks ahead and realizes that Yolk-Sangul will meet its end just like in his previous life, and he can't back down because of the emotions raging inside him. Seonwoo drags the girl, who says that she will come like this. She looks away and says that the more she thinks about it, the more she feels a blow to her pride. The protagonist at this point notices that she feels like a failure because her skills do not match her talent, and he feels almost the same way because his body parameters do not correspond to his knowledge and experience. She shyly asks him if they can split the cores in half, since she needs to take care of people. The protagonist looks at her and states that she can take everything and make alcohol, since he already said what he really needs. The wounded partner suggests that the information, specifying what he wants to know, since it is unlikely that she, living in the middle of nowhere, can know what a member of Node knows. She is surprised to hear the intention to find out the real reason why she cannot leave this shelter. Seonwoo looks at her. She understands what he wanted to know. The girl points to the door in the stone house and states that she lives here and invites him to her place. He clarifies that it was necessary to take flowers in honor of the sudden invitation. She quietly opens the door. They go inside the room. Seonwoo asks why it is so dark here. She notes with a smile that if he brought flowers, they would kill the smell. He asks again. The protagonist covers his face with his palm and realizes in shock that it is similar to the smell of rotten bodies. She holds onto the blanket and asks if he wants to know why she cannot really leave. He throws it off, saying that it is not a secret, but it is better not to tell others about it. Seonwoo looks at this picture in shock. They are looking at someone's purple body. A disfigured, tied-up walking dead man lies on the floor and makes some sounds. The guy is shocked and does not understand what is happening here, realizing that becoming a zombie is a completely natural outcome. She sadly explains that this is her younger brother, addicted to the blood of the Gargs, and for this reason she cannot leave Yolk-Sangul. The protagonist is surprised to hear that this is her duty. He turns to the girl and says that he is sorry that this happened to her brother, but you can't give up your future because of a sense of responsibility to your family. She screams that she doesn't mean that at all. She loudly declares that the person who brought the stupid alcohol here is her. Seonwoo asks again in shock. She clenches her fist and says in rage that she heard how this drink is made, and when she brought it to the shelter, this happened, and because of her, people suffered. With tears in her eyes, she tells the protagonist that she needs to stay and atone for her sins until her death. Seonwoo sits at the table holding the papers and thinks that this is all the manager left about Jaewol from his past life. The girl is lying in a pool of blood. It says that the only survivor from an unknown shelter in Bucheon was found with multiple serious injuries inflicted by demonic beasts, and was saved by Node. The protagonist with a serious face reads that after an unexpected recovery, she joined the military and searching through her memories, trying to remember at least something, did not bring up any details. The frame shows her fighting a monster. He realizes that judging by her current state, she was reset to the state of a rookie who could not properly use her powers, which he realized during the destruction of the bees. The picture shows the girls. He says that at the moment Senna, Lexi and Minnie are under the supervision of Node, and Jaewol needs proper training. He sits at the table and wonders if this is really the only way to solve all the problems at once. The picture shows a black and gold logo. He says that in order to catch the tigers, you need to enter their lair. Seonwoo turns around and hears a question that he mutters under his breath. He says welcome back. Arung is standing next to Hyun. The protagonist asks if it has snowed there. He replies that the weather has gone completely crazy and it is snowing as if it were November. The picture shows a house. He explains that as asked, he inspected the roads near Yolk-Sangul and measured the strength of the local inhabitants. Arung looks away with a smile and hears that he will tell the details during a scheduled meeting. The guy notes that they finally decided to take Nina with them. The protagonist seriously demands to listen to him, explaining that this place will soon become a war zone. The surprised guys look at him while he explains that in 4 days a horde of orcs will burst in here. The boy excitedly clarifies what he is talking about. Hyun asks where he is from. The protagonist explains to them that he would rather refrain from answering how he found out, as it is completely unimportant now. The picture shows monsters. It is said that the orc horde passing through northern zones 7 and 8 will soon be here, and it will include several dozen individuals. The frame shows an ominous enemy. It is explained that there will also be a rank 3 orc king, a demonic beast that is stronger than all those encountered so far. Arung stands next to his partner and says that they are no match for him. Hyun exclaims that he is rank 3. The protagonist states that they will be fine if they can avoid him, but the question is whether the locals will survive this attack. Seonwoo watches Hyun explain that more than a third of the locals are poisoned by the blood of the Gargs, and even without the orcs attacking, this place will eventually cease to exist. The boy says that after selecting those who are not poisoned to send them to the fighting squad, there will not be many hunters left. Sienwa looks at Hyun and says that if the orcs come here, they will cling to Jaewol even more than before, and then it will be even more difficult for them to take her with them. The interlocutor asks that if she sees that there is no hope, then won't she decide to leave with them? He remembers her words about atonement for sins. He shakes his head and says that he is sure that she will not leave her people, and they need to stop thinking that Jaewol will just go somewhere with them. Arung asks Sienwa what they should do then. He in turn intends to tell about his plan. The three heroes sit at the table opposite each other. Arung and Hyun listen to him attentively. The big guy loudly asks if they can really avoid the battle and save Jaewol. Sienwa sits on a chair and says that's exactly it, asking if there are any more questions. Arung looks at him and asks if it's possible to transport the people to another zone and in return ask Jaewol to come with them. The guy explains to him that they settled outside the node zones because even the desert can't accept them, and besides, they are dependent on the blood of the Gargs, and who would accept them anyway. Hyun scratches his head and speaks, and still, he explains that with their current strength, they won't be able to stand against the Orc King, and there is no point in endangering their lives because they will just die. Hyun loudly says that he is right, but still, they can't ignore the deaths of others for the sake of their goal, while the protagonist states that if it is impossible to change the outcome, then it is better to at least choose the lesser of two evils. Sienwa with a stern look realizes that this is too much of a node style. He looks down thoughtfully and realizes that they are rubbing salt into his wound, and after the memories of his past life returned, a strong sense of duty to exterminate the demonic beasts was born in him, and his way of thinking completely changed. He gets up from his chair and says that he does not deny it. Sienwa looks at his charges and states that in the plan to eradicate the demonic beasts, Jaewol plays the role of a powerful weapon, demanding that they do not forget the reason why they came here, because it is not to save the city, but to find the necessary team members. The fighter with a stern look asks them to trust him. Hyun tells the protagonist that he understands everything and will follow him. Sienwa looks at them and states that the reason why he is so insistent on saving people is because he most likely does not consider the mission to exterminate the beasts important, and he thought about various outcomes, and in the worst case, it will be extremely difficult to save even Jaewol. Hyun listens in silence as Sienwa hopes that this won't happen, but it's best to remember just in case. Arung raises his hand and asks him to wait. He turns to him and asks why he's not included in the plan and what he should do. The protagonist, crossing his arms, offers to talk to him alone. The two protagonists stand opposite each other. Arung looks ahead, snow flying around. Sienwa puts his hand on his shoulder. He walks on. The boy hears that this is the farthest point they've gone. Sienwa is lying in bed, remembering that before the orcs arrived, he advised him to return to Area 17. Arung looks ahead in shock as he says that he received an offer to join Node, and Minnie and Senna are already at headquarters, and once they're done with everything, he plans to take Hyun and Jaewol with him. The protagonist lies in bed and thinks that no matter how skilled the boy is, he is still an ordinary person, and it would be a tragedy to lose him on the battlefield, and he does not need to stay here and fight against the orcs. Sienwa hears a sound from the side. The boy is standing in the doorway. He sits down next to the protagonist, who thinks that Jamie is currently rebuilding Area 17, and if there is a promising guide like him there, it will be much easier for them to return everything to normal. Sienwa continues to stare at the wall. The picture shows a window. Sienwa is sitting on the bed and looking away. He sees an empty bed and realizes that he is gone. He exhales and realizes that Arung needs to live and be safe. The protagonist looks in front of him in surprise. He gets up and exclaims that he hears that noise and this can't be. A guy in a blue cloak is lying on the roof and watching. Hyun looks through binoculars. The protagonist sits next to him and asks if it is them. He says that he already wanted to tell them. He gives him the binoculars and says here. Sienwa looks at them in shock and notices something. An enemy army is visible on the horizon. A large group of orcs is moving towards the heroes. The bell rings loudly. A man screams that they are under attack. The guy hits the bell and exclaims to everyone to hide inside their homes. Blood splashes near the bell. Only one hand is left of this guy. Someone ties his hand with a rope. A zombie is lying on the bed and making scary sounds. Jaewol looks at him with a stern face and apologizes, saying that there is no other way and they need to stay here and be quiet until they pass by. The zombie lies silently. She sadly realizes that they will not leave just like that, and this will be their last battle. Jaewol turns to the side at the moment when her name is called. People on the streets in a panic see burning buildings. Jaewol walks past the guy with glasses and asks about the madam. He replies that she is trying her best to hold the defense at the southern wall. But it is difficult. She asks again about the guests. He reports to her that they are in their rooms and said that they are from Node, but when they are really needed, they are nowhere to be found. Jaewol looks away and asks what three people, one of whom is not even a metahuman, can do against a horde of orcs, and if the Node military does not intervene, then there is no chance. The guy with glasses hears that they are in no position to make deals with Node. The picture shows cheerful heroes. She states that they finished their business when they killed the bees, and what a pity, because she was looking forward to their drinking party. Jiawol waves her hand and orders him to help the madam while she watches the eastern wall. The guy stands behind the wall and eavesdrops. The girl stands in front of a huge wall. She sprints upwards with a deft movement. Jiawol jumps to the very top. The girl is shocked to see how everything below is burning and the protagonist is standing nearby. Hyun sits next to the protagonist and says incredible. He in turn claims that it is not typical for demonic beasts to unite into organized hordes. The guy looks ahead and asks if Arung was able to avoid them and get to Zone 17 safe and sound. The protagonist silently thinks that even though they spent only a short time together, he taught him everything he could, and if only a miracle happened and he would awaken just like him. He closes his eyes and realizes that miracles in the desert are complete absurdity, and there is no point in thinking about it. Seonwoo looks at his partner and states that he probably got to Zone 17 safely, and in terms of decision-making, he has no equal among most metahumans, and he will be of great help to the exchange center. He agrees. He hands him a bottle and says that they need to get started. The protagonist holds the substance and hears that it is a lethal pheromone from insect-type monsters and that it must be sprayed every 10 minutes to hide their scent and protect themselves from them. The people below are running around in panic among the smoke. He looks through the binoculars. The protagonist sees an orc cutting off the head of a commoner. He looks to the other side. The monster is seen killing its next victim. Seonwoo points the binoculars to another part. Madame Young is seen getting injured. He puts the binoculars away excitedly and thinks that she only needs to think about saving the key. The radio starts vibrating. The protagonist takes it and orders Hunter Hyun to report, who states that Jiawol has started fighting a group of orcs. Hyun looks down and states that thanks to her help, the eastern side is somehow holding out, but everyone else has already fallen. The hunter clenches his teeth and thinks of a plan. A ferocious orc is shown in the picture. Jiawol bravely flies towards him. She furiously radiates energy and prepares an attack. The girl deals the strongest blows to the orc. Jiawol destroys each enemy step by step. She flies towards the orc with a spear. She furiously and savagely bites into his neck. Jiawol flies down, holding him by the throat. The heroine calmly lands on the ground. Everything around is in dust. The other orcs look at what is happening. Jiawol raises her predatory gaze. A quick blade cuts through the space. The girl turns around in shock. She tries to block a huge axe with both hands. A large monster strikes her with this blow. Everything around rumbles and splits. The girl lies in a huge crack in the ground. Opposite her is a large orc. She tries to get out of there. The protagonist hears a loud report on the radio that Jiawol has met with the Orc King. The protagonist worriedly reports that he is already rushing to help. Hyun is sitting on the roof and excitedly hears about Plan B, asking to follow the agreed-upon plan of action. He understands the order. The protagonist flies forward, emitting a stream of blue energy. Seonwoo calmly uses the skill's strength and legs, thinking that this is the worst-case scenario. He quickly rushes down. He bounces off the ground and heads for the wall. The large monster is holding an axe in his hands. Jiawol is furiously trying to pounce on him. The Orc King prepares a powerful punch with his fist. The girl looks ahead in surprise. He tries to block a strong blow to himself. The shockwave flies apart. Jiawol flies into the wall and breaks through it. She slides her body on the ground, leaving a long trail. Jiawol is lying on the ground, almost unconscious. The protagonist runs very quickly to help, emitting a powerful stream of energy, and thinks about 1 minute. The Demon King stands calmly in front of the defeated Jiawol. Seonwoo mentally begs her to hold out for just a minute. The huge monster looks at the girl. He swings his axe. Hyun flies towards them and screams no. He blocks his blow with his blades. He holds on with all his might, realizing that he had to prevent Jiawol from meeting the Orc King, and if this monster is involved in the rescue, then it will not seem like a little. The guy sits opposite the protagonist and clarifies how he will understand that the Orc King is in front of him. He answers that he will immediately understand, because his head is twice as big as that of ordinary ones. The guy holds the bottle, while Seonwoo explains that when Jiawol gets tired of fighting ordinary ones, it is necessary to use this pheromone to hide his presence and drag her away from the scene as quickly as possible, and for this you need to use the retreat route that they agreed on. Hyun listens attentively to the fact that his physical enhancement is not as strong as his leg enhancement, but the orc soldiers will still not be able to keep up with him. The protagonist looks at him with a stern expression and states that if Jiawol meets the Orc King before that, she may die, and that will be the worst-case scenario he was talking about. Hyun looks at him and asks what to do in that case. Seonwoo explains that they need to go to Plan B, namely distract the king for literally 1 minute. The protagonist raises his finger and explains that this is the minimum time he can reach them using leg enhancement, and wherever he is, a fighter will get there in that time, and then replace him and buy time. The protagonist quickly flies towards them. He clenches his teeth and notices that there are 45 seconds left. A red stream of energy appears in the picture. Hyun slides along the ground, holding 2 swords in his hands. He stands surrounded by orcs and sighs tiredly. The Orc King watches him fiercely. He remembers the protagonist's words about the extreme case, in which it will be difficult to save even Jiawol. Hyun holds the sword with an exhausted look and realizes that it will be sad if they fail to save the inhabitants of this shelter. He objects that he does not know if he himself will survive, let alone save Jiawol. The Orc King fiercely swings his axe, while Hyun thinks that he cannot believe that he is only probing him, and he is already barely standing. The guy looks forward in fear and realizes that if this attack hits him, he will die. A strong flash occurs, someone shouts the hunter's name. The Orc King swings his axe towards the heroes. A fierce monster with green eyes smirks. In front of him appears the furious protagonist, who is preparing to attack with his sword. The Orc King looks at him in shock. Sienwa at this moment is unperturbed. The protagonist deals a powerful blow with his blade to the monster's flesh. He immediately jumps away from the Orc King. He turns to Hyun, who is holding Jiawol, and orders them to run. The guy carries the girl away from the battlefield and says that he is leaving the rest to him. The Orc King looks at what is happening fiercely. He is shocked by the new flow of blue energy. The protagonist raises his blade and calmly states that he is now his opponent. The Orc King only smirks. The protagonist takes a fighting stance and states that the warm-up is over and it is time to move on to the real battle. The huge monster tries to say something in surprise. Sienwa is also surprised by something. Nearby, a mysterious character hits the ground with a staff. The protagonist looks at the Orc King, behind whom a character in a cloak is visible. He remembers the conversation with Hyun and realizes that this is an Orc Mage. Opposite them stands a ferocious monster. The protagonist thinks that Hunter Hyun also needs to beware of the 5th rank Orc Mage, because in each group there is only one, and due to its rarity, there is too little information about such a monster. But as the name suggests, its powers are related to spiritual powers, so it is likely that it uses telekinesis. The Orc Mage raises his hand and begins to cast a spell. Several monsters with spears riding on wolves come forward to attack. They run forward. The protagonist exclaims that these are Orc hunters. Sienwu grits his teeth and realizes that they even have them, and this was not reflected in the records. He clearly did not expect this. The protagonist sees that he is surrounded and understands that things are bad, and he needs to hold them in place until he makes sure that Hunter Hyun has not run away too far. Sienwu deftly dodges the explosion. He slides on the ground and sees the Orc King insulting him. The ferocious monster roars very loudly. Sienwu, holding a sword, stands in front of him and states that in this situation, he can only trust the hunter. Hyun quickly walks away with the wounded Jiawol. He stops and wants to catch his breath. He holds her on his back and notices that she has really become quiet, just like Sienwu said, wondering if he should give her first aid first. He remembers the protagonist's words that once he grabs her, they will meet at the agreed upon point, and he will catch up with them once he occupies the orcs for half an hour. Hyun holds the heroine and realizes that he said to go straight there, but he has already gone quite far. The hunter is shocked to see horsemen galloping in front of him. Fierce wolves growl and bark at them. Hyun exclaims in fear about giant wolves. He begins to run away from the monsters pursuing them. They bark fiercely behind the hunter, who is carrying the wounded girl. He moves forward and realizes that he can't knock the orcs off the wolves at the moment. He wonders excitedly about fighting back and if he can take on 2 mid-rank monsters by himself. Orcs with spears riding on wolves rush towards the hunter Hyun and Jiawol. One of them swings his weapon. He aims straight at Hyun's back. Suddenly, there is an explosion while the hunter runs on. The monster falls off the wolf and screams in pain. He is shocked and doesn't understand what is happening. The other rider turns around in surprise and looks away. Hyun runs on but turns around to see what happened. He sees a building in front of him and wonders where it came from. On the roof of the destroyed house, someone shouts for them to keep running and not to stop. Hyun, holding the girl on his back, recognizes that voice. A guy with glasses and a bow, grinning, pulls the bowstring with an arrow. Arung takes aim at the enemies and grinningly declares that he knew they would go nowhere without him. The monster stood in front of the protagonist. The guy was emitting a blue aura, noting that the others could not interfere with the Orc King's fight. An Orc Mage stood behind the warrior, but he could not do anything now either. The enemy's body was emitting purple energy, and Sienwo was glad that he could concentrate on fighting him. The monster stood firmly on his feet, and the hero felt a lot of pressure. The enemy had an axe in his hand, and the brunette thought that he could not expect anything less from the 3rd rank. The sword in the guy's hand glowed, and its owner remembered that he was not fighting to win, because his goal was to attract the orcs' attention to this battle in order to buy time for the hunter Hyun to escape. The hero swung his blade, using the moonlight sword. His blow was reflected, meeting the enemy's weapon. The brunette immediately rushed forward. He left a cut on the enemy's leg, initially aiming there. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed him. The orc lifted his opponent off the ground and growled. Sienwo's eyes widened as he felt himself being quickly lowered. The monster pinned the guy to the ground. The brunette closed his eyes and coughed. The enemy swung his weapon and struck, releasing energy. The protagonist managed to jump aside. The enemies stood opposite each other. The guy gritted his teeth and admitted that he had incredible strength. The orc was approaching him. Green blood was running down his leg, and the warrior wondered if he even felt pain. The orc mage raised his staff and began to whisper something. A bright sphere appeared above his head. Xianhua frowned, assuming that he was giving the command to attack, interfering with the king's battle. The guy flinched when a building rose into the air behind him. He activated the energy shield, amazed that the enemy was able to lift such a huge machine with telekinesis. Rocks started raining down on the boy. The hero gritted his teeth and realized that the bastard hadn't been aiming at him. Flashes were flashing nearby. The monsters were racing forward on horseback. Hyun ran fast, trying to get away from the chase, and shells were falling behind him. The man was breathing heavily and was glad that Arung had managed to break away thanks to the crossfire. The orc stopped and growled in displeasure. The archer pulled back his bowstring and said that while he was playing with them, his partner would be able to run far. The monsters looked at each other and nodded to each other. One of them stopped and turned around. The boy frowned, noting that they were using their brains, but it was still useless. He aimed at one of the enemies, muttering that he would simply get rid of the one who ran after him first. An explosion sounded in front of the orc. He ran on. The monster grinned, clutching his spear. Arung took aim and muttered that he would destroy him even if he had to use up his entire arsenal. The boy turned his attention to the monster on the side. It was grinning, looking at him. The shooter turned the gun on it and suggested that he first shoot a hole in its head. The enemy pointed at the boy and said something. Arung frowned warily, not understanding why he was shouting into the void. The orc silently looked away. The boy tensed, trying to guess what he was doing. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A building loomed over him, engulfed in purple energy. The block collapsed from above. Rock fragments flew in all directions. The energy dissipated, and the dust began to settle. The boy slightly moved his fingers. Arung squinted, and blood ran down his face. He discovered with horror a broken leg. The silhouette of the enemy appeared behind him. The gunslinger turned around with a grin and remembered that the reason why the opponents were called orcs was because they looked like those low-ranking monsters from the popular games before the disaster, but that name didn't suit them. The monster was approaching, shrouded in aura. The guy pointed the gun in front of him, realizing that it was really strong, and mentally asked him to keep an eye on Minnie. The protagonist dodged the axe strike. He was standing in front of the orc king, and the mage continued to cast something, so the guy muttered that it was pretty bad that the opponent used not only hunters but also a sorcerer to prevent Jiawol from escaping. The brunette picked up the blade and decided to try another outcome. He swung the weapon and thought that this was the first time he would use this technique in a real battle, because this technique was difficult even for the leader of Jason, but he could only hope that the hunter Hyun was able to dodge the part of the building that the orc mage threw at him. The hero extended his sword, and a golden beam shot towards the enemy. The king flinched, feeling a blow from the side. He ran his finger questioningly over the wound. The monster bared his teeth and laughed. The brunette grinned and assumed that he was hinting that such an attack would not penetrate his defense. The orc stopped in displeasure and asked again when he was told something. The magician groaned, and a golden line appeared on his stomach. Suddenly, the monster's body slid to the side at the sight of the cut. The sorcerer fell to the ground, and the guy said that this attack was enough to cut the annoying servant in two. Xianhua extended his blade and used the infinitely small sword, the third technique, increasing his sensitivity to the maximum in exchange for strength. The enemy's eyes widened and growled. The guy swung his weapon and offered to continue the battle. The enemy rushed at him in rage, overwhelmed by energy. The brunette took a fighting stance and beckoned to the monster. The warrior's body was glowing, and he thought that he no longer needed to worry about the mage's interference, but he had absorbed too many cores. The enemy was shaking with anger, and the hero noted that he was no longer interested in fighting and was seriously determined to kill him. Xianhua frowned and remembered that from the beginning he had only wanted to buy time, and since he had distracted him enough for his partner to escape, now it was time for him to disappear too. The monster rushed at him with a scream, and the brunette decided that he needed to hide from sight and use this to escape. He squeezed the sparkling blade and beckoned the enemy towards him. The king extended his hand, and the hero thought that this level of attack was nothing to him, but the goal was different now. The guy lunged forward, using an explosive sword. A powerful scarlet beam burst out of the blade. A strong explosion was heard, and the warrior decided that this was a success. He quickly darted to the side, intending to take advantage of the chance while he was unseen, and activated the leg enhancement. A huge paw appeared out of nowhere. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. The enemy grabbed him and lifted him off the ground. The hero grabbed the sword in his hand and squeezed it. He swung, feeling his spine crack at the seams. The blade sank into the monster's mouth. The blue blade vibrated. Suddenly, the orc clenched his jaws, and then split into pieces. The main hemorrhoid gritted his teeth, realizing that the enemy had destroyed his weapon. The enemies exchanged glances, and the guy cursed. The brunette forcefully drove the broken blade into the monster. The king smugly chewed it, And Xianhua thought that this ignorant fool did not understand that the sword in his mouth was an artifact that conducted concentrated core energy. The guy gritted his teeth and realized that if it resonated with his internal energy, an explosion would occur. The warrior closed his eyes and activated the energy shield. The monsters covered themselves with their hands from the powerful flash. They closed their eyes, coughing from the smoke. The brunette quickly activated the leg enhancement and rushed to the side. He pushed off the enemy's head. Xianhua rose above his opponents, thinking that this should be enough, because his goal from the very beginning was to escape at the right moment. The Orc King stood with a torn mouth, bleeding. His subordinates hurried to raise their bows and attack after him. The hero ran forward, paying attention to the rain of arrows. He activated the energy shield without stopping. The shells hit the blue barrier. One of them broke through it and sank into the guy's shoulder. The brunette gritted his teeth and realized that he did not have enough cores, so the barrier damaged after the sword explosion was not restored. He frowned and applied acceleration. The guy immediately jumped up from his place. The hero rushed forward, glad that he had succeeded and noting that it was a good decision to concentrate his internal energy in the lower part of his body. Xianhua ran forward, holding his shoulder. Suddenly, he looked forward in surprise. In front of him on the ground were the tracks of giant wolves, divided into parts, and the guy was surprised that the hunters decided to use the vice-like tactics. The hero squinted and noticed a trace of a core bullet nearby, but Hyun did not use such. The man stopped and exclaimed in surprise. On the ground lay the corpse of an orc and a wolf. Blood was dripping from them. The guy pulled the arrow out of himself and thought that he did not expect them to get close to their meeting place, and this could end badly. He threw the projectile and mistakenly thought that Hyun took care of the enemies. The brunette opened the door and called his partner. He was sitting inside next to the lying Jiawol. The protagonist approached him with a smile, and they made sure that they were both okay. The woman was lying with her eyes closed, and the hunter said that he tried all the items with healing properties, so apparently she will not wake up yet. Hyun closed his eyes, splashing disinfectant on his wound, and the brunette apologized, adding that he didn't expect them to have orc hunters. The thick liquid poured onto the wound, and the interlocutor replied that it was enough for healing. The man turned around in confusion and asked again when the hero said that he had managed to dodge the part of the building that the mage had thrown. Xian was sweated and asked if that huge piece hadn't been flying at him. The hunter frowned and replied that he had been busy escaping. He jerked and exclaimed that Arung had been there. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard that the young man had not returned to the area, but had hidden and shot at the hunters when they were chasing them, and only thanks to him had he managed to escape. The brunette froze, realizing that the wolf's trail had split for a reason. He ran to the exit, shouting that he would be back soon. The boy was quickly running forward. The hero gritted his teeth, angry that the boy had not left when asked. The warrior stopped near the tracks, begging the shooter to be alive. The man climbed onto the rubble. A part of an abandoned building lay in front of him. He frowned, remembering that he had heard a theory that an orc mage could share his vision with other orcs, which allowed him to accurately aim at the location of Arung. The brunette looked around and noticed that he had 13% of his energy left, which should be enough for one. Something moved nearby. The wolf's eyes glowed in the darkness. A monster came out of the shadows. The protagonist assumed a fighting stance and asked where his master was, offering to kill the beast first. They both flinched when a voice ordered them to stop. The boy was behind the wolf, and the hero called out its name in surprise. The brunette frowned and asked him to wait a bit while he got rid of the monster. Suddenly, the wolf obediently sat up at the shooter's command. The beast turned around and approached Arung, stunning Xianhua. The brunette frowned and asked what it was. The interlocutor stroked the animal with a smile and said that he seemed to have awakened. The man's eyes widened in surprise. A while ago, Arung had been holding a gun with trembling hands. He pulled the trigger. The orc quickly dodged, and the shot hit the wall. The young man tried to hold the weapon, assuming that his arm was also broken, since it did not move at his will. The enemy dismounted. He began to approach closer, and the shooter raised his weapon again. A precise blow from the spear knocked the gun out of his hands. The gun hit the ground and flew off. The young man turned around and muttered, "No." Arung turned around and tried to crawl to it, and at that time the orc had already raised his spear above him. The blade pierced his back, and the boy screamed. The hunter raised his weapon with pleasure. The monster licked the blood, giggling. The boy frowned, thinking that orcs seemed to like human blood, so he had to shoot himself. He looked at his enemy furiously and decided that even if he died, he would drag him away with him. Suddenly, something in the boy's chest began to glow brightly. He threw his head back and screamed, not understanding where the pain in his chest came from if he was wounded in the shoulder. The boy opened his eyes in surprise when the voice asked how it could help, and then clarified whether he wanted to live. The shooter grabbed his head and noticed that these words seemed to be sent straight to his consciousness. The orc looked at the victim and said that he would finally devour his tasty heart. The boy clenched his teeth, amazed that he could even hear the thoughts of the monster, but that first voice did not belong to him, So whose was it? A huge wolf stood next to him, demanding that he speak quickly, otherwise he would die. He flashed his eyes and confirmed that the voice belonged to him, then asked again if the child needed help. Arung frowned, watching the spear rise above him. The boy closed his eyes and asked for help. He widened his eyes, hearing the roar and indignation of the orc. The beast sank its fangs into the neck of its former owner. At this time, the shooter pulled himself up to the gun. The guy took aim and asked the animal to step aside so that he could shoot the enemy in the head. The wolf jumped back, and a powerful charge hit the target. The animal approached the sniper, and they both looked at the orc. The animal's eyes flashed. The moon was shining over the desert, and the voice loudly asked to be more gentle. The main character squeezed Arung's leg and asked not to whine, because if the bones were not set now, they would grow together. The brunette squeezed the healing solution onto his comrade's shoulder, and said that he had already used up 3 packages, so he would live to see the healer, and the young man muttered that he was completely insensitive. Xianwu frowned and thought that, summing up everything that had been said, the young man's ability was the taming of evil. He imagined the glowing symbols and remembered that despite being one of the 6 main types, it was so rare that only a few awakened ones had it. The boy grabbed his leg, and the wolf lay next to him, and the brunette thought that with such an ability, he would be useful even there. Xianwu extended his hand. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise when he congratulated him on becoming a metahuman, whose qualifications are enough to join the node headquarters, although it is not all for the better, because the training there is not easy. The hero looked at the boy closely and told him that countless people are expelled and they return to where they came from, plus he will be less protected from dangerous situations such as encounters with demonic beasts. But the man still hoped that his comrade would come with him. Arung smirked and replied that this was nothing compared to the time spent in the desert. They shook hands, and the boy added that they can't do anything without him anyway. The hero froze in surprise. The other man raised an eyebrow and asked what was wrong, but he waved it off. The brunette looked at his hand and thought that he could no longer hear the voice of his devouring ability. He followed the boys, wondering if there were metahumans that it didn't work on, or if his ability wasn't awakened. The warrior frowned and remembered that he had only experienced this once with a person he hadn't met in this life yet. An image of a man popped into his head, but he couldn't find anything in common between him and Arung, although even in his past life the hero hadn't fully understood his devouring ability, so there was still a lot to do, but he would think about this incident later. Jiawol jumped up with a scream and pulled the covers off. She was lying on the couch in the room. The woman looked at her hands in confusion. Then she opened the door and walked out. Outside, Xianwu stood and looked out to sea, while Arung made Hyun go over and pet the giant wolf. Everyone turned to look at her, and the hero noticed that she was awake. The girl furrowed her brows and asked why they hadn't returned to Node yet, and where they were. The man looked at her and replied that they were currently on the Node transport ship. The brunette's eyes widened when she heard that the ship was heading to the Korean headquarters. She fell to her knees and exhaled. The ship cut through the waves, illuminated by the moon. Xianwu and Jiawol stood on the deck with hot tea, and the girl asked him if he knew in advance that this would happen. He looked away and replied that even if he did, she still wouldn't have left Yoksangle. They looked in different directions and the woman agreed that they would all stay to fight to the death, since it was the last thing they had left, and the people who managed to escape the demonic beasts found a home there, and there was no place for them anywhere else. Jiawol flinched when the hero said that she was the one who brought the galled blood there and destroyed everything. The girl looked at him and noted that it was rude, but true. She lowered her head and asked what he wanted from her, and she had no one else to pay for her sins. The boy opened his mouth and asked to blame him. The interlocutor turned to him and asked again, and he repeated that he should blame him for saving only her and not the others, and reproach himself for the fact that her actions led to the decline of that place, and hate those damned demonic beasts. The protagonist looked at her resolutely and declared that he was in the process of forming the strongest squad that would wipe those monsters off the face of the earth. The girl closed her eyes as Xianwu expressed his hope that she would join him and use her anger as fuel for the rest of her life. The brunette looked ahead bravely and agreed that these words were better than trying to calm him down, and she would never forgive him if he escaped these monsters before her. The hero raised his eyebrows and sighed in relief. Arung pointed ahead and shouted that there was an island. Jeju Island, where Node's headquarters was located, was visible on the horizon. The team looked intently in that direction, and Xianwu reminded them that they were entering a tiger's den, so they should always remain vigilant in order to survive. The waves washed the shore. 3 months later, the coast of Mount Sangak, Jeju, a man was watching the sunset. A girl approached the commander and called out to him. The deputy leader of the 304th Node Squad, a hunter with healing abilities, Sina, looked at him and said that everyone had already gathered and there would be a briefing in 10 minutes. The man turned around and said that he understood. The leader of the 304th Node Squad, Xianwu, looked forward decisively and suggested getting straight to the point. There were many people sitting in front of him when the briefing began. The hunters looked at the leader carefully, and he announced that their mission for today was to clear the coastal caves. The men frowned as the brunette said that today was their squad's last training session, and the first day they would face real monsters, but only new recruits would participate. The blonde hugged her knees as she listened to the story of how they would be separated from today, then they would learn combat skills and learn to handle weapons that suited their abilities. The protagonist looked at the audience, and added that they should be proud of themselves for being able to excel in their studies while others had abandoned them. Minnie and the other two boys nodded as the brunette said that this mission was notorious for having many fatalities, so they should take care of themselves. Jaiwo raised an eyebrow and asked if they would die if they screwed up, and she answered in the affirmative. The boy looked at her and noted that, as the Node squad believed, if you couldn't handle the monsters, you wouldn't be able to survive a real battle. He pointed to an iron gate that led to a bunker that had been built before the cataclysm during the Japanese occupation and reported that an S-rank monster had appeared during the incident, and that it was connected to this cave. The two boys looked at each other worriedly and the commander quickly reassured them that they would be facing other monsters today. Sina handed the leader a piece of paper and told everyone about the mermaids, a rank 10 demonic creature that was half human and half fish. She introduced the monsters and added that they lived in the oceans but were supposed to be found in a cave during spawning season, and after killing all the mermaids, a new wave of 5 to 60 would appear. Sienwa looked at the report and said that they should be grateful to Node for this because he always provided them with missions that matched their ranks, and they would also be able to take the horns and cores of the mermaids as trophies. Hyun raised his hand and the commander allowed him to ask a question. The brunette looked at his subordinate, who asked if it would be difficult for them to fight so many rank 10 monsters. The hero presented the monster and replied that it would be so if it were a normal level, but mermaids can only use their full power in water, and there is currently no water in the cave. Arung also raised his hand, and the brunette turned his attention to him. The youth sat next to the wolf, asking what about the S-rank monster, because if it is there, they can all die. The hero looked at him and replied that there is nothing to worry about. The interlocutor smiled and clarified why. The commander presented the corpse of the enemy and explained that, according to their data, the monster was eliminated by Node several years ago, and there were no more reports of its appearance, so they need to focus on the mermaids. But, as he said at the beginning, fatalities are possible, so they should not let their guard down just because these are monsters below S rank. Clouds floated in the sky, and the voices of warriors were heard from the beach. There were two silhouettes standing at the entrance to the cave. Sienwa and Sina looked inside, noting that it was a fairly wide place, and they would need to walk in fives to hold the lines. The brunette looked back at Lee Sang-jae and Kim Jungmin and ordered them to begin. The hero frowned and commanded, "Fire!" The men created fire on their palms and cast Maintain Flame. They both sent their magic forward. The fire moved along the walls. The commander and his deputy watched as improvised torches ignited from the entrance. Sienwa walked forward and warned everyone to move slowly, checking the walls and ceilings for insect monsters. The squad moved deeper in 2 rows. The brunette frowned, noticing something. He raised his fist and ordered everyone to stop. Sina came closer and asked what was going on, after which the interlocutor pointed a finger forward. Water was approaching them. The woman sweated and muttered warily that there was no such information. The guy walked, splashing through the water. It had already risen up to his knees. The brunette turned around and said that the situation had changed, but the volume was small, so it should not significantly affect the mermaid's strength. He looked at his subordinates and suggested stopping and strengthening their position. The hero raised his hand and ordered Hashik and Duyung to step forward. The 2 young men nodded and responded. The man looked at the first and asked if he could run with such a water level. He shrugged and replied that he could, by the feeling, like chewing gum. Sienwa grinned and said that they would go on reconnaissance. The soldiers looked at him with fear and asked again. The brunette pointed to the glowing bracelet and ordered them to check the water level, and if they went waist deep and noticed something strange, to immediately report. Hashik sweated and muttered that he was scared. The protagonist smiled and asked him who he was more afraid of, mermaids or him. The other man turned pale. Sienwa frowned and asked him what he had chosen. The guy put his hand to his chest and exclaimed that he was ready for reconnaissance. The recruits moved forward. Sienwa and Sina looked after them, wondering if it was worth sending them, but the commander noted that both were in good physical shape, and their abilities were the best in the ranking. The brunette turned to his other subordinates and quietly asked them to be on guard. He narrowed his eyes and added that something might appear. The young men sweated and nodded. The hero looked at the glowing bracelet from which screams came. The man frowned and ordered them to return immediately. Everyone looked forward, from where cries for help came. Hashik and Duyung rushed forward. A wave was approaching behind them. Sina and the commander frowned, asking what it was. There were several mermaids in the water. The brunette gestured with his hand and ordered the first squad to set up a protective barrier, and the third to destroy the mermaids that crossed it. Hashik and Duyung tried to catch their breath, while the commander commanded the 5th squad to protect the rear, and the 2nd and 4th to help them. Sina pointed to the side and told the 4th squad to stand behind the 5th, and the second to move to the entrance of the cave to clear the way in case their forces were insufficient and they needed help. The soldiers moved to do so. Several people stuck small shields into the ground. They lined up in a perfect row. 3 more people approached them and stood above them. The protagonist frowned and commanded to put up the main shield. The warriors frowned, activating the barrier. The mermaids approached, stretching their paws towards the shield. One of them jumped out of the water. She dug her claws into the dome, screaming. Suddenly, she was thrown back and electrocuted. Several more monsters jumped up. They attacked the barrier, but to no avail. The crowd of mermaids pressed against the shield. The monsters pressed their faces and screamed as they were electrocuted. The commander furrowed his brows and shouted that they continued to attack, but they could not give up their positions. The soldiers gritted their teeth, holding the shield. The mermaids continued to explode and move forward. The warriors sweated and widened their eyes from the strain. The monsters slapped their paws on the dome. Some retreated under the onslaught of the enemy. Manhwa frowned and asked them to focus on the strength of the shield, because once they lost control of it, it would be broken. The dome began to crack in front of one of the mermaids. The brunette narrowed his eyes, noting that the shield was destroyed, and ordered the 5th squad to open fire. Minnie, Arung and their comrade took up bows, because the commander warned them not to use bows, lest the walls collapse on them. The hero waved his hand and commanded the 1st squad to open fire. The archers fired projectiles. The arrows passed through the barrier. They pierced several mermaids. The next attack from the rear was already prepared. The monsters received arrows again. Meanwhile, the barrier continued to crack under the onslaught. Finally, one of the mermaids broke through, smashing it. One of the warriors flew back and screamed. Part of the dome was destroyed. The guy looked at the approaching monster in fear and screamed. Claws flashed in the air. Jiawol arrived in time and cut off the monster's head. She, who had reached the 8th rank with the ability of a wild beast, frowned, engulfed in golden energy. The guy, who was about to thank her, shuddered when they shouted at him not to sleep and immediately put up a shield. The protagonist had already turned in the other direction and ordered the 3rd squad to get ready. The soldiers held the barrier while the brunette said that if the position was broken, it would be difficult to restore it, so the 3rd squad took on the attack. The mermaids climbed into the rift, and the commander shouted that not a single monster should be allowed inside. Jiawol flexed her fists, glad that it was their turn, and Hyun and the others were already running up to her. The woman rushed forward, resembling the silhouette of a lioness. The mermaid crawled along the ground, penetrating the shield. The brunette bared her teeth and noted that she was not here for long. She sank her fangs into the monster's throat. The huntress clenched her jaws and jerked, tearing the enemy apart. The girl turned around and called out for the next one. Jiawol grabbed the demon by the arm and head. Then she threw him back with force so that the mermaid crashed into the other. The protagonist watched her closely, noting the incredible power of close combat. The woman kicked 2 monsters, as if she had known from birth how to fight, and how professional fighters fought. Hyun gripped the hilts of his swords, standing next to Manhwa. The man, already an 11th rank hunter, frowned and ran forward, drawing his blades. He jumped, releasing energy. The warrior quickly ran forward, cutting down 2 mermaids at once, and although he was no genius, he managed to compensate for this with diligent study. The hunter turned in the air and swung his swords several times. His attack cut through a couple more enemies, and the hero thought that although Hyun was not yet accustomed to the fact that there were abilities in his body, but one day they would help him at the most opportune moment. Manhwa looked away, noting that he would have to check this option. Jiawol furiously tore another monster apart. She sat down on the ground tiredly, asking why they were not ending. The mermaids continued to pound the shield, and the woman muttered that all the breaches were repaired, but it was unknown how long they would last, and she alone had already destroyed more than 50. The soldiers holding the barrier turned pale. Jiawol bent down and screamed as arrows flew over her head. The archers prepared for a new attack. The commander was talking to Arung about something. The woman turned to them and exclaimed with displeasure that they were running out of strength, and those guys were chilling out over there. The hero put his hand on her shoulder and noted that she had tried hard. He swung the blue blade. Manhwa squeezed the handle of the weapon, releasing energy, and said that this was not all. A black and blue aura surrounded him, and the guy said that they needed to complete the mission. Manhwa moved forward, simultaneously ordering the 1st and 3rd squads to rearrange themselves, and the 3rd to move forward. The soldiers decisively ran to the attack, drawing their swords. They stuck their blades through the barrier, standing above the first line of defense. The dome shattered into pieces when the commander ordered the shield to be removed. The soldiers of the 1st squad went behind Manhwa when he ordered them to retreat. The guys sat tiredly along the wall, and the main character said that Manhwa would examine the injured and begin treatment, and if help was needed, they should contact Lexi. The girls immediately approached them. The hunters from the 3rd squad took fighting stances, preparing to attack. A crowd of mermaids lined up in front of them. The commander frowned and released energy. The sword in his hands glowed. He moved forward, and the monster squealed, looking at him. The brunette turned to Jiawol and Hyun following him with a request to take care of those who were following him. Seonwoo narrowed his eyes and said that the enemy was approaching. The monsters rushed at him at once. The guy pushed off the ground. He made several swings of the blade, cutting the opponents, and landed behind their backs. The sword cut through the air, leaving a blue trail. The mermaid was cut in half by the precise movement of the commander. Seonwoo turned around and attacked the next enemy. 2 mermaids were pierced by his sword at the same time. The hero swung his weapon, pulling it out of the monsters. He immediately rushed on. The commander broke through, leaving heads flying behind him. The guy fought, standing among the corpses. Jiawol and Hyun raised their eyebrows in confusion, asking who was coming after him, who needed to be taken care of. Seonwoo squeezed the handle of the blade and used the moon sword. He lunged, and the energy wave swept away several mermaids at once. A powerful blow rushed deep into the cave, cutting down enemies. The walls trembled, and small stones fell. Hyun frowned and shouted for everyone to be careful. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought that he tried to adjust the power by a third, but it was still because of him, although he himself had previously shouted at his subordinates not to use guns. 2 monsters rushed at him with a scream. The brunette clenched his fist and decided it was time to unleash all his power. Black tentacles pierced the monsters nearby. Jiawol and Hyun covered themselves with their hands from the stones falling from the ceiling. The girl turned to the commander and exclaimed in displeasure that they would be crushed before the mermaids reached them. The hero looked at the blade in confusion and thought that this was why he couldn't use the exploding sword, and in general he couldn't draw a weapon, let alone use his power. The blade pierced one of the mermaids in the mouth, and the guy muttered that it was like fighting with your hands and feet tied. There were too many of them, and the sword was useless against them. The brunette frowned, assuming that they should go back. The blurry silhouettes of the mermaids were visible. They surrounded the hero, who suddenly heard a voice saying that they were in his body. The commander swung the blade, cutting down 2 monsters. One of the monsters stood at a distance with glowing eyes and mentally demanded that the hero do as he was told. The mermaid flashed her eyes and hissed. Seonwoo frowned and swung his blade, while the enemy whispered that he was pathetic, and had fallen into such a trap. The monster looked at him, saying that they would have fresh meat if they killed him. The mermaid pushed one of her kindred away, asking him to move away, since he had already eaten. She hissed at her with displeasure. The monster suddenly sank its fangs into the neck of its kindred. The victim fell to the ground. Another mermaid rushed at the one with glowing eyes to take revenge. However, a third one stood between them, not allowing them to conflict. Nevertheless, the monster with telepathy suddenly hit the enemy in the face. Blood remained on his hand, and the other mermaids looked at him in bewilderment. They began to attack the rebel. His eyes flashed, and he shuddered. The eyes of his kin glowed red. The monsters suddenly rushed at each other with a scream. Claws and splashes of blood flashed in the air. The 2 mermaids looked around in confusion. Behind the crowd, a massacre began between the monsters while the hero dealt with them at the forefront. Seonwoo looked forward. He noticed strange behavior of the enemies in that direction. Jiawol climbed onto Hyun's neck and asked what was going on there. Were they really having collective hallucinations? The protagonist grinned and mentally noted that this option worked. Arung stood among the warriors, holding his head. He was breathing heavily, and his body emitted a faint glow. The young man closed his eyes and muttered, "Go away, scratch, bite, when you chase, kill." The hunter clutched his head. The protagonist looked at him questioningly and warily. Some time ago, he approached his protege and asked to use his abilities. Arung looked at the commander in surprise and clarified whether he meant to control mermaids. The brunette frowned and explained that the ability to control monsters could be turned against them by taking over their minds, and this mission was a good opportunity to test how far they could go. The young man shuddered when the hero noted that if they could take control of their minds, they would be able to control S-rank monsters like Awakens in the future. The guy imagined the winged creature. An image of the dying Reina appeared before his eyes. The soldier frowned and whispered the name of the monster. He clenched his fist and said that he understood, and the brunette asked him to concentrate on the farthest enemy, so that the attack was from both the front and the back. But if he sensed danger, then let him immediately turn off. Arung sweated, muttering, "Pursue, kill!" The mermaids were furiously slaughtering each other. The hero approached the crowd of monsters, noting that they were fighting each other as planned. The commander held his sword in front of him and ordered them to attack. He actively cut down the monsters. Jiawol attacked the enemies, ordering her third squad to finish off those who were still alive. The soldiers fought fiercely with their opponents. The hero swung his blade, cutting down another opponent. He stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A mermaid with glowing eyes was crawling towards him from the side. The brunette released an aura and noted that one survived. Arung saw the commander approaching through the monster's eyes. The monster opened its mouth and hissed, trying to stop the hunter. Seonwoo narrowed his eyes and decided that the enemy wanted to say that he would resist to the end. He swung his sword, and the boy tried to mentally say that he did not want to die at his hands, but his thoughts were pushed out by the mermaid's thoughts of wanting to kill. The monster rushed forward with a scream. The protagonist pierced it with his sword. Arung's eyes widened. He grabbed his chest and fell to his knees with a scream. The boy bent over, breathing heavily. Sina turned around in surprise. The boy looked at her and muttered that he had been stabbed in the heart. The deputy ran up to him and asked to see. They both froze when they realized that the warrior was unharmed. Sina frowned and advised him not to anger her, and the frightened subordinate exclaimed that he himself thought that was true. The protagonist looked to the side and ordered the first squad to go forward and stand guard, controlling the movements of the monsters, and the third and fifth to collect the corpses. The soldiers pulled the dead monsters out of the water. One of the young men turned pale and covered his mouth, and Sianwa noted that he still had a weak psyche, and not only in battle, but even in this situation, there was a big difference between them and other teams that got into trouble. The brunette approached Arung and noted that he tried hard, and thanks to him, the mermaids grappled with each other, which led to the success of the mission. The interlocutor covered his mouth and grimaced. Sianwa looked at the young man with alarm and asked what was wrong with him. The young man turned pale and replied that it was a little hard, but it would pass. The commander narrowed his eyes, thinking that this was a side effect of the ability, and perhaps such a reaction was due to the death of the leader of the monsters. The hero looked at the other man and asked him to monitor his health and write everything down, and to rest now while they scouted the rest of the cave. Sianwa turned around and thought that it would be difficult to use Arung in battle if the death of the main monster harmed him, because he thought that the guy would be able to master the S-rank monster, but it was not that simple. Tears flowed from the boy's eyes. He wiped them away in confusion, not understanding why he had such a reaction. The main hero and a small squad were walking forward with flashlights, and his question was answered that during the scouting, mermaids also gathered here. He looked up and clarified whether they had not seen this lair, to which the other man replied that everything was filled with mermaids, and it was impossible to see. Sina turned her gaze to the commander and nodded when he asked if she had watched the recordings of past training. The brunette turned to her and asked if she had seen anything strange in all the missions except this one. The interlocutor frowned and explained that the appearance, characteristics, attack and weaknesses were there, as well as the number of creatures. The commander made a gesture with his hand and noted that they had destroyed more than 60 mermaids, and many confirmed that they had killed 60 monsters, and here not far from the entrance to the cave. Jiawol looked at him and asked what was strange about that. The interlocutor pointed upward and explained that no one had ever mentioned this lair, let alone recorded killing another creature in it. The warriors frowned in surprise when they heard that 60 mermaids were not the entire number in this cave. The woman narrowed her eyes and clarified whether he really meant that the others not only gave up searching for monsters here and left, but also hid it. The brunette frowned and added that there was another strange thing. They were told that the mermaids flock here to reproduce, but there were no signs of mating or spawning anywhere. The commander shone the light around, and everyone froze. Sina turned pale and asked not to scare her with all sorts of horrors. The protagonist remembered how he cut down the monsters and said that every time they come here, they are destroyed, so it is strange that they continue to return to mate, because there is an instinct to preserve offspring. But isn't it normal to change places when your cubs are in danger of dying here? Hyun frowned and suggested that there is some other reason why the mermaids flock here. The protagonist glanced into the depths of the cave and muttered that there is something they do not know. He shone the light forward and added that there is the true purpose that makes the flock move to this place. The instructor at Node HQ's training facility in Korea, Olivia, frowned and said that she hadn't received any other messages about the logs being connected. The main character's face was on the screen, saying that there was nothing like that in the logs he had looked at, so he wasn't sure whether to move on. The woman narrowed her eyes and thought that if there were other creatures in the lair, that meant that not all of the hunters had completed the mission. She bit her finger and realized that if this was a new passage, that meant there was a monster making a path underground, maybe even Sandwalker again. The brunette looked at her and asked again, and the woman replied that there was a rule that the one who discovered the anomaly had to stay at the scene. Sianwa looked at her bracelet when the woman said that if they left the place before the situation was resolved, the mission would be considered a failure, and thought that the previous scouts had simply left and covered it up. The brunette frowned and asked for further instructions, to which Olivia replied that she needed a few minutes. Sina approached the commander, who replied that they would wait, and asked what had happened. The hero turned to his partner and said that the four of them would have to enter the cave again. Everyone looked at him in surprise when the brunette said that a helicopter would arrive from headquarters in a few minutes, and in the meantime they needed to prepare for re-entry. A helicopter was making noise in the sky, because the instructor had promised to send a group of regular troops, and Sianwa would have to provide them with support, but not go forward, because this was not a job for those in training. The four looked up. The protagonist squinted. The first person descended to the ground. A team of hunters disembarked from the helicopter. The protagonist looked at the flying helicopter and thought that it was hard to get even a drop of oil in the desert, and in the city, as he heard, they were working on creating basic machines, And then suddenly only 4 people were delivered in this way. Apparently, their headquarters had a different level of wealth. Xianwu extended his hand and introduced himself as the commander of the 304th Squad. Li Dongmin, a member of the Border Corps and the captain of the team, shook hands and said his name. Behind him stood Bangwan, Dix and Sakura. The brunette narrowed his eyes and mentally noted the strange balance in the team, because there were only 2 swords, 2 hammers and no other secondary ones. The commander pointed to his squad and said that the guests must have received a message from Instructor Olivia that they were ordered to take a place with the regular troops and provide rear support. The interlocutor nodded and smiled and replied that anything beyond the established curriculum was too difficult for those training. The hero chuckled, mentally noticing that he was being ignored, and said that on their side, as support, there would be a healer and a healer who could restore energy, and he and the trained one would go ahead of them. Dongmin waved his hand and responded that he was not sure if it was necessary, but such was the desire of the boss, and then asked to show the place where it all happened. The brunette nodded, and Sina looked away with displeasure, thinking that he was mocking them. The warriors went inside to the place of the discovery. Jiaowo looked at the commander and reported that she did not notice any monsters on the mission, and he asked her to wait in the outer passage. Dongmin shone the light ahead. The warriors looked around, discussing what they heard, that during the Japanese occupation this place was used as a bunker, and the hero asked if this was really their first time here. Xianwen narrowed his eyes when they told him that their training had been going on before the mermaids were discovered here, and muttered that this lair had not been reported. The warriors walked forward a little. Sakura looked at the leader and said that this certainly didn't look like the cave they had just passed through. She ran her hand along the wall when asked if it was artificial, and said that everything before was natural, but this looked like it was made by someone. The girl touched a ledge and added that it wasn't made by a worm. Dick shone a light upward and said that there was something here. He raised his hand, and Dongmin walked up to him. There were hieroglyphs on the sign. The brunette came closer and read the word first, after which the leader thanked her. The man frowned and assumed that the tunnel was built during the Japanese occupation and for some reason was blocked, but someone made it again. Xianwu and Sina looked at them in surprise, and Dongmin added that investigating these events would be an important part of their mission. He looked at his wrist and said that it would be nice to have temporary contact with headquarters, but, at the moment, their bracelets were useless, since the connection was lost as they went deeper into the cave. The man picked up a stone from the ground when he was offered to return to the entrance and make a call. He threw it forward, saying that establishing intermediate contact when there was no data yet was a waste of time. Dongmin closed his eyes and listened. The hunter squinted and said that the stone fell unhindered at least 100 meters from them. The hero's team looked at him when he said that there was a risk and they would take it, and he would take command from there. Dix took the flashlight and turned it on, and the commander asked to be ready. The hunters moved forward, breathing heavily. Suddenly, the girl stumbled. Lexi was caught by the hand. The protagonist looked at her and asked her to be careful. Hyun frowned and muttered that it wasn't every day that he was so nervous, and it had already been 10 minutes, and Sina sighed and suggested that it was even longer, and it was too hot and humid here. The hunters walked forward, discussing what to do next, and it was good that they hadn't met anyone yet. The man stepped on something. Dongmin raised his fist and stopped everyone, noticing that there was something there. He shone his flashlight down. There was a skull at his feet. The hunter frowned and said that there were human remains here, and judging by their condition, they were soldiers or forced laborers from the era when the passage was built. Sakura looked at him and asked what could have happened next, but he just shrugged, saying that he didn't know. He kicked the skull and said that it wouldn't do any good if he took it with him, so they should move on. Bangwon spat, muttering that the bones seemed scary, and the leader advised them to leave it, although he himself was careless. The protagonist squinted and noted the high temperature, humidity, thin air and darkness, which led to even greater exhaustion, and they, despite being of higher rank, were just as nervous in an unfamiliar environment. Dongmin stopped and called everyone. There was a large hole in the ceiling, into which he shone a light, and remembered that there had been something like that before, after which he suggested that they take a rest here. Sina tiredly sank to the floor, and the men were breathing heavily. Xianwu imagined a diagram of the cave and thought that it was a group of structures with repeating artificial passages and cavities. But how many spaces there were here? Dongmin sat down next to him, and noted that difficulties began from the very first mission, and the brunette responded that there was no way around it. The hero looked away and thought that he had at least rested a little thanks to the stop, and hoped that he had worried in vain. The interlocutor frowned and said that there were rumors that some scouts left without waiting for the mermaids, so why didn't they do the same? And the brunette replied that he didn't understand, since he didn't join Node of his own free will. Dongmin looked at Xianwu, and thought that he spoke well for a trainee. Lexi looked forward in fear, and the man asked what was wrong. The protagonist approached her and asked if she felt it too, and the girl nodded. The brunette narrowed his eyes and ordered everyone to get ready. Dongmin grimaced and was about to be indignant. Suddenly, he looked away, feeling magic. The hunter stood up and shouted for the squad to get ready. His team quickly took fighting stances. Xian was shuddered, hearing the screams, and recognized the voices of the mermaids. Red eyes sparkled from the darkness, and the guy exclaimed that they did not exterminate everyone. The monsters rushed forward, stretching out their paws. The protagonist gritted his teeth, noting that these were larger than the ones before, so the battle would be tough. Dongmin held his sword in front of Xianhua and ordered him to stop. The brunette frowned, seeing the energy of the interlocutor. The leader bared his blades, engulfed in aura, and declared that these enemies were under their control. He rushed forward, simultaneously ordering the squad to take up positions for a triangular squadron. The hunters hurried after him, releasing energy. The warrior approached one of the monsters. The man swung his sword and cut the enemy. New monsters had already appeared in front of them. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and noted that the regular army was very different. He looked at Dix in front of him and said that he could join the team, they would be fine, but the interlocutor asked him to stay put. The man frowned and explained that while they were here, they could not allow harm to come to the trainees. Xianhua nodded and thought that he would do the same as this professional. Banwan swung his hammer. He swung the weapon, smashing the heads of his opponents. Blue threads flashed in the air. Sakura gripped her rapier, gracefully cutting down the enemies. The brunette smiled and noted that he was not sure if they would encounter any monsters, but the protector still asked to be ready. The hunters nodded, looking forward determinedly when they were told that safety came first, and they could only help the team if absolutely necessary. Sakura pierced the mermaid with the tip. She lowered her hand, knocking down her opponent. Another monster approached Dongmin. The man pierced it with 2 swords. The hunter turned around and then attacked the next one. The protagonist watched them carefully. Hyun narrowed his eyes and muttered that this was a good job. Xianhua nodded and thought that at first he thought that the balance in their team was wrong, but in terms of combat power, the 4 of them could defeat a whole horde of monsters, and a combination made up solely of hand-to-hand combat was the strongest in such a fight. One of the monsters was crawling towards the hero from the side. Dick suddenly hit it with a hammer. The brunette chuckled and thought that even though it was fast, they still stood up to the mermaids bravely, which is why their offer to help was meaningless. A cross-shaped cut appeared on the stone. Dongmin quickly swung his blades, releasing energy. The 3 stood among the corpses. The leader stretched his shoulders and muttered that it was a little disgusting, but it was still a great stress reliever. Xianhua and Hyun pierced the heads of the lying monsters. The commander approached them and asked what they were doing. The brunette wiped the blood off his face and replied that they were checking to make sure there were no survivors, as he would need to fill out a report, and he needed to know how many they had killed so he wouldn't miss a single one when he extracted the core. The other man laughed and noted that he was well trained, and the guy responded that these were the basics he had learned in Node. The hero pierced the mermaid and added that he had lived in the wilderness for a long time, so it had already become a habit. Dongmin grinned and thought that not all of the wild were as cold-blooded as the other man, and then suggested that they take the next territory, which would also be difficult. The commander looked back and said that he had already passed this road once, so he hoped that they could handle it. The protagonist looked at the hunters walking ahead and compared that it took them half an hour for 50 soldiers to defeat 50 rank 10 monsters, and 30 stronger monsters were destroyed by 4 privates in 9 minutes. He looked back at his protege and assumed that their guests were at least rank 3, and the team leader must be rank 1 or 2. Hyun looked at the commander and noted that Node was full of really strong soldiers, so it seemed that the squad leader and Xianhua's plan to destroy the creatures of this world was realistic. The interlocutor sighed and added that it was hard for him to imagine an average guy like himself in such a company, and the others' faces were just as tense at that moment. The protagonist remembered how the man had been watching the fight intently and thought that he was confused. Xianhua imagined the monster and the silhouette of the man and thought that they had not yet met truly strong opponents. The guy stopped and looked ahead questioningly when someone exclaimed. Dongmin raised his head and invited everyone to take a look. The vaults of the cave were glowing. Everyone was mesmerized by the lights, discussing that they had never seen anything like it before. Sina smiled and asked what was flying here. The protagonist squinted and replied that they were fireflies. Hyun shuddered and asked what kind of monsters they were, but his interlocutor explained that they were insects that lived on Earth before the cataclysm, and they glowed. There was a beetle on the wall, and the guy added that they were not a threat in themselves, but the problem was their habitat. The girls looked at him when the leader clarified whether they noticed that they were in a natural cave. He remembered the entrance with the mermaids, which was also natural. Xianhua put his hand on the stone and said that there was a completely different type of land and rocks here than in the first one. The deputy came closer and asked if it could be other rocks, but the interlocutor replied that he had never seen anything like it anywhere on Jeju. Hyun and Lexi winced when the hero said that fireflies lived in the Pacific Ocean and they shouldn't be here. He frowned, imagining the layout of the dungeon, and suggested that this space was the only place where some huge power from some other continent was hidden. The team looked at him tensely. The brunette turned around when someone exclaimed that there was something here. Bamwan stood with his mouth open, and the leaders ran up to him with questions. Dongmin raised his head and widened his eyes. In front of them, a tall figure stood in the stone. Dix and Sakura looked at it intently, and the girl suggested that it was the king of the mermaids, and the companion replied that it could be, but they did not have detailed data. The statue did not move, and the hunters wondered if it was dead or petrified. The leader frowned and said that even if it was a corpse, it was still very important that something big was hiding at the feet of Node HQ, because those arms must be at least 2 meters long. He turned around and ordered them to quickly return for the report, and the protagonist looked the other way. Xianhua's eyes widened and muttered, "Could it be Ligia?" Sina turned to the commander when he called them. The brunette pointed to a rock and ordered them to hide behind the rocks and be ready. He sweated and added that this was an order, it must be carried out quickly. The guys looked at him in surprise. Something fell on Bangwan's shoulder. The man shook it off and decided that it was just a pile of dirt. The statue's eyes flashed. The hunter looked at it, noticing that something had changed. The rocks around the monster trembled. Purple flesh opened on its chest. Tentacles burst out of it. Dongmin's eyes widened in shock and he screamed, and the protagonist immediately jumped up. He tried to run first and asked not to do this. Tentacles wrapped around his leg. The hunter was jerked upward, and Xianhua did not have time to grab him. The man hurried to activate the energy shield. His leg was sucked into the hole, and blood spurted out. Bangwan bent over and screamed in pain. Its leader widened his eyes and asked if the monster's chest was really its mouth. The hunter gritted his teeth and swung his hammer. He brought down his blow on the enemy, demanding that he let go. The man immediately flew down. He fell to the ground, hitting his head. Dongmin ran up to his comrade with one leg missing. The monster was chomping, chewing on his limb. The commander looked at his writhing friend, noting that the wound was serious, and called out to the trainees. Sina twitched and was about to approach. The protagonist frowned and shouted for her to stop. The woman froze in surprise when he ordered her to heal the injured man with a long-range ability. Dongmin turned to him and exclaimed that the situation was critical, but the brunette asked him to do as he said. The girl put her hands out and obeyed. The man frowned and shouted that the hero was forgetting who was in charge here. Xianhua looked at him and apologized, but added that if it was Ligia, then the lives of his comrades were in danger. The interlocutor frowned and asked what kind of creature it was that he had never heard of. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that he only knew because he remembered his past life. The guy looked at the statue and said that it was an S-rank demon with mind control capabilities that appeared in New Zealand 5 years ago and took many victims. Dongmin's eyes widened when he heard that it was only after Oi's intervention that they managed to destroy it, and the man asked if it wasn't a huge organization that was fighting Node. The hero turned to the interlocutor and replied that this was why he might not have heard, since the two companies didn't like each other, after which the man asked how the trainee knew this. Xianhua gritted his teeth and turned away, realizing that this was a reasonable question, but something else was important now. The demon was motionless, and the guy tried to figure out why it wasn't attacking again. The brunette looked back, deciding that this was their chance to save themselves, and shouted that they needed to get out before it woke up. Dongmin sweated and muttered that it was too late. He frowned and activated his aura. The protagonist turned around in surprise. The demon's eyes sparkled. Xianhua stared at it, realizing that the light was brighter than it was. The commander turned to Dix, who was standing next to him, and ordered him to distract the monster so that he could attack, assuming that the enemy could only use tentacles. The subordinate took the hammers and rushed to attack with a scream. He swung, hanging over the enemy. The demon turned its head in his direction. A bright beam pierced the man through. Xianhua, Dongmin and Sakura turned pale, their mouths open. The hunter collapsed to the ground. The brunette, trembling, looked at the body of her comrade. The leader turned and asked what it was. The girl fell to her knees and hugged Dix, and the commander clarified what kind of Ligia this was, and why his people were dying because of her. Xianhua glanced at them, thinking that the first and second rank hunters were starting to panic, because they had never encountered an S-class monster, especially since they were all tired. He remembered how the men had walked through the dungeon before and realized that his fears were correct. He frowned and thought that walking through the cave had exhausted their bodies and minds. The demon's eyes were glowing, and the hero noticed that when faced with an S rank under such circumstances, the hunters simply could not act at even half their usual strength. Xianhua activated the energy barrier and shouted for everyone to pull themselves together and use their shields. He noticed a purple cord flashing nearby. A tentacle had grabbed the legs of Dix's corpse. The demon opened its mouth and pulled it towards itself. Dongmin took the swords and ran forward, shouting that they should cut off the tentacles, and then asked to use the shield film. The protagonist frowned and replied that there was none, so he should run as soon as he hit. The monster's eyes shone. 2 beams of light passed over the hunter's body, cutting him into pieces. Dongmin collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Dix's corpse was being raised higher and higher. His body disappeared into the enemy's mouth. Sakura grabbed her head in horror. She turned around and ran, asking for help. The demon raised his head and attacked with a beam. The girl's body was pierced through. Sakura fell to her knees with a hole in her chest. Then she fell backwards. Bamwan raised himself and groaned in fear. He tried to crawl away, but the enemy had already noticed him. The golden beam cut him in half. The man's face moved apart. The shadows of the others froze on the wall. The girls and Hyun turned pale, afraid to breathe. The protagonist, surrounded by a shield, shouted at them not to move and stay in their places. The brunette frowned and asked them to remain calm, because where they were now was a blind spot for the monster, so they should not take a single step forward. The subordinates nodded, accepting the order. Seonwoo narrowed his eyes, trying to understand why the demon did not kill him right away, although he could have done so. The huge mouth was chewing on the victim, and the brunette thought that they should not relax, they needed to get out of the way of the beam. The commander narrowed his eyes and decided that they needed to take advantage of the fact that the enemy was distracted by eating corpses. A tentacle burst out of the mouth. It wrapped around part of Bangwan's body. At that moment, Seonwoo suddenly jumped up from its place. The monster turned its head towards him. Its eyes lit up. The guy looked back and started sweating. The beam crashed into the protective dome. The barrier split, and the hero closed his eyes. He was thrown aside by the shockwave. Seonwoo rose, but a new attack was already being prepared. The brunette crossed his arms and activated the shield. He clenched his teeth and blocked the blow. The beam passed over the stones on the ceiling. They fell to the floor in front of the hunter. He moved forward and shouted to his comrades to hide. Suddenly, the commander grabbed his chest and began coughing up blood. Seonwoo hid behind a boulder, knowing that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long if the monster attacked at full power, but if he slipped, a terrible fate awaited his team. Hyun looked at the leader and asked if everything was okay, and the leader gave him a thumbs up. The man leaned against the stone and offered to go to the commander, but he refused. The squad looked closely at the brunette, who said that he had just reflected 2 beam attacks and lost 20% of his strength, so they should hold out until a suitable opportunity to escape appeared. The guy looked back when he was asked if he could put up a shield and run for the exit. There was a passage ahead, but it was far from this rock, and there was no cover along the way. Seonwoo frowned and replied that the enemy would kill them before they reached it. Hyun sank to the ground and muttered that it seemed like there was nothing left to do but wait for his death, since even a team of highly trained soldiers couldn't stop him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that he understood their despair at meeting an S-rank monster for the first time, especially since they had witnessed such a tragedy. The hunters began to sweat as the leader explained that what happened to that team was because they tried too hard to resist and ended up falling, so they needed to remain calm and think only about survival. The interlocutor turned to him and asked how he could be so cold-blooded. Wasn't this the first time? The brunette smiled and remembered that he had met and defeated countless similar monsters, although not in this life, but that Legia had one difference. He imagined that day 2 years ago, when the monster stood in the rubble, breaking through the ground into Node HQ, where it took the lives of 39 regular soldiers. Seonwoo had been sitting in the desert at the time and had learned of it after the dust had settled. The hunter leaned on his knees and thought that the time of her appearance had been sped up by their discovery, but if he had simply killed the mermaids at the entrance and returned, this would not have happened. The brunette frowned, not yet knowing whether his life story had changed for the better or worse, but from now on, it all depended on him. Sina frowned and muttered that there was something strange, and if it was an S rank, then she was the only one here, but Legia should have been exterminated 5 years ago in New Zealand. The hero nodded and agreed that it was a good question. The girl cautiously looked through the crack when he ordered to inspect the entire wall where the monster was walled up. The hunter shuddered in surprise. There was a magic circle behind the demon. A seal was drawn on the wall. Sina's eyes widened when the leader confirmed her guess. He imagined the symbols and recalled his magic theory lessons, although it was a rare ability and none of his classmates had it. There were writings behind the demon, and Seonwoo guessed that it was a technique used by Western magic practitioners to seal monsters, similar to witchcraft. The other girl frowned and noted that the more she thought about it, the more it sounded like fantasy. The hero introduced the dreamcatcher and the doll, saying that it usually looked like a fairy tale or a legend. He narrowed his eyes when the woman added that if she was good enough to seal an S-rank monster, then it was an awakened talent of that level, and the man agreed with her. The deputy introduced the planet and the dungeon, saying that this entire room, according to him, looked like it was dragged from somewhere else, meaning there were at least 2 S-rank monsters there. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said that, other than Node, only one group had such power. Sina frowned, guessing that he was talking about Oe. She looked at Hyun and asked the commander why the monster was sealed in a different organization and in a different country. The hunter glanced at her and suggested that it might not have been on purpose. He imagined the demon being doused with water and said that even if Node and Oe were on bad terms, handing over an S-rank monster was an open declaration of war. But what if it was supposed to be in the Pacific Ocean? The guy imagined the wizard sealing the monster and added that even an S-rank mage couldn't accurately transmit something so significant through space and time, so the package was simply sent to the wrong address. The girl frowned and responded that sending a demon to deliver, of course, sounds comical, but also to get the address wrong. Seonwa smiled, noting that the team's mood had slightly improved. A stone fell from above. The protagonist frowned and looked away. The demon freed one hand. The hunter gritted his teeth, realizing that the enemy was breaking the seal, and as soon as Legia started walking, hiding in the beam's blind spot would be pointless. The boys looked at the leader, who exclaimed that they had little time and needed to get out of here as soon as possible. A tentacle burst out of the demon's mouth, and Seonwa decided that he had to find its weak spot. The brunette watched as they took the other half of the corpse. He jumped out of cover and fired an arrow with a cannonball while the enemy was busy eating. The projectile flew into the demon's mouth along with the prey. The hero frowned and mentally asked the weapon to explode. Flames flared up inside the monster. Beams burst out of its eyes. The guy's eyes widened from the realization that the demon did not even flinch when the cannonball exploded in its mouth. The hunter tried to jump back, but his arm was grazed. An explosion was heard at the place where it hit the cave. Seonwa leaned against the stone, horrified that such pain was just from a light touch. He clenched his teeth, looking at his bloody shoulder. The men looked at the commander with alarm. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said that he had given up his shield for the shot, and it was good that he had managed to hit the body before he got injured. Sina extended her hand and said that she would start healing, but the hero stopped her and asked her not to waste the energy that she would need to get out. The blonde pointed to the side and noted that there was another passage behind. Seonwa flinched in surprise, and next to him was a hole in the wall. He looked in, thinking that he didn't know there would be passages located so close to each other, but it appeared after the beam attack. The soldiers looked at him tensely, and the hero was offended that they looked like he could throw them. The guy took out his sword and assumed that they reacted like that because he was the only one who ran towards the rocks. The hunters flinched in surprise when Seonwa said that he would distract the demon's attention so that they could slip through the gap. The brunette activated his aura and asked them to quickly head for the exit when he ran. The warrior furrowed his brows decisively and said that it was time to try. The hero pushed off the ground. He swung his sword, using the moon blade. The demon turned, noticing the attack. The hunter looked back, deciding that the enemy had lost interest in them, and shouted at the guys to run. The subordinates immediately jumped up from their place. The monster's eyes flashed and fired a beam. Its attack passed through Seonwa's energy wave. Now the beam was approaching him. The guy gritted his teeth, mentally asking his comrades to speed up. At the last second, he dodged. The hero narrowed his eyes and noted that he could not use anything at the same time as the shield, but he could use the lower body enhancement to react to Legia's actions faster. An explosion was heard behind him. The man hid behind a rock as everything around him shook, and he realized that the beam was getting stronger and the walls of the cave were giving way. The hero looked back and was surprised to find the three of them standing in the tunnel near the entrance. They looked at the leader with determination when he asked why they were frozen, and they replied that they would now distract the enemy themselves so that the brunette could run to them. Seonwa released energy using an explosive blade and thought that it was embarrassing for them to help him, but he needed to let them go. The hunter directed the power at the wall above the passage. The rocks above them began to collapse, and they covered their heads. Hyun extended his hand, shouting that he could stay and help. The brunette frowned and said that the first-rank hunters had been eliminated, and they could only report this situation to headquarters. Seonwa looked around, noticing that everything was about to collapse. The demon opened its mouth, letting out a scream. The guy covered his ear, noticing that it sounded like the voices of mermaids. He shuddered, realizing that the monsters were being manipulated by this sound. The brunette glanced sideways at the exit and realized that if all the mermaids had come running here, then he was finished. The hunter looked out, watching as the tentacle dragged the other half of the corpse. The body was swallowed by the monster's mouth, and Seonwa thought that Dongmin didn't care about anything except that he would be killed. The protagonist frowned, realizing that he was looking at a well-fed monster. He imagined Legia devouring human flesh and converting it into energy, which slowly regained its strength after many years of imprisonment. The man narrowed his eyes, realizing that the beam was not aimed at them because the demon had not yet recovered enough to break the stone, and it needed more energy to break the seal. The monster released its other hand, and the hero thought that once it finished devouring, it would definitely break the seal, and only the bodies of the other half of the captain and Sakura remained. The guy froze in realization. The demon grabbed another body, and Seonwa remembered that he had a similar ability that could drain the enemy's basic energy. He imagined his past life when he held his comrade in his arms, and thought that back then he only did what he did by stealing the powers of awakened people. The hunter activated his aura and decided that if he could absorb the power of an S-rank monster, then in the future there would be a chance to turn the tide of the war. He jumped out of hiding. The hero put out his hand and used power absorption. A blue beam enveloped Legia. The demon froze, shuddering to the bones. He shrank and screamed. Seonwa quickly dodged the beam, using acceleration. The guy was breathing heavily, noting that the idea had failed, and that flesh-eating had no effect on monsters, and he had also spent his strength on a maneuver that cost less than 1% of his energy. The demon arched, trembling, and the hunter noted that it had absorbed the captain, and would soon escape, breaking the seal. The tentacle reached for Sakura. The protagonist clutched the sword, deciding that he had to interrupt its next meal, putting as much strength as possible into one attack. The girl's leg was grabbed. The brunette jumped out and attacked with the moon's sword. The tentacle was cut off. The demon jerked and screamed in pain. The hero narrowed his eyes, noting the positive result. He hid behind a rock and thought that dismembering the body of an S-rank demon with his current abilities would be a great achievement. The guy covered himself and activated the shield when the stone was hit. Ligia turned towards him, and the hero exclaimed that the beam had become powerful enough to crush rocks. The brunette frowned, thinking that there were 20 meters to the first entrance, but there was no other choice. However, the enemy would start shooting beams as soon as they saw his back. The hero closed his eyes, using scanning to understand the structure of the passage and calculate the optimal path. He squinted, finding that the entrance had a double turn, so he needed to use the S-shaped terrain to avoid the beam. The man released energy, realizing that there was 40% of power left, and he would use the shield and acceleration wisely. Sianwa quickly ran to the side, accelerating his lower body. A bright light appeared behind him. He dove down, dodging the first beam attack and not wasting much energy. The brunette ran further, noting that there was 35% left. The first corner of the tunnel was getting closer. The demon's eyes flashed. Sianwa frowned and activated the shield. The golden beam hit the dome. The brunette closed his eyes and screamed. He ran on without stopping, noting that the second attack had been repelled. The hunter gritted his teeth and sped up, although he had only 25% of his strength left, and now there was a second corner ahead. The protagonist dodged to the side, and a beam shot nearby. Sianwa jumped, reassuring himself that thanks to the corner, he would not be hit again, but he should be wary of an explosion. Everything in the cave shook sharply. The hunters ran across the water. The team looked around and hurried each other, noticing that the mermaids were close. Stones fell from the ceiling. The companions ran forward, and Sina exclaimed that the vibration was still going on and they couldn't stop. Hyun stopped, dumbfounded, looking back. Mermaids emerged from the hole. The deputy looked back and urged the others to run. The monsters grinned as they followed them, and the woman suggested that they came from the passage beyond Sianwa. A fork appeared in front of her, and the huntress remembered that the cave was originally built for military purposes, and there should be tunnels from passage to passage. There were arches on both sides, and Sina thought that over time they had been blocked, but the strong vibrations had forced them open again. She squinted and guessed that there were more. The companions ran forward, and the mermaids followed them. Hyun gritted his teeth. He turned and, grabbing his swords, shouted, "Forward to battle!" The man took a fighting stance, ignoring the suggestion to run to the main forces, saying that they would be caught anyway, so it was better to fight here. The monsters approached with screams, and Sina exclaimed that there must be more than 20 of them. Hyun threw his head back and screamed. He crossed his swords and said that Sianwa was fighting Ligia for their protection, so they could not be weak. The deputy put out her hand, releasing energy, and said that she would stay to help heal from afar. She looked back at the blonde and asked if she could help her with support now. Lexi looked down and said that it was not yet time. The interlocutor frowned, wondering what kind of abilities she had, that she did not even want to show them, and did not understand at all why the captain took her with him. Hyun swung his blades, killing the monster. He performed a circular attack, cutting down the enemies. One of the mermaids rushed at him. Her claws dug into the hunter's shoulders, pinning him to the wall. The man pierced her from below with his swords. His shoulder began to glow, and the hunter thought that his partner had used healing power again. Sina was breathing heavily, channeling energy, and his comrade noted that she had supported him so many times already. Several monsters were approaching the hunter. He crossed his swords, summoning a shield. His legs were shaking, and Hyun muttered that he did not have enough strength, so the barrier could not withstand. The man turned pale, thinking that he thought he was the best among his peers in terms of physical strength, but it seemed that this was not true. The deputy shuddered, noticing that his wounds were healing noticeably slower, and his strength was about to run out. Her eyes widened, feeling someone's hand on her. Her entire body was suddenly filled with energy. The wound on Hyun's shoulder immediately healed. The man closed his eyes and exclaimed that his regeneration had noticeably accelerated. Lexi stood in front of the surprised girl. The hunter held the shield, shouting that he still had little strength. The blonde put her palms on his back. Powerful energy emanated from her body, rising up in a beam. The girl frowned from the tension, engulfed by magic. Hyun jerked, feeling that he had completely recovered. He straightened his arms and threw the mermaids aside. The man swung and rushed to attack. The hunter easily cut down the monsters. Hyun deftly wielded the swords, thinking that the energy had not only returned, but had become more powerful than ever. The blonde sank to the floor tiredly. Lexi looked at the outstretched hand, and her partner clarified if everything was okay. She accepted the help and replied that everything was fine. The deputy frowned and remembered the unclassified ability Awakening of Forces. The blonde looked at her, and Sina thought that she was replenishing the other person's energy at the expense of her own, so the reason why the girl spoke and moved so little was to minimize the loss of strength. The woman remembered asking Xianwu about the blonde, but he was strangely silent. The commander then spent a lot of time developing Lexi's abilities, who tried in vain to release energy. Sina raised an eyebrow, wondering what these two were hiding, what was going on between them. The hunter swung his weapon, cutting down another enemy. He exhaled, standing among the corpses, and muttered that they were finally finished. He turned to the girls and asked if everything was okay, and they inquired about his condition in return. Suddenly, everything around shook, and stones began to fall from above. The hunters looked to the sides, and the man assumed that the commander and Legia were still fighting. He frowned, asking if Xianwu was okay. The main character was rushing forward at this time. The guy turned the corner, dodging the beam. Then he pushed off the ground. The hunter stretched forward with all his might, dodging. The brunette frowned and breathed heavily. Xianwu flinched when the shaking around him intensified. Rocks fell on him from above. He unflinched, struggling with the vibration. The girls raised their heads when he shouted at them to be careful. The man reached out to them, calling them to him to use the shield. The blonde opened her mouth and muttered that she couldn't. Lexi pushed her partner forward with all her might. Sina looked at her in shock and reached out with her hand. He uncaught her by the shoulders. The blonde looked at them with regret and said goodbye. The interlocutor tried to reach her, but her partner held her tightly, not letting her out of the barrier. The rocks collapsed in front of them, and the woman kept shouting the girl's name.